I was using ChatGPT and Grok, and they both were saying how in Britain it's really like, you know, parts of the country speaks a different way, and that's where the dialects come from. In America, they're pretty much just like blacks in their inner communities talk this way, because they don't. It's not like they have a southern accent and just speak southern, or they have a.
So, the preservation of the white gene was imperative. This is why there's a problem with abortion. Because if you want to keep it real, just say you cannot abort white babies. You might be in a better position. But you just want to stop abortion to prevent white children from being aborted. You don't really care about all these other children who, generally speaking, create more children. It's like birds. Robin only creates 4, but maybe a pigeon creates 8. I don't know. But I'm just saying, this is all about preserving a white gene. And I don't care if you put it in a political form, or social form, or biological form. That's all what it boils down to. And you do it with violence. You save it with violence. You save it with war. You save it with power. Dominating is creating an ideal that take that gene that is getting exterminated, the dominant is the superior gene. It really isn't. It's a recessive gene. And so that's what that's what we are and where we are. White people fight for power, and you can't. Still be that transparency. You gotta put it in. It's just. That's my idea.
Mr. President, point to speak again that we
exactly. That's the bottom line. I just said, mentally speaking, if people just got together, had children, procreated normally, there was no problem. There would eventually be a combination of the humanoid. So there won't be any black, white, yellow, red. There will just be this combination of all people. It's a oneness, this singularity, whatever you want to call it. So you want to keep this superiority on your separate. No, I'm not saying anyone is particular. I'm saying, naturally speaking, if all the races were to combine, there would be no white race, there would be no black race, there would only be white race.
I think there isn't any race.
I don't know what you're talking about, y'all.
I'm talking about race. It's a scientific concept. Genetically, scientifically, biologically, medically, it is a concept that doesn't really exist. As many people will tell you, it is merely a social concept.
Maybe you want to call it, give it another name. It's not race, it's something else. But do you not understand the concept I just tried to explain? Do you not? You don't see the evidence that black people plus black people equal black people plus white people equals something else.
Equations, like say 1 plus 1 equals 3. What's the big deal about it?
I don't know what the big deal is.
So what the big deal about it is whether you identify race as a construct, it's a social construct, but it is one that is used in this country to identify people, and it is used to build hierarchies in this country. So it's not. So while you may be right about it, found about identifying race as a social construct, when it's being used, it's being used.
What if I reject it?
Well, it's being, but at this time it has some real life realities for people. So in the way that it's being used has been interwoven into the fabric of this nation, and it's been, for all intent and purposes, it has made it so that one group of people gets disproportionate access and resource, and others do not. So you can identify it as just that, and say we can just. I don't know if you're just attempting to say we can just not choose not to acknowledge it. Well, it's woven into the fabric of
been done to a remarkable extent, unprecedented in human history. And I believe, by the way, that the hierarchies are around values, achievement, class, and economics more than they are about race. An example of that, hang on, a funny example of that is Indian folks, or Nigerian folks, or Asian folks who seem to be able to come here, embrace these American values and embrace the American system, and emerge on top, even on top of so-called white folks.
Well, there's a reason.
It's racism. You don't understand that.
Say that again.
It's extreme racism as well.
I don't say that they don't. It doesn't seem to hold them back.
That's also a racist argument, because you have to consider who's coming from these places. They're also coming from places where they are of the affluent of the people of their nations coming. Yes, they are.
They come with something in their pocket.
That's not true. That's a false. That's a false argument. Either you're just lying, or that's anecdotal, Norm.
No, it's not.
But the reality is, if we look at numbers, it's not journalistic. It's not journalistic. It's not journalistic at all.
Journalism is my profession.
Well, I wouldn't care what your profession is.
Actually, the poorest people in New York are Asians. They're not anybody else.
But Asians runs the gamut, though. Asians encompass more than just Asians encompass a large ethnic.
But that doesn't refute my claim.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
It does, because those people are coming from places where they are not. They're coming from places where they don't have the same circumstances. Not only that, but they have not been. They have not been subject to the same things that the indigenous or indigenous.
Sometimes it's even worse. We had
It's not. And the notion that you're just willing to die on that hill to make this up is the reason why we don't make progress on this front, is because people like yourself aren't willing to be honest about what actually is. Though you claim that you are, but it's actually a bad
I
thing.
think you're being dishonest.
I'm not being dishonest. Oh, I have no reason to be bad. No reason. There would be no incentive.
Sure, it's self-serving.
Sure, it's not.
It's self-serving.
No, it's not. Mine can be. I can actually provide empirical evidence. You can't.
Of course I can. That's my
No, you can't. Then do it. Do it, because that's a big tenet with you. You say a lot of things, but you don't provide a lot of proof. So prove to me. So let's do this. Let's prove that the disproportionate amount, and just this, Norm, not all of the peripheral bullshit. I'm saying prove to me that the people that come disproportionately, specifically from Asia, aren't the best of people from Asia, aren't the affluent people from Asia that come with good schooling and come from good backgrounds to come here to work.
I'm getting no schooling and no English. And the
It's not schooling. Of course they don't speak, and many of them don't speak English.
No English. And the towns of New York are the greatest.
I'm not talking about New York, no. I'm talking about Asia, the country
We
over.
need a laboratory. So let's look at
Where the country is the laboratory, Norm. The country is the laboratory. So prove to us that Asians in general, not just those that choose to go to New York, no. I'm talking about Asians in general, because we're not just talking about black people in Georgia either. There's a problem with arguments with you. Is that it's not even faith. You're just trying to be an asshole, and that's what you're really trying to do.
We're gonna have a discussion. Hold on.
That's
We're
right.
gonna go back and wait with 1 second. 1 second. If Quinn, you're gonna go back and forth with Norm. You're gonna speak. You're gonna be allowed to speak without interruptions. And then Norm is going to be allowed to speak. And by
Sure.
I see you. They're gonna have a back and forth, and then people are gonna be able to. Other people are gonna chime in. Maybe put like a hand emoji or something. But go ahead, Quinn. Go, and then Norm. Norm, if I see you, get off your mic. You're going to the go. All right. I have a meeting in 2 minutes, so please just stop acting a fool. All right. Go.
Norm thinks because his demeanor is not elevated that he's not saying foolish things, but he does. So so this is what I'd like you to do. Very simple. Prove to us that the people that migrate here are not among the best people that they're not among the best, most affluent people that come. I'm not talking about the language that they speak, because some of them do speak English because they learn it in their country. So I don't care about that. And it's not relevant to this conversation. I'm saying that the people that come here are not of the affluent people that come from Asia. They're not their most educated. They're not their most affluent. Go.
So, you made a personal attack.
I did not personally attack you.
Wait a second, my turn. Mute up. You made a personal attack, Norm 6. You don't know what I think unless I tell you what I think. Point A. Point B. Let's take a population and look into their demographic. Let's look into their demographics. So I made a statement based on my vast journalistic professional experience. And now we can look at the data. So, blah, 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 blah. I asked AI to get a quick answer for the demographics of the Asian immigration to this country over the past 30 years. What's their profile? I haven't got the answer yet. Looking for it now because it seems as though you want statistical data, but it's coming up. And if you like, we can agree on the question.
Sir, I would really just like you to answer the whole
Why are you interrupting?
It doesn't. I'm just
Why are you
There's your content for
No, that's a personal
It's
attack.
not a personal attack. I'm asking you to get to the
Yes,
point.
you're interrupting with a personal attack. That's a double loss for you. So let's try to get you to the winning column by agreeing on the question, as I was just
I'm not going to agree on the question. I asked you a question. I'm asking you to answer it. It's pretty
So you're
rude.
still interrupting, which I guess you're just conceding. I will take your concession, I'll take the W, and let's move on. Obviously, you don't want me to talk after I was quiet during yours, so you don't
Yeah, you're saying I asked what should have been done by now fucking shit. It says that you already had a conversation.
Please tell me.
You have the answer.
So since it's over and we're not letting Norm talk, I'll give you the answer. So the answer is, and I'll tell. So I looked at Google Scholar, which is faster. I don't know why people use that other bullshit, but the Google Scholar says that many Asians who migrate to the United States or Western countries do tend to come from more educated and relatively affluent segments of their own countries.
He's right, I just looked it up.
Here's a breakdown of that such
You didn't say all.
immigration policy favors skilled migrants.
Norm, it says the majority, it says the majority of
But the link is
the.
attached. But the link is attached.
It says the majority of the United States arrive with more education and money.
Where did it come from?
Okay.
Oh, I have that answer. Let me, if you stop talking, I'll tell you. So the countries,
We're both gone.
so, okay, that's fine.
I'm referring to the Chinese population of New York City because I have a lot of personal.
Right, because that suits your narrative, so that's fine.
Because that's the people because those are the main.
You said down, but no, you said let's go with down, and that's why you went to
Hang on. Those are the main component demographically of the greatest wave of migration in human history, which happened in the 80s. The migration of Asian immigrants to the New York area. That's why I think they're representative of this conversation. And based on information and belief, they were poor, uneducated, didn't speak English, and they got their hands on the American dream and rose up as a result of that. That's my position.
Your position doesn't align with reality, and it doesn't align with the apparent evidence. We can disagree, it doesn't matter. The truth doesn't need either reality. I'm doing my supposed to get right. He's walking on canals.
According to the U.S. Census Bureau, AAPI immigrants who have arrived in the United States less than 5 years ago, so this is all quite recent, have even higher rates of educational achievement. 66.1% hold a college degree. More than half of immigrants from South and East Asian countries, 52.1%, had a bachelor's degree or more in 2016. So this goes back quite a ways here. recent immigrants to the United States are more likely, and I can provide links for all of these things. That last one was from Pew Research. It's from Pew Research. Recent immigrants to the United States are more likely to have a college education than earlier immigrants or USAs in 2022 among immigrants arrived since 2010. 45.2% had bachelor's degree or higher, compared with 38% of U.S. natives.
You've been wrong in the last 5 years. That's what you said.
The last 20 years, I think the last 20 years.
Second point I asked was from the 2018 site, not a second point. No, the second point, the second thing from Pew Research I said was from 2016, which is more than 5 years ago for some new math. Further, the third point that I said, immigrants who have arrived since 2010, which is over 20 years ago, for those that can do math. Okay, this is not 5 years ago. You are a senile old man, but quit. At the end of the day,
Listen, you're wanna be too, so, but that's another thing.
I am actually
Basically, you've avoided my detention, which I don't blame you for because you were unable to read it, by looking at the past 5 years after I explicitly said the last 30. So let's look at the demographics, education, and let's look at the, hang on, let's look at the demographics. You can see it all fucking uneducated economy. I will say it again. Let's look together at the economic and education of the greatest wave of migration in history, which is from Asia in the last 30 years. Let's look at it together. Make it the last 20 years.
We can go back to the video.
Hey, if you want to concede, I'll take the W.
Well, that's fine. You won. You got it.
Let's play it.
Hold on. I'm gonna.
Before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering the fact checks in this video. Straight Arrow News is on a mission to raise the bar on journalism in a time of media bias and mistrust. Straight Arrow News helps you quickly find trusted information you need to understand the news, allowing you to dive deep into the topics that matter to you and the world around you. Their work is trying to break the bias bubble, helping you understand how every side of the political spectrum is reporting on a story so you get a full picture of the news. That's why we're so happy to be partnering with Straight Arrow News. They deliver the facts, unbiased, balanced, and designed to make sense of a complex world, giving you the clarity you deserve in news you can trust. Go to san.com/surrounded or click the link in the description to check it out. By clicking that link, you're not just supporting this channel, you also take advantage of a better way to get the news. Welcome back to Trustworthy Journalism. Thanks again to Straight Arrow News for partnering with us on this episode. Now, let's get into it.
My next claim is that immigrants overall are good for America.
Oh, nice to meet you, Dan.
Oh, Lord.
Is this norm in this next segment?
Is what?
So immigrants
Is this norm in this next segment?
are about helping Americans and immigrants in this claim.
Immigrants are Americans. I'm an immigrant. I'm American.
Well, immigrants are not Americans. Americans are people that were born here.
That's not true. What's the basic of claim?
Are you talking about people that get naturalized and possibly become American?
14th Amendment. Have you read it?
Okay, yes, I have.
It's a hundred clause. Any persons born or naturalized in the United States are citizens of the United States.
I'm aware of that.
There's about 40 to 50 million naturalized
I'm
Americans in
aware of
this
that.
country.
Yes, but
Well, you seem aware of it because you said Americans versus immigrants.
so, but are you understanding that the process of getting all these immigrants that come in here for, we've been also, the millions of immigrants, it's up to the millions, it's the last 20 years now, and it has dramatically affected Americans here in the country, which
Positively, I would.
people like me and everyone around here, we cannot find homes or even get jobs within our own fields that we go to college for, that we get into debt for. And because more blue-collar work, especially in construction, agriculture, and so forth, and the hospitality industry, we cannot get jobs in those fields, so it
Are you looking for a
requires us.
job in construction?
No, I went to college. Many people here are in college or went to college, but we can't even find jobs in our fields. Also because of the H-1B visa program as well. But in regards to just your claim about immigrants specifically, we can't even get jobs to pay for housing.
Unemployment is at a record low right now, even under Donald Trump. And I'm not a Donald Trump fan, but I would say unemployment under both Biden and Trump has been at record low levels.
Okay, is this in regards for American citizens?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm unaware of that statistic, but from what I see, from where I can
I'm an
see,
immigrant and an American, and I employ many American citizens, both naturalized and the ones born here. I employ
my parents came as
as defined by you.
my parents came as immigrants and became naturalized, so I'm not necessarily opposed to immigrants.
So you're the child of immigrants.
Correct. I'm a child of immigrants. I was
But
born
you don't accept that immigrants are Americans.
not in this moment.
So your parents are not American.
Not at this moment.
No,
No,
your parents
they're
are American.
citizens. They became
You
naturalized.
just said you can't be citizens by being naturalized.
No, I was born here, and I'm not opposed to naturalization. I never said I'm against naturalization.
Are you against naturalization?
No, I never said I was against naturalization.
Yeah, everyone is here, they can play it back on YouTube. You said Americans or immigrants. Are your parents Americans or immigrants?
No, my parents are United States citizens.
But they're immigrants, you said.
No, they came here as immigrants. However,
So they are
they
immigrants.
claim
You
that
said,
we
I
can't
came here as an immigrant, I'm an
But at
immigrant.
this point, when they came, the United States economy,
This is going for you.
the United States economy was not at
It's better now. The American economy is better than it's been
not
for
from
many years.
not from
And I
the
can say that as somebody who's like Donald Trump.
we're
Which
giving
statistics are you saying?
billions of dollars to
Statistics
people
are you saying?
of minorities as well as
The reason the economy is doing badly now
No,
is
we
Donald
can
Trump's
never
tariff
begin to
policy.
we can't even
Nothing to
get
do with migrants.
businesses.
In fact, the
We can't even
congressional...
start businesses.
I'm an immigrant. I started a business.
No, I understand because the
Immigrants
is
are...
giving people
Immigrants, I
billions of
didn't take any
loans.
loans
They're giving
from
them
this.
billions.
I didn't take any
I'm not
loans from
saying you
this.
did, but I'm
Okay,
saying
well,
that
I'm saying I did.
statistically speaking, they're giving billions of
So should we
loans.
do statistics? According to statistics, immigrants are 80% more likely to be entrepreneurs than native-born Americans.
Sure.
More likely to start
No,
businesses
I'm aware of
and
that.
hire Americans.
No, I'm aware of that.
Immigrants
But
are
we
more
also-
likely to pay in taxes than take out in benefits.
And I'm-
They're more likely to add to innovation and jobs and wages. This is what the statistics show. The Congressional
Yeah, I
Budget Office.
understand. I understand that.
The Congressional Budget Office, which is bipartisan, Republicans and Democrats both use it. They have said that the immigration surge that you mentioned will lead to an extra $9 trillion of GDP over the next 10 years. That amounts to $65,000 per American household. That's $65,000 for each and every one of you holding up a red flag.
Okay, I understand.
Alright, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
I see. Thank you.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? What's going on, man? Nice to meet you. Right, so first before I start, I need to know what you mean by good. I can talk about the economy, I can talk about culture, I can talk about all those things. I need to know what you mean. All of them. All of them. I'm saying immigrants are good for the economy, they're good for culture, they're good for society. Where are the lower wages?
What do you mean, where's the lower wages?
Where's the lower wages?
Yeah, so you can
What's the basis for saying no lower wages?
Sure, so you can look at like the STEM industry has been in like a complete and total recession. There's been tons of studies like from the Economic Policy Institute that shows that like companies like Tesla, companies from Silicon Valley, they engaged in mass firing of workers, around 35,000, but then they hired around 12,000 H-1B visas, and it's kind of just standard economic thinking.
It is not standard economic. The vast majority of economists and economic studies suggest that there is a negligible, if no impact on wages over time.
That's not
immigrants. Your colleague mentioned earlier construction. There is actually evidence in construction, yes, but in some industries, in some areas, there is an impact. But overall, no. In fact, a study from the National Bureau of Economic Research found that migrants since 1965 have raised wages and raised innovation. National Bureau of Economic Research.
No, hold on, that's where he published studies, and that is, I don't remember anything to do with I know you did, right?
You can be the authors, you
Yeah, Jane, hold on. The study you're talking about is from Giovanni Perry, and what he did is he didn't account for aggregation issues, nor did he
vast majority of studies.
Let me speak, please. Yeah, thank you, right? So listen, he didn't account for aggregation issues, right? And when you look at like these spatial approaches that all these economists use, you're not accounting for the fact that when immigrants come into an area, natives leave. If you look at an occupational approach where you look at the specific firms that immigration is going into, like Kim ETAL 2013 did, you find a net negative impact when there's a 10% increase in immigration. You find around a 0.5% decline in wages when it comes to the specific occupations they're going to. So all your studies are
So 0.5%. Weighed up against what I just mentioned from the Congressional Budget Office, which is a massive boost in GDP per head, which you're not counting for, massive increase in tax revenue. Immigrants actually funding the deficits and debts by paying way more in taxes, right? Portion of the undocumented immigrants. And what's interesting about wages is I'm in a room full of, I don't know what to call you anymore, conservatives, Republicans, fascists, I don't know. One of you is correct. One of us is correct. I'm in a room full of correct people, but do any of you actually care about wages? Because
Yeah, I actually do, right?
Do you support raising the minimum wage?
Absolutely, you can do that when you're bringing all these people coming into
That's not the reason the
Yes,
Republican
it
Party
is.
blocks the minimum wage. You think Republican politicians don't vote for an increase in minimum wage because they're worried about immigration?
Did I say about Republicans? Did I say about Republicans?
Well, I'm in a show that was called 25 Far-Right Republicans.
It doesn't mean I'm going to support every single Republican.
Good. So you and I, good. So you and I listen to
I don't
people that support raising the minimum wage. Yes. It's $7.25 since 2000. 2009, it's lost 30%. If you care about wages, we should be raising the minimum wage in this country, not scapegoating migrants who aren't the cause of low wages. You know who's causing low wages? Millionaires, and the people who won't pay fair wages to their wages, regardless of whether you are an immigrant or a Haitian. Monologue right now. You had one study that had a 0.5% impact. Yeah, your study like sucked and you didn't even do it right. So like let's get back to the point, right? Because I don't need to hear about it. The majority of studies say that wages are not impacted. The majority of studies are flawed. That's what I'm telling my studies. Right. I'm not an economist. It's the economist studies. This app pays your bills now and you pay back later. Turn big bills into 4 manageable payments. So who I am? There you go, economist. Not gonna be. But are you? Not gonna be. Are you? I'm not gonna tell you. Are you? I'm a major in economics. Are you an economist? No, not okay. So when I said not an economist, I was correct. Just don't say your favorite word. See, here, dude, this is nothing of substance. Look at the red flags. They're coming up. Let me get this great. But when you talk about the CBO, one thing you're not accounting for here is that they're assuming an equilibrium, right? You know what that means? You shouldn't make these type of assumptions. You said earlier that unemployment is not going to be something to do assumptions. Okay, you mentioned we were like at like 4.2% unemployment. Yeah, that's counting people that have part-time jobs. That's counting poverty wages. Yeah, I'm against poverty wages. You don't need money again. Yes, if you go to like the Lookwood Institute, they calculated a way where it's like functional unemployment. Okay, if you account for things like just people who make around $25,000 a year, people who have fallen out of the labor market, people who only work part-time, if you count all of those people together and then add on the unemployment, that's around 25% of the population. So when you go, we don't have jobs, we don't have people to do this, and that, and the other. No, yes, we do. Okay, we don't have a labor shortage, we have a good job shortage. And when you keep bringing these people in, and they're a good job shortage is the fault of big firms employing the immigrants. Who hires the immigrants? Yeah. Employers. Exactly. So that's what we call these big firms. Okay, so let me ask you something. Let me ask you a question. If you got rid of all immigrants coming in tomorrow, moratorium, you think that Republicans and employers of big firms suddenly raise all the wages? That's what you get to what I said. You know what I'm saying? It's complete theory. That's what you believe. That's what you believe. Do you believe the wages? I'm just wondering how naive you are. You believe that the 1% will raise wages in the federal level? If we stop immigration, we'll be forced to. Increase labor's relationship to capital. Okay, you give labor more bargaining power because you're touching the very same place. You understand economics, but it's right wrong. I'm telling you how you're wrong. Because you're ignoring the fact that when immigrants come into an area, they spend money, they create jobs. They spend. That's a good thing also because you don't like USA foreign aid. So this is the point. They create jobs out here into this country. Something like one of my assumptions about you to be correct. But listen to me. I am an immigrant. I'm speaking reverse experience. I know you're like, I should get the hell out. Yes. Why? I want you here. Why? Because you come here and say all this bullshit about how Americans are lazy. You push your left way down and say Americans are lazy. Why are you saying that? I never said Americans are lazy. You're coming to this country so they can do jobs that we don't want to do. I think that's what I said. What did I say? Really? What did I say? Remind you. Guys watching on YouTube, rewind to the time where I said immigrants are doing jobs we don't want to do. When did I say those words? When did I say it out of my mouth? Okay, so why do we have to bring in immigrants? Why do we have to bring in immigrants to the country when people are going to do the jobs?
Pause, you've been voted out.
Let's go. Let's still continue. You're going to have to go, bro, is what he said as I left to Americans. Is it good to know? Yeah. What he said about immigration. It's not about immigration, is it? That's what it's not about. Good to see you. How are you? Not bad. So, what type of immigrants are we talking about? What do you mean? Like any immigrants or immigrants? That's what I said. Illegal immigrants. Yeah, undocumented immigrants also contribute greatly to the U.S. I say undocumented are the people that are illegal. So, let's put it this way. I mean, I'm an immigrant too. From Iran. Okay. There is anyone in the U.S. about the fact that people here want you out. Are you okay with that? I'm here to debate you, not debate them. I mean, you're all on the same side, you're part of one group. No. You've been clapping each other. No, I mean, there are conservatives here, there are far-right people here, there are Republicans. How do you feel about that guy wanting me and you to But, you know, let's I'm just wondering, this is a topic of immigration. It's not about my feelings towards them. Okay. It's about staying on this topic. Okay. And about good for America. You and me, we're good for America. And the guy over there wants us to leave. So I'm just wondering how you feel about that. So I believe that there has to be strict immigration laws. Okay. We have to make sure that the people are coming here have the good intent of the United States in mind. That's not my claim, but okay. So my claim is about we're talking about the digital workers who get received for something else from here. You know, that claims that have marching in the country to friends. I'm just saying, you know, it's just wrong. So you just say it's wrong. No, I'm saying it's wrong. I'm trying to cause an enemy and division here wants you to leave the country. That's a pretty big deal. I mean, you can ignore it.
like I said,
your side, my friend.
like I said, you're the one that tried to derail this argument by bringing that.
It's an argument. I'm saying immigrants into America. People are
I asked you what
we
type
should leave, not me.
I asked you what type of immigrants are we talking about? Are we talking
Immigrants
about
overall.
So,
So you want to get into like particular communities? I'm not talking about
so you believe that people that come here without
Overall,
any respect,
society.
without any respect to our laws and our border, are going to be good for this country?
No, of course not.
So he can't say that all immigrants
I
overall.
said all immigrants. I said immigrants overall. Immigrants overall doesn't mean all immigrants. Sorry to bring that to you.
All right, so we have to make sure that the people who are coming here have the good intent of this country in mind. I agree.
Yes.
All right,
That's what I can
but when you have undocumented immigration going on, you can't vet that. You can't make sure about that. Let me real quick, talk about my background. There's no American embassy in Iran. So in order to come here, you have to stay in line for 4 years, and you have to go through some serious vetting procedure to get here. When I made it, and that process has to be in place because you don't want terrorists to feel this.
I made it too. I'm an American citizen. I went through lots of vetting. I took my test.
And that's how
He wants us to leave.
But
He wants us to leave.
people
People don't really care about vetting, do they? But it's not really about vetting, is it, my friend?
people should not have the right to ignore our borders and our laws.
What about those who don't ignore the borders? Should we get to stay?
Of course. He says we should. Oh, I'm not debating him.
You should be trading because you're all together on this.
I'm debating you.
Okay. And I'm putting out to you, see, that your argument is in bad faith because these guys are actually speaking the truth and you're in denial about who's on your side. Here you go, baby. Nice to meet you.
The question is, immigration is good for America, right?
If you look at the net positives to things like our society, our culture, our food, our economy, our general diversity, I know the D word is a bad word in places like this. I think immigrants have been a net positive. I think if you look at everyday lives, we all benefit from immigration.
What kind of conservatives disagree with that?
Some of the guys who told me to leave this place and go back to another citizen.
Do you think all conservatives?
No. No, in fact, Ronald Reagan, who was a president I wasn't a big fan of until Donald Trump came along. Now people like Reagan look good in comparison. Reagan said in 1986 our country is a nation of immigrants. Our immigrant heritage is our strength. He gave an amnesty to 3 million undocumented migrants. He understood the value of immigration. So I'm with Reagan.
Yeah.
And this guy's putting his thumb down there. So Reagan's not popular in right-wing crowds these days.
Well, he's popular with me.
Good too.
I'm a deferred action of child arrivals. I was an illegal immigrant myself. I came here when I was 10. I'm what you would call a legal alien now. I didn't have any say on my parents' choices.
Yes.
Do I think that they were well-meaning by wanting to bring me over for a better future? Absolutely. I believe that.
Yeah.
Did they break the law? Yes. Do I agree with people breaking the law? Not necessarily. Do I think that there's ever a situation where you can break the law?
Learn languages by watching movies and TV shows. While watching, you can translate words straight away.
For the better or the greater good. Immigration is it's an interesting issue because I do agree with you that everyone is an immigrant in the sense that. Can you tell me a little bit more about your journey?
I've been here 10 years. I'm a proud American citizen. I'm a dual national. I'm British. I'm American. And I am an immigrant who's contributing to this country. So, yes, I'm very much proud of America's immigrant heritage. I'm part of it. And despite what one of the other people said on the show earlier, everyone here is going to need America.
All right, pause. Sorry, you've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Thank you very much. Nice to meet you. How's it going?
Actually, I see a lot of Chris Morgan.
Thank you for watching.
Yeah. So, my argument is that Americans are what is a nation? A nation is a geographical location full of people who have some things in common. So, I think some of the things typically in history are going to be like race, religion, ethnicity, language. These are some of the things that we have to have in common in order to actually have a functioning civilization, especially in self-government. I'm not necessarily a giant fan of self-government. I'm a Catholic nationalist. I'm not fascist. You have to have at least some things in common in order to actually have a civilization. And the immigrants, especially illegal immigrants that come to this country now,
disrespect us. They hate everything that we believe. They don't even speak our language. I watched after Trump got elected, I watched an interview of an illegal alien woman crying about getting deported, and the entire interview was in Spanish. That is a spit in the face. It's disrespect. They don't care about us. They abuse our system.
She gone from the teleological argument to just a bunch of series of wild, unsubstantiated claims.
What is
They don't accept any of those claims. They really stand for, and they don't accept. But I'm not going to deal with the teleology. I'm going to deal with the false claims argument. There's no what's your basis for saying that all immigrants or all undocumented immigrants hate everything established? Funny that you said you're a Catholic nation. How do most Catholics get to America? Irish Catholics, Italian Catholics, immigration. Much of the people coming across the southern border are Catholics.
Yeah, I know.
So it's really funny that you say you're a Catholic nationalist, but Catholics came to America via immigration.
Yeah, so
Immigration is good for America. Even I can agree. Otherwise, people of your faith wouldn't be here.
no. We were here on this side of the world, in this continent, from conquest. We came over here
And the big surges of numbers, as you will know, because you're a smart guy, Italian, Irish immigration waves, Catholic immigration waves.
Okay, yeah, and I'm not even
against those if you're
Well, I'm not even claiming that immigration is
against
bad.
those.
I'm not claiming immigration is bad in all cases at all times.
What is your claim?
My claim is that immigration, especially now, and especially for foreign people that have nothing in common with us,
It's funny you say it's especially nothing. I forgot my name. My apologies. Brian.
Yeah, how many
in every era there has been a Brian who says, I'm not against immigration, just immigration now. Okay, so what people say about Italians, so what people say about Irish folks, say about Russians, Poles, and now we're saying about Russians across the southern border. Because you're not being, you're a little disingenuous saying only against immigrants now. This is a trope. This is a trope that's been used by nativists throughout American history, and every wave of immigrants has come in and faced the same hate and animus and bigotry and lazy trope, and every wave of immigration is ultimately assimilated, integrated, benefited the country. In fact, assimilation right now, according to Jacob Victor from the University of Washington, assimilation rates based on language and citizenship and naturalization are higher now than 100 years ago.
Okay, let me make a statement first. I think that you and your own person, you and your own person are a complete perfect example of why immigration is negative and why we shouldn't allow people who are on anything in common with us. You're pro-abortion, you're pro-euthanasia, you're pro-euthanasia. You went, I've seen your stuff. You've defended euthanasia.
Pro-euthanasia?
Yeah, with Pierce Morgan.
No, I've never discussed euthanasia.
Okay, so my point is that you don't agree.
Actually,
in this country.
if anyone watching at home, I'm the only guy who actually supports American values, democracy, free speech, the Constitution. I'm not folks into why they don't believe in democracy. They're nationalists.
Why should we care about that?
By the way, isn't that what America stands for? What does America stand for? Why do you hate what America stands for? Not me. In fact, all the studies show that immigrants actually more
So
peaceful.
the only reason why that's the Mexicans in LA right now burning it down, waving Mexicans by being burned down. Please don't send us back to the country that we're waiting on.
We did it for a few days. I didn't see anything around now.
Yeah, I know that the way it's ended. That's because Trump sent back the
Burned down. We just all burned down. I haven't seen fire truck around or anything. We fired burned down.
Yeah,
Fire to fingers off. It's not very essential.
You know what I'm saying? They're burning. No, they're burning.
So all euthanasia, at least burns up around.
Bro, just immigrants here when we start. Okay, so you're pro-abortion.
What you say? Where's that thing?
So you're pro-abortion.
I'm standing by my position right here. So
Wait, cut off.
I think she got a phone call.
Hey, Mel.
Wow. So, interesting. That was interesting.
That was definitely a clubhouse topic.
I thought we was abnormal, but I guess we're normal. Well, it's the same group of people. Like, I mean, it's not I Clubhouse is not isolated group of people, and it feels like that. But it's not. I mean, this is a broad mindset. Obviously, there's people on the stage who believe the same delusion. They just express it differently. Well, God is being the dynamic of when people can't see you and they think we can't improve. There is a slight degree of like people just be saying stuff. In person, it's much more interesting to see like all this going on. No, I'm not saying it's not. People aren't the same in regard. I didn't get the. Yeah, I mean, in my estimation, it's no different. I mean, these people are the same here. I mean, I think the difference is that you can't see them.
People may not be as demonstrative, may not be as bold with some of the things they do say, obviously in person, because it has a different consequence, but it may rather have a different consequence. I mean, it's the same level of delusion, it's the same uneducated, unlearned people who say they don't based on reality. I mean, that's not new.
No,
Yes.
I get it. I get your point, but I'm sure you get my point.
Yes, sir.
Perhaps the moderators can allow a different perspective. Let's assume that it's been proven that migrants help America and immigration is great for America. It raises the question of which immigrants should we accept right now, right? So I posted in the room chat a link to a book called 1 Billion Americans. 1 Billion Americans. I urge everyone to read it. And I would put forth that immigrants are great for America, but our biggest threat is AI from China. So why not prioritize letting in all the Chinese scientists smart enough to work on AI? Put them at the front of the line, steal every single smart person from China immediately, and then we don't have to fight a war with China. Now, after we've stolen, and I'm about to land my plane, after we've stolen every single smart person from China, and they've settled in, then we can start accepting immigrants from other places. But the urgency to steal some people from China trumps everything else. Read the book, I'm done.
Okay, no, you don't think that's the exact game plan, like follow exactly what you said, like steal the Chinese, but I'm sure there's some nuance in what you really.
Nope, it's not nuanced. Actually, I've traveled to China many times. Pretty much all the smart people would prefer to live in America. America is a better place than China in every.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna steal them and just put them all over here somewhere in some Chinese camp, and while we just.
No, that's not what he's saying.
I know that's not what he's saying, so I'm trying to go past the literal into my brain.
What all the smart people prefer to do?
Wait a minute. For the sake of conversation, why don't we just ask him what he means versus me?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, all right, go ahead. What do you mean by steal all the Chinese and
I'll answer you very briefly. There's internet access in China. Have an online test of how good you are with AI and with science and with robotics. Have it set up in a non-cheatable way and allow every single Chinese person, without exception, to take that test. If you are in the top 20%, you get an interview at the U.S. consulate in Beijing and Shanghai. And then you take the test again inside the U.S. consulate so that it's impossible to cheat. Those Chinese scientists that prove in an uncheatable way that they are smart enough to lead robotics and lead self-driving cars and lead AI and lead all these technologies that we desperately use, they immediately are given a work permit to flee China and live anywhere in America they want. They're not given citizenship. They have to live here for 20 years with no crimes and no welfare usage, and after 20 years, they get to become citizens. And by the way, a small percentage of them will be spies. And I'm putting forth that we are smart enough to catch the spies before they do anything dangerous. And I'll put forth, well, allow me to finish, Quinn, and then you can. Okay, Quinn, respectfully, there's ample precedent. After World War II, we invited a huge number of smart German rocket scientists. Those smart German rocket scientists could have been our enemies if they had moved to the Soviet Union. Because we were smart enough to invite them here, we got to the moon and we won the Cold War. So what I'm saying is my plan has already been tried, it's worked, it's only the racists, and there's plenty of people of all races in this room that are racist against Chinese. So many of the people against my plans are racist against Chinese, and that's why they're against my plan, and I'm done speaking.
I get the fact, yeah, because it is precedent. In 1790, the Naturalization Act in America, you have 2 years white folks only white people that come up like Germany and all that. You could come over here, white folks, and you can be a citizen if we want you to, not 20 years, but for 2 years. Yeah, we're talking about the foundation of naturalization in America.
So, look, all right. How y'all doing? Okay, happy Monday, everybody. Hey, Melly Mel. Hey, Al. Hey, Patty Patty. Hey, Glenn. Grapes. Good to see you. Hey, Katrina. Welcome to CJ Brooklyn. Hey, Sunset. And Eagle. Sweet. We got that. And we got Baruch. How y'all get Baruch on the stage? Oh, Jesus.
like Republicans talking that fascist stuff, so you're like, let me get up there.
We had that on stage earlier today, so the conversation has been great. So I'm just trying to figure out where you guys, what about what Grape is saying that you have a problem with? If in fact the idea, and we see the weakness, and over the weekend, I'm not sure if you guys saw it, or leading into the weekend, there was great talks about how China is so advanced in this whole robotic AI technology and how America is behind. He's giving a possible solution. Doesn't mean that it has to be correct, but his thought process is like, hey, listen, why don't we hire the most intelligent from there, pick their brains, gather their intel, create what we need to create so that we can catch back up. Is there something wrong with that? No, first one. You said, first of all, it already exists. Programs like that already exist, even from Russia, quote unquote, right? We don't really really strict on Russian immigration now. They don't give out visas and tourist visa, but even during the Biden administration, they actually have an expedited process for anybody who is a professional in STEM, especially in, if you are working with nuclear power plants, anything, right? There's an expedited immigration process for people from that area. That program already exists, and we have that for a lot of countries. They get priority. So that's nothing new, and we have been doing that since World War II. He was correct. The thing is that he was saying, I think what was said is that we only allow those. We don't allow anyone else at the time. And then when we quote unquote, have all the talent, only then we still pick and choose the rest of who we bring to this country. That's the problem. There's no problem with hiring and bringing talent over here. I mean, hey, we're stealing talent from Russians. That's fine. And we have always done that, and those programs still exist to this day. They're working.
Except America is not the star state awesome fucking place to people from across seas that you think it is. More importantly, because of the heightened amount of degenerates that we have developed over the last 40 years. It's not as attractive as you think it is. You're not as good looking a girl as you thought you were, a guy as you thought you were. There's some people in the world who think you're fucking ugly. That's the point. So those programs aren't new. We've always attracted people who wanted to be part of the American experiment. It's not as attractive as you think it is to some people. Or else they can be here.
We have 50 million immigrants in this country. 50 million. That's more than any nation in the history of humanity.
Which means what?
Which means that they didn't agree with you.
We are also trying to actively dissuade people from fucking coming here.
Yeah.
Which doesn't look very attractive on a world stage, nor
Okay, so now we're going to argue semantics as to how many people really want to come to America or how many people
I'm talking
on
about
the American trains.
I'm not talking about
Right, that's what I'm saying. We don't have a quantitative way of actually quantifying that to make it. Well, but we will have numbers and then we will argue back and forth because there is a set of numbers that will show that there are a lot of people that want to get into America, as we just displayed. You're saying that there are people waiting to get in. There are people who are fighting and willing to risk their lives to stay here and find themselves in not concentration camps, but find themselves in immigration camps because of the fact that they don't want to leave. So there is people like two things can exist at one time. So to argue about that is really is a main point. It's really an overarching point.
the argument was that Brent was talking about the kind of people, innovative people, people that build things, people that could complement everyone contributing. So that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about specifically people who are more
That's not true.
50 million immigrants is not a delusion, it's a demographic fact.
Okay, again, we're talking about before, and we're talking, if you're gonna say the entire history, that's one thing. We're talking about the last, 4, 5, 6 years, right? If you actually look at statistics, actual statistics, how many rocket scientists, right? Like, we're talking about like savants, we're talking about Einstein level professionals in medical field, right? People who come up with curing cancer. If you actually look, how many of those have actually stayed in our country? Let's just say they came here to study or whatever. There is in recent statistics a lot more of those savants and Einsteins that are leaving the United States than before. Not saying all, but it is an increase of them leaving, and there is a decrease of them coming.
Yeah, it's called the Trump effect. And many of them will come back and visit America when they grow and can come in their own terms and bring value, whether America wants it or not. For America should get real nice and really try to win these people over and to try to want to come because they're making it very unattractive opposed to being in Saudi Arabia, the Middle East, Australia, who knows where, everywhere else. And have whole new opportunities where they don't have to deal with those shit if they're going to get snatched up one day. That's not making America a very attractive place to want to be.
I think we're talking apples and oranges.
Well, for somebody who may not understand the complexity of it, I can understand. I mean, why you gotta say apple and orange? They couldn't see the parallel. Why do they have to degrade it by saying it's apple?
Listen, I'm saying we're talking apples and oranges because what I heard Rick say, and then everybody saying why his solution won't work.
He said she didn't Chinese. What do you mean?
Instead of building on what you would think would work, right, and how we advance our technology, you guys want to focus on how to tear down his argument. And then to me, it doesn't seem. You know what? Y'all got it. I'm not gonna argue back with people. I don't like when people interrupt me. People don't like when they get interrupted. I don't have the energy for it. So y'all got it. I'll come back later when I don't have anything else to say. I'm gone. I gotta go. I can't. I don't have the energy for it.
I think
All
that
right.
it's disgraceful.
Wait. Hold the fuck up. Because lady wasn't even here last week. Okay? So what's going on? I understand everybody wants to speak, etc. I get it. But the only reason that you're here and the only reason why we're here is people like Lady, right? That time and time again try to moderate y'all. So I don't like it. Like when you see Lady, think of a red carpet rolling on out. That's how we should treat Lady because time and time, like she's in here sometimes for hours, day in, day out. And it's like, y'all just be talking over Lady. I just be like, believe me, Lady pays attention. She's looking at the phone. She tries to let everyone speak. I don't. I'm more of a fascist, if you will, when it comes to Clubhouse, right? I'm blocking y'all. I go on and on. That's right. Okay? You don't want me and Mel to be in charge. Believe me. You want a lady to be in charge because she's fair and she's nice. Okay? Me, I'm not nice. Thank you, Grape. Alright, so let's keep on going. Lady decides to grace us with her presence again. I don't want the malarkey, okay? Alright.
Okay, Sin, I think the next time someone interrupts Lady, just move them to the goo for the day, period. Now I'm going to respond very briefly to what other people on the stage said. My observation on Clubhouse is most MAGA white people are racist. They only want white immigrants, period. And I'm not here to argue with them. That's my opinion, the MAGA white people. They only want white immigrants. However, my impression of many of the leftists here is they only want immigrants who are going to be leftist and vote for leftist policies. And my impression of the leftists in this room, and I'm about to land my plane, Sid, my impression of the leftists in this room is they only want immigrants who hate America, who will burn shit down and vote for their leftist policies. And I'm asking for a compromise where we let in immigrants who, of all races and all religions, who love America, who are going to produce and pay very high taxes. And that's the reason why the MAGA racists hate what I have to say, and every leftist hates what I have to say. Because what I have to say is good for America. It's bad for racists and it's bad for leftism. I'm done speaking.
I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I think what Katrina and I were saying in some capacity is that those things already happen. What you're implying is that we should, in order to offset whatever deficiency we have in technology or whatever you were referencing, that we should invite those people, via, as you specified, Chinese, to come here and do the same work. Well, we didn't have to make invites to those people. They were just here in some capacity, maybe not in large. Not in large capacity, but maybe sometimes in large capacity, whatever you perceive that to be. But those people were here. The problem is that there are places that look more attractive on a world stage now. This is what we're saying. So we're not arguing against what you're saying fundamentally, because we agree. Those things that we just don't agree with the way that you're framing it. We didn't have to invite or coerce these people to come. They would do that on their own because of what their perception of America was, which has now changed on the world stage because we have a degenerate and his cohorts running the highest offices in the land. Does that make sense?
So Trump is a villain, but he's addressing a problem that is undeniable. And that problem is the percentage of people in this country who are undocumented immigrants. He's doing it in a heavy-handed and apparently often illegal way, but he is addressing it. The previous administration did, and he was elected to address precisely that problem, namely 10 to 20 million people who are here. We don't know who they are or where.
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
It has to do with the way we are addressing immigration. Trump is addressing immigration in a heavy-handed and intermittent
simultaneously making it look unattractive to the rest of the world, more specifically the people that Ray is referring to.
Yes.
So we don't even care about that.
I don't know about me. He's solving a problem. Listen, you're a retarded athlete. He's solving a problem that everybody agrees exists. That's undeniable.
That's not what we're talking about. I think we attract talent to this country. Look, are you listening to the conversation? We're making these things.
You don't
We're
understand.
talking about Trump and his way of immigration. We're talking about how you could bring talent into this country.
Right.
Jesus Christ.
Alright, mute up. Normal, mute up. Go ahead and mute up. Thank you. Okay, Katrina. Where are you? I don't see you. Okay. Can you go ahead and confirm the topic? Because I've been in and out, and I'm sorry, I'm lost in the conversation.
So we were talking about, yes, we were addressing when Greg said that, hey, we are behind technological advances in the United States and China is ahead of us. And he suggested an immigration program. And he said, let's pause all the other immigration completely and only allow the talented people from China to come to the United States because we really need that talent. And we did that in World War II. So his response, everybody says, yes, that's a great idea, but the thing is that idea is already going. We're already doing that. That program never ended. And I already posted a link that we have been attracting, particularly in computer science, a lot more, 75% more than in any other STEM field area. So, solution already exists.
Wait, you kind of sound muted a bit. Go
stopped since World War II, right? Particular Einstein geniuses are definitely brought into the United States much faster, and I take priority the talent visa. And then number three is the fact that he's saying we're not going to allow anybody else to come to this country until we bring all the talented. Well, that kind of sounds ridiculous. You can't just not allow any other immigration just based on our laws that we have right now, because we have not changed the law about asylum seeking cases, which we did because we fucked up in World War II when we didn't allow Jews to come to the United States.
According to AI, the two most technologically advanced countries are the U.S. and South Korea. Needless to say, we're allies.
We're taking North Korea to task on a trade machine unilaterally. I wouldn't use the word ally so easily right now.
South Korea.
Also,
Makes sense now. You can see I hold.
We found that you're retarded on the part of me.
Hey, Laura, he's retarded. I'm sorry, Mom, but Laura, don't fucking mess with
Yeah,
me.
you can speak strong.
That's just,
Human being.
I'm sorry. No, you're not. No, you're not.
I'll find another word.
Alright, bye, Norm. Alright, let him leave. Alright, bye. Oh, it's all over. If he's saying he's leaving the room, let him leave. Like, I don't understand. There shouldn't be anything else, right? Did you say you were leaving?
South Korea would not exist without the United States. They are our allies.
See, that's
thank you. And so, back to addressing the immigrant problem and then moving it all of a sudden 10 seconds later to he solved America's immigrant problem. No, he didn't. He addressed it, which is a good entry point because everyone agrees. Yeah, he's addressing it, but he also stated, he meaning normal, stated that Trump actually was doing it in a crazy, offhanded, illegal, he even used the word way. So how about this? We still address the immigrant issue, but we get rid of the illegality person, or at least the whole idea. We coalesce around squashing this illegality and how it's going about. That's what everyone is now, when the benefit of the doubt has been given to you, Trump, and your administration, go ahead with your mandate, how you're going to do it. Now that we see your ICE tactics, your very cold-blooded tactics, and your ICE tactics, which are different. The ICE tactics using ICE to go out and do these things, and then other people mimicking ICE and police, and they're not even that, but everyone just trusts someone with a badge. Don't check the badge. Don't check ID. Just, they got a mask on. Just let them take you wherever the hell they want to take you. We know that's not going to work. So let's have a real conversation. Get back to
Actually, point correction. Can we actually, I have a bad going on, I don't know if she's married or not, but can we actually get back to the video? That we really
Yes.
we got along because the video stopped, because we got a phone call, that's how it's even descended into the madness that we want to be now. So can we get back to, can someone resume the video in some capacity? Is that possible? I was actually reading that.
I love it. We went there.
I can find the link and it's
I send it to you.
Oh, you have it? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you can send it. So I can't. I'm like, I gotta make a couple calls for work and I gotta do a couple things, so I can't. I'll be in and out, so I can't necessarily play a video right now, especially like a long one, because I have to call.
Well, there wasn't that much left.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
30. I got it. You got right. Well, I keep next to you, man. I had to start. As I'm watching these spaces.
That's
Instead of 35, because Quinn, like when she started it, Quinn's, you're watching this morning, and there's something about watching these people instead of the table, so I just had it on mute, watching as Patty was playing, but this is at, she stopped at the 105 mark, it's 140, excuse me, an hour 40 minutes, so there's about 35 minutes left. I don't know how many other people can use the to be, does he pay all 20, or,
Just those within the time frame.
yeah, so I don't know how to, and the mods, they're better at knowing how to.
Yeah, I don't know how to do
So I just turned up the speaker and put my phone next to it. That's that weird.
Oh, you go up to music quality, you can play it to YouTube and everybody will hear it.
Yeah, see some.
So I can play, but I'm gonna have to press play and walk away and put it in a different room because my son can't have certain voices around him. So but then I'm gonna walk away and you guys finish just like keep playing.
So you put this in, you said you put it in music.
Yeah, so the three dots.
For a ride.
Make sure you
Tap
have
three dots.
on. You have to have your
Yeah, go to audio quality, select music, and then it should play. And then we'll give you a thumbs up when it starts playing.
Also, I just play on my normal YouTube video here.
That's
Yeah.
correct.
Mm-hmm. Just make sure you have your AirPods on. No AirPods.
Oh, no, your house.
It's great. So quick up in here, learn. Time wrong.
No, man, listen to me. Learning something over here.
Talk about advanced technology, boy. We getting it down.
Never too old.
With the glass.
Hold on just a second here. I think that Patty, I'm trying to figure out what Patty was when she left off.
It was at 10, if you move it to an hour and 5 minute mark.
Hour and a half.
Shout out to the
$100.
Can you want me to answer correctly?
Yes, sir. 20 meters. Petition is a document that should
Oh,
solve
right,
this.
so let's go to an hour and, you said 5 minutes?
Yeah, I got it. What is this? Hour and.
My name is Cyrus. I am also to immigrants came in legally. I'm also Persian descent. I'm just born in LA. Just yes. Well, I am mainly upset not at the immigrants, legal or not. I'm mainly upset at Wall Street. I'm mainly upset at the elites, the special interests. They are the main reason why we've been having this issue since 1965. And I understand most want to do well. There are a few bad apples, we can agree. But we want to go after the elites. They are the main cause of the problem. And just like healthcare, trade, everything, did you know, Cyrus, that don't talk 1%? Pay $163 million in taxes every year, while undocumented people pay $100 million in taxes. Well, I know my ignorance. There are issues with our tax system on the rich, but in a state like California, some taxes are too high. I used to live here and I live in Las Vegas. Okay, saying immigration is good for America. Depends on the taxation. You and me overall are good for America. Okay, but it depends on how it's done. Yes, it depends on how it's done. It's being done so U.S. I'm not blaming the housing crisis on immigrants, not on wages, but in a state like California that doesn't build enough homes and they're bringing immigrants in, you have to increase supply of housing. Okay, but this is where our anger is at the political class. The Democrat Party used to have a different stance on immigration 15 years ago. Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton. I'm not here to defend different Democrats. What I will say is that everyone here actually does think immigration is good for America. Everyone here uses an iPhone designed by an immigrant, is on Gmail designed by an immigrant, is watching it on a YouTube show. This is into a YouTube channel founded by an immigrant. You were there here, but that's a tiny minority. So you all love immigrants. We do like them. Okay, but it is a taboo subject. Should we be concerned about the demographics? So, Anglo-Saxon, European American, 0% of America, it doesn't matter. I think 0% of America. Let's say if it becomes 0%, it should help. Then they'll go to why you bring way hypothetical. Well, but there has to, but I mean, they're still part of our country. There's culture. Even Britain, it concerns me. It concerns me when Britain is changing, and it's like losing their culture, but it's losing their culture. Are they going to try to? I'm telling you, no one's listening. London is going to be very little British. What's the plan? That's what we want to know. What's the plan? How do we know? Cyrus, have you been to London? No. So then maybe you should come on places you don't know anything about. But what's the plan? I grew up in London. What's the general plan? I was in London a few weeks ago. Okay, it's a very British. I hope not. I understand that there are people in this audience that don't like me or you in this country, and I respect that. There's some that don't even want me to date a blonde woman. They want to keep to their own, or ginger or whatever. I respect that, but there has to be a deal made. There's Idaho, there's Montana. They can go live in a homogeneous society. I don't believe in force, okay? And I believe that there has to be a deal made. And I think there's upsides and downsides to diversity. Deal made. People have elections and they vote for elections. And right now, there's Donald Trump in the White House, not someone I support, but people voted for him. Well, why did he get in? Mainly because we have 2016. I'm sure we have time
surprised one of the Charlottesville marchers doesn't like me. And I've met those people, and I respect their views. You really should. Well, there's not some respect racists and fascists is my advice to you. Well, they have their preferences, you know. That's just, we can't change that. And you can have his wife trying to kill his time, I think.
Alright, that's time.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Moderators, is on you.
I was just gonna make one comment. You know what I realized when they say culture, American culture, British culture, for that, culture is the white supremacy. That's the culture. So if they're saying culture is gonna be gone, American culture is gonna be gone if white, what did you say, Anglo-Saxons are not, they're gone, then America is gone. So basically culture equals white superiority and white majority.
You can't see him, Katrina, just for context. The guy that Meddy's talking to here is he is an immigrant himself. He's not white.
Yeah, he's that version. Yes, I know, but that's the thing. There is a lot of I see this a lot with immigrants who, like, they actually, it's not their skin color, it's their beliefs, right? Like, he actually believes that, you know, majority should be white, and that culture of that white supremacist culture of the United States, right? The Midwest, the cowboy, and all this other stuff. I mean, and it all stems from repression and being quote unquote better than other races.
You know, Christina,
that is actually is important to them, right? Like that, the feeling of, and as immigrants, I've personally, as an immigrant myself, I've personally spoken to immigrants. They think that they're superior and better than people that came here. If they quote unquote believe in the white supremacy, then they're kind of like, I am a true American and I'm not going to be discriminated against. And that's what I see.
Yeah.
Anybody who's quote unquote doesn't believe in the white America, majority white America, and don't follow quote unquote American culture, then they shouldn't be here no matter how they look. That's the thing. And the white supremacists, we use them as their little tokens all the time.
Katrina. Okay. Yeah, it's a fear. Is what you heard. You're not gonna say that, but you heard the fear. It's a fear of a browning of America. If not a blackening, but definitely a fear of it getting darker. And that explains, and because he said Charleston. At that, if he's talking about Charleston, is he talking about Virginia where the people were marching with the tiki torches? Is that what he was referring to?
Yeah.
Yeah, so understand something. That was really, he wasn't talking to everybody. They were talking about Jews will not replace us, is what that was being said. But now there's this overall, so that's where, that's so nuanced. It's so nuanced in one sense, but it's so broad in another sense. So, but the bottom line is, yeah, you definitely, the British, and Anglo-Saxons, they're going to all be gone tomorrow. He said, what are we going to do? We got to have a big plan. We're going to have to, bro, the dude said, look, man, we're just voting. Look, the darker people are probably the number one proponents of like keeping some white folks around, so slow down. like there's a whole kind of you might say a competitive advantage on the planet these days. So ain't nobody just gonna get rid of what's not working. If it's working and it's going good, it's gonna naturally evolve into it's all good. That's what everybody's striving for. So that fear, if that fear drives all the politics to where now it's just a justification to just come in and start snatching people, that's where you gotta say, calm down, bro. Like, look, you're not gonna just be replaced tomorrow, nobody. You know what I'm saying? Especially, but it's good to understand the history of where he's speaking from, because this country, again, 1790, after 1776, obviously, for July 4th, 1790, there was a Naturalization Act. Who can be a natural citizen? So there's a foundational history that to me has never been addressed. 14th Amendment never really addressed it. It just said, okay, blacks, basically now 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment said now black folks you can vote, not vote, I'm sorry. Now black folks you can be citizens. If you were born here, we're gonna call you citizens. I call you that, but still got to work it into the fabric of the mindset of the whole country and the spirit of the country. That's a whole longer process than just saying it on paper. And it still got to work itself out in economics, which we're working through still to this day, and all of that. So I just wanted to lay that foundation that this idea of making America great again, maybe he's talking about going back to 1790 where you had to be white and you need to be here for 2 years before you could be a citizen. Everybody else, and he kind of was like, look, that wasn't even about you. When Trump said this, the 14th Amendment was about black people. He's trying to say to the rest of all the rest of everybody else, he's saying, everybody else, particularly Mexico and Haiti and Venezuela, that's not even about you. Don't usurp that thought and just think, now I'm going here. That's what he's trying to say, and there's a lot of traction around that.
Yeah, what's more interesting is I thought, from his dialogue is along the lines of what Katrina was saying, was that he feels the need to respect people who are racist, xenophobic, and which is, obviously, which many, suggested to him that he did not need to respect that. I think we see that a lot of times. We think we have to respect everybody's opinion just simply because it's their opinion. I can respect your right to have an opinion, but I don't have to respect your opinion. So I respect your right to have one. I have to respect your right to have an opinion. I don't have to respect what your opinion is. And I thought that was really interesting, and it kind of feeds the notion that Katrina was referencing, is that there's a lot, and we saw that play out obviously in the election this past year, and that there's a lot of people who, a lot of immigrants who get the winning card for some reason, and then think that they have to deny others that in that process simply because of the way that they came about, even though the process tends to be a little long and a little more judicious than I think people think it should be. But yeah, I think that that's an interesting dynamic in that they protect white supremacy because it's essentially the de facto law of the land, right? So it makes it feel like you have to do that in order to gain closer proximity to whiteness, or those whom you feel are in the majority in terms of the way that they feel. So they feel like they have to protect that. It's interesting that he thought he had to adhere to that.
What is the law that protects whiteness?
Well, there's several of them.
Every fucking law. Let's start with one and then we can do it.
Pick one.
Okay, you tell me. What law protects whiteness?
Stop and frisk.
Okay, stop questioning first. How does that protect whiteness?
So we can move on in the conversation. We don't want to be.
Yeah.
I don't want to go down that.
How many white people
Why should I do that?
How many white people is that? Is there one? It's not a law. It's not a law. It's a practice which is discouraged. So tell me a law again that protects white people.
We really don't want to go down that rabbit hole. If we just have we'll be having to figure out the answer to that question when you steer the room.
If I can just answer it for 1 second, I could just move on. I really feel like we should move on. And I think that we had this conversation with you several years ago, actually, on Clubhouse. But speaking of search and frisk, my husband, who is not white, would be stopped at Penn Station almost every single fucking day. And by the same people, pretty much already moved them, some of them because they were on rotation, and get searched. These backpacks searched, everything gets searched. But every time I would come into the city, I would never fucking get stopped. And yes, there is such a thing as white pretty privilege, and don't fucking deny that. And that shit happens. No one ever pulls me aside at airports or cops or anybody else. Yes, you can say woman, yes, I'm pretty, and yes, that also exists. The white pretty privilege exists. Discrimination exists in this country.
So
That's it. Hold on.
Okay, normal. This is not the topic. You derail again, I'm putting you in the goo. You're being disingenuous. This is not what we were talking about. I don't give a fuck. Okay? You know what? That's it. I'm fucking tired of you.
Then Mel, should I continue with the video?
Sure. Thank you.
I actually have an answer to that question. Laws that specifically protect all things equally actually entrench systemic inequities by treating it as equal. Therefore, many laws could be suggested as protecting because whiteness is far larger of a pot than anything else at the moment. Although by 2045, that might be different. And for folks under 40, that'll be true for 2035. And no amount of immigration policy can change that. But generally speaking, any law that entrenches the current status quo as equal, de facto protects white. Here we go.
My final claim is that Donald Trump's plan for Gaza is ethnic cleansing.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
You too. So why do you say this is Donald Trump's plan? Why do you think that?
He says it's his plan. Have you seen his plan?
Why did he say it?
He said it standing next to Benjamin Netanyahu in January, February. He said it on Fox News in an interview on Fox. He said it on Air Force One when he was trying to
Word for word, what's an example of what he said?
word for word, he said, for example, we're going to clean out the Gaza Strip. He said they're going to leave. We're going to take control of it. He says we'll own it. I would own it. He said I'm not sure under international law how you can own a foreign piece of land. And when he was asked on Fox News, the people, the Palestinians who are being forced to leave, would they be able to come back? He said no, they wouldn't. That is the literal definition of ethnic cleansing, according to a UN definition.
Why do you think that Trump is saying this? Do you think that he has some personal interest in cleansing Gaza, or do you think there might be some special interest group or perhaps religious or ethnic group that's, that maybe he received money from them and that's the whole reason why he wants to cleanse Gaza? Or why do you think that is?
I don't do Donald Trump's motivations. I really don't care. My claim is that what he's doing is ethnic cleansing.
Well,
do you agree with that?
I would actually, probably agree, but I'm
Do you agree that it's ethnic cleansing? Do you agree with doing ethnic
No, I don't agree with it, but I agree that's probably his point. But I'm trying to figure out, why do you think that is? Because Donald Trump's a white man, he identifies as Christian, I'm not sure if he really is. But what interest does he have in preserving a Jewish ethnic state? Why would he have that?
That's a good question. You'd have to ask Donald Trump that question. I've got multiple views.
You don't think
you have many views. I'm not sure I like where you're going with your views, but I think Donald Trump is definitely someone who's got financial interests in ethnic cleansing. He's got political interests. He loves the evangelical voters he gets. A lot of Christian evangelicals like to support Israel because they think Jesus will come back if all the Jews are gathered in one place with no Palestinians. I think he's going to make money, he thinks, from beachfront property with Jared Kushner. He said something similar in the
You think
past.
that's the real reason?
I think there's multiple reasons, yeah. I think financial, geopolitical, ideological, evangelical. I don't really care. My claim is that what he's doing is ethnic cleansing. Ethnic cleansing is a war crime according to the Fourth Geneva Convention. It's against international law under the Rome Statute. So we shouldn't be part of that. The United States should not be supporting Donald Trump's plan. Ethnic cleansing.
I agree. What do you think should be done instead with the Israel-Gaza situation? I'm not sure
I
what your
would
stance
like
is
to
on
see
that.
a ceasefire in Gaza.
Two-state
I would like to
solution
see, I
type
don't
thing.
really get into debates about what solutions. I would like to see an end to the killing. I would like to see Gazans have freedom. I would like to see the Palestinians in Gaza somehow get their land back. 80% of Gaza right now is under Israeli military control or displacement. I would like to see freedom for the Palestinian people. I'm an American. To go back to the core of this show, is what American values are. First and foremost, free speech.
It really is a religious and ethnic. That's what
a religious.
Well, yes, that is what it's obviously between Jews and Muslims. We want to control the Holy
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. What else? What other?
Actually, the founders of Israel were secular. They were not religious, actually. And I think some religious Jews, like Bezalel Smotrich, the Israeli minister,
It doesn't really.
is a religious
My point is.
The core of the conflict is over land. It's colonial. It's historic. It is
Well,
not religion.
colonialism is for a reason. It is because
They
they
want to steal the land.
want
Want everyone to believe it's
My point is,
religious.
why are we sitting here? It's like a false dichotomy where we have to argue do Jews get Israel, do Muslims get Israel? Why are we?
I've never brought up anyone's religion.
How many of us here?
Anyone's religion.
How many of us here are Christians?
I didn't bring up anyone's
Trying to pick sides between Jews and Muslims taking over Israel? Don't you think that
Hold on. First of all, I didn't bring up religion. Second of all, you know that a lot of Palestinians are Christian, right?
some of them? Yeah, it is very small. Well, it's majority Muslim. Yeah, it's very.
But there are many.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, but there's not that many.
So it's not worth
So it is. Well, it is. The reason why do you think Iran is backing proxies that want to take over Gaza and back the terrorism of Gaza? It's obviously because they want to Muslim control of the land. You don't think that's why?
I don't think it's about religion. I've been following this conflict for decades. It's not about religion. People who say it's about religion, it's a distraction.
Well, it's a big part of it, I think.
I think it's become a big part of it. It's been weaponized by bad faith actors, sure. But I don't think that's the core is that one group of people are dominating another group of people. It is apartheid.
But what group of people is dominating another group of people?
One ethnic group is dominating
What
another
ethnic group? What ethnic group?
Jewish people,
Yes, dominating.
Arabs.
Yes.
But I didn't say they're Christian, Muslim, Jew.
to try to decide who gets control over Israel.
It's in our control.
America is a majority Christian country. Shouldn't you be deciding Christians should have control of
I agree. Donald
everything?
Trump should not put it to a religion. Donald Trump should not be deciding what happens to Gaza. That's my claim. If you agree with me,
So you're-
great. Let's shake hands. Give me
Are you saying, do you think that America should just cut ties with Israel altogether?
What's your definition of cut ties?
Like stop funding them, stop being their military arm?
Yes, I agree with that.
If you could pause for a second. Quinn, if you could pause for a second. Yeah, there's some stuff going on in the chart. Chat, Dark, I'm sorry. I had to remove somebody. This person accused Dark of something. And I removed that person. I removed someone else. I took screenshots just in case, before I remove somebody, I put the sick shit that they put. Some of y'all need to be removed as well, and I'm just kind of giving you a chance to do not mention Dark's name, and Dark, just don't even speak about these people. If you want to talk about the issue at hand, you can talk about the issue at hand, okay? No more personal attacks moving forward as of 1:17 p.m. Eastern Time. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear people accused of, touching children's and shit like that. Like, I don't want to hear that shit in here. Open another room. I'm not doing another warming. I'm just gonna boom this shit. You people are fucking weirdos. Okay? Alright, anyone want to talk about what we just heard?
That was mostly about Trump's vision for Gaza, is what I heard. Everybody else different. It was just kind of a debate between that lady and it was just religious. It's kind of remedial in my opinion. But I don't know.
Okay, I'm back, y'all, with the rest.
Yay. Where did she go? Am I here?
Oh, so I think I left the
Okay,
name
you
for the
are.
Washington.
Alright, there was some shenanigans, and I took some screenshots. They were accusing Derek of, liking children, and along those lines. And so Matt Cool was part of that train, someone else was part of that train. So I was like, any personal attacks, I'm not having it. Normal's been very disrespectful as well. He's begging because he knows you're back. He feels like he's padded protected, so now he's begging to come back on stage. So, but no, does anyone want to talk before we bring El Nono back? Because it's going to be all about him. He's going to keep interrupting y'all left and right. Does anyone want to say anything about the clip that we just heard first? Yeah, I'm just stupid ass up.
Go ahead.
Just real quick, all I wanted to say is that I don't think she really had a good argument. Like, that there was no debate. He kind of swooped her in 2 seconds. So, I don't see, she has no strength whatsoever. To me personally, there was nothing to debate about. And also, moderators, can we not allow people to also go down to such a level of personal attacks as women? Can you keep people who are in special ed, please? As somebody who does have a child with special needs. Like, that's just disgusting. Thank you.
My comments on what we just heard, I think sounds similar to Katrina and stuff. Like Brian, but 100% up at that point. But reducing it to, I appreciate the moderator for not getting. He's obviously educated, understands, and he has a nuanced understanding, and he has a big enough heart. Sometimes it comes down to a heart, and it's just wanting to hear somebody like her getting down into the weeds and just trying to make it into, to make it into talking points that we all know, sir. Nobody all leads to what the hell's going on, and nobody says anything. It's just like, this is okay. And then, so I appreciate the moderator for, the person that was, answering the question back and forth today. I appreciate him for actually dealing with it. Great, let's move on. Like, okay, let's get back to some real.
I got one news, y'all.
Shut up.
Did y'all hear Malcolm Jamal Warner died?
No.
He drowned.
What?
No, he died. He drowned.
No. Damn, one of the first dyslexic characters on TV. Y'all remember when he came out and he had dyslexia? Damn, I remember that episode. Fuck. He's from Bed-Stuy too. I believe he's from Bed. Is he from Bed-Stuy? I believe he's from Brooklyn. Is he from Brooklyn? He's from well, he was born in Jersey City, New Jersey. Dang it, man. He has a baby with well, not a baby, a grown woman now with Shantae Moore, right?
No, that's gonna be hard to say.
Oh fuck. My bad. Damn, rest in peace.
So did y'all stop did you play it? Or is this the last conversation from the last part that was played? Same.
Quinn just finished playing the clip. It was about the Gaza, how untangling Gaza. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I've been following the video on you. So Quinn stopped it at 1 hour, 14 minute, and the news threw me off. 114, 27, give or take. Yeah. You can go to 114, 1 hour, 14 minute, 20 seconds. That's where the last debater, Sarah.
I still have it.
For the record, I missed it. Who's the main guy being debated?
Wait. Y'all playing from where y'all stopped at? Because I don't know where y'all at.
Yeah, that's where I was. Quinn stopped it at 1 hour, 14 minute, and about 22 seconds.
Hang on, I'll tell you exactly where it's at. Hold on just a second.
Gotcha.
Somebody mentioned the name of that person.
No.
It was at 1:40. It was actually,
You played Quinn? Did you play Quinn?
yeah, yeah.
Are you playing it?
I'm sorry, I thought y'all was hearing me.
Go on music.
Audio.
Oh, hold on, let me go. I'm gonna do that. Hold on, just a second.
Yeah, I'm rolling back a bit.
I'm sorry, I know exactly where to go because I know where we're all. Does that? Let me go back to 114 where it was on.
First of all, I really thought that obviously where we started, where it ended up, there's a lot of aggression. I can see in your eyes, there's a level of exhaustion from being here. This is where my empathy comes in. Where it doesn't is, when you have a room full of people that do agree with you, we have this opportunity to come together, and you're kind of mocking people when they do. So you mock Sarah a little bit when you guys clearly had a common interest and goal to reach. So I can tell you're agitated. I want to bring that all down. Please. I'm guessing you're not going to do this. No, I'm going to. I do want to point out some contradictions. First and foremost, I don't believe you're pro-American in the value system that you claim to uphold, especially with free speech, if you're not willing to debate people that don't share your values. That's very American. Trump's plan because it is cleansing. I emphasize again, it is free to join my community. The stocks I share are also free. The techniques and strategies I teach. I don't believe it's ethnic cleansing, because it's not his plan. It is my plan. No, he's not doing it at all. His plan is obeying someone else's plan.
You cannot do nothing about an anonymous.
Oh, he went for the massage. Come and get me. you're a monkey, so how safe you're a Zionist.
You're proud to be a Zionist.
No, I believe everybody should be Zionist, in my opinion. The whole world should be Zionist.
I agree.
But the question is, how do we do that? See, that tactic, because now you have social media. So the girl that lives in Egypt, the girl that lives in Syria, she has TikTok. The girl that sees China is smart. How do you come about that? How do you change that mentality? It's like Christian Island is over where you have to find different tactics. There are a lot of laws broken started by Israel's history, Jews, Israelites. So you need to find a solution for that. So now, what you need to do, you need to bring a more.
But I gave you the best solution.
We're not gonna almost kill nobody. Zionists are very respectful people. It doesn't kill anybody, they save lives. Zionist ideology, no, they don't kill anybody, no, with all due respect. They save lives. So whatever happened in Gaza, that was because of October the 7th. If you want to war and you knew what's gonna happen, you wouldn't do that. So that blame, whatever happens in Gaza, that blame is Hamas. And Qatar, as well as Sweden.
Nick Fuentes, all of those people, he's Australian. But at some point, I'm saying people that are on our side now that get shut down by people like you because you're leveraging this position of emotion. No, I'm not. You're leveraging nobody else shut down emotion. My side of the aisle is trying to deploy you. You're shutting down you. They're trying to. So you're shutting down an entire race. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Genocide guy? Are you kidding me? You understand? You're amazing too when you find some of you guys. Find you. You said they email you. Why are you trying to oust me? You're trying to conservative. You're gonna Nordstrom. No, I'm immigrants. I'm on eBay. You love immigrants. You love immigrants when they're helping you. You just don't like the complex. Genocide.
Pause. All right, you've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Okay. I really wish we could bust it out. I mean, you can find genocide. So for
I'm sorry, if you guys could see, man, his face.
Is that a thing? Right to the side, is that a thing?
Oh my God.
I gotta see it. It's like a video.
Or you just type it in YouTube, Medi.
It's a Jubilee.
Yes, Jubilee. But the entire. This look. Okay, I'm about to use a movie reference because I paused it right where you stopped the video. He reminded me of Neo in the Matrix when he discovered he was the one fighting the robots or whatever he just looks like. Bored. And, I don't know how to describe it, but man, his face, like, really.
So, as America, are we gonna have a white genocide conversation from now on? Is that what we're up against here? Genociding of white Anglo-Saxon cultures.
Absolutely. Yes, it's a replacement theory. I mean, you know, it's all the things like that, all the things that are mostly white as far as I understand. And yeah, as far as interesting. And yes, very true. Where did you really find these people? Like, I know they exist. I only met one personally in my life like that, to that degree. Like, damn, the fact that they're all younger men is kind of scary. Very scary. And the fact that he is saying that Nick Fuentes is on his side, like he is like one of his bros. I guess that's all the Quakers, the whole that movement, which is sexist, white supremacist, and everything else, but also fascist.
Tom Sowell.
So what I don't understand, what I don't understand is that why there has been this thing of like white men losing their stance in the United States, right? As a dominant, whatever. And like there have been, I don't know, like their masculinity has been threatened, and that's what is it? What is it with this? white men, young white men in the United States, that they feel so threatened and don't understand. This is so mind-boggling.
If I could dialogue on that, if we're talking about the systems of white supremacy and white colonialism no longer has the effectiveness that it once had. If I'm white and I view that as, oh shit, I'm being genocided, my whole world is being attacked and killed, what I know to be real. Shit, they're coming after me. I need somebody to defend me. And where's my Justice Department that's gonna come say, hold the hell up, I have value still too. You can't just get rid of how we got here. I think it's somewhere in that vein, and the other people that aren't really aren't in that category of white, whatever that, which is all a construct that was kind of crazy. But the bottom line is, it's like everyone's watching that play out, watching like, okay, there's some people that, you know, in that boat that have benefited from colonialism around the planet, from white supremacy ideas around the planet and systemic thing. And now that's losing weight. So if you have one down, you've got different people that have a voice, and you've got all these bring us everybody into America from around the world, and now they actually can be contributing Americans with real citizenship. You will lose the ability as white supremacy, as white supremacists, if you're subscribing, if you just believe in that, or just trying to uphold white is going to run everything of power, and that scares the hell out of people, I'm sure. I think that needs to be addressed as a planet, because it's definitely a mindset. I won't say a sickness, but it's definitely dis-ease. It's the opposite of ease. It's not a mind that's not at ease, and it can feel being attacked. And what does any living creature do, or any system, anything do when it feels attacked? It attacks back or attacks first. And I think that's a real study. It looks like it's not going away.
Yeah, I think that speaks partially, right? I don't think the impactfulness of white supremacy has depleted it. Right? So that's not actually true. What's happening is expecting. What he is saying is that these are people who feel like they're losing their elevated position within that conference, within that construct. They don't believe it is treating them the same way that it always has. That obviously comes from the loss of jobs to technology. A black president, which signifies the elevation of people who do not look like them at the highest office in the land. It is a combination of a few things. So it's not just one thing, but all of those things in the appearance that it appears that they are losing their place in the construct. And that's what's aligned in, but they're also being fed propaganda simultaneously that confirms that other people feel the same way they do, which is, you know, allowing them to, which is emboldening them. Obviously, then there's a grifter at the highest office now who confirms all of these things and who panders to them, you know, based on those things. So it's a multitude of things, but ultimately, in the serving exactly what Sweet was saying, is that they feel like they're losing their privilege, and that's caused the response that we're seeing.
I watched a really cool interview by a journalist that went undercover dating on right-wing dating apps, and her biggest takeaway is that these men are like very, very insecure. It was interesting. One of the things she talked about is this is in New York, and they all act liberal with their friends because they don't want to lose their friends, but they're very right-wing in their private thing. But yeah, her ultimate takeaway is insecurity and exactly right. Dang, I lost my train of thought. ADHD. It's when they're feeling like, yeah, like you said, they're losing their stuff. But ultimately it boils down. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. The propaganda. I watched a video of a guy who just watched thousands of TikTok videos to see how long it would take different locations to go to the right or to the left, and it was actually pretty evenly spread. One location in particular stood out to him, and that was when he set the location in Mississippi, and it
was only like 40 or 50 TikTok videos before it went hard incel, and then it was like 1,000 incel videos in a row, and then it went right wing. But yeah, it's there's a lot of stuff happening out there, but I think it boils down to insecurity and then feeding on that insecurity.
But we all agree that it is their perception, right? Like, there is no laws that have been changed to quote unquote, like legally, where it, I mean, I guess the tolerance of white supremacy has so really gone down. And is that why do you feel uncomfortable? Because, I mean, a white man is still as much privileged as he was before. Like, he still has majority of privilege in this country.
It's because we have, and this stems a lot from capitalism, but ultimately, wherever it comes from, we have a very scarcity mindset. And so if somebody else is getting something, then I'm not getting something because there's a pie, and if a piece of the pie is missing, that's my piece of the pie. So that's that scarcity mindset. And so they're thinking that, if black people get rights, well then I'm losing my right.
Yeah, I agree with that. There's a twofold thing. Like those that have a lot of wealth, they're watching a lot of that wealth being lost in this. I'm making it very general, but that wealth may be diminishing to some extent. Others are getting wealthier, but at the same time. But the bigger thing I think is like he said, this idea. This idea that there's a scarcity of resources and there's only so much space, let's just say, which is a fact. There's only so much space, but there's a lot of wasted space that could be used, but that's not their concern. Their concern is more, if you get the job, I'm not getting the job. And this, and it's like a dis-ease. Just like it's an idea that's in their head, as you brought up, Katrina, but it's not a real idea. It's the idea that by doing the right thing is at the core. It's like, if I do what's right, then I'm going to come up short. I'm not going to have. Everybody else is going to come in and creep with me. And there's also a sense of the wrongs of the past and ancestors that's going to have to be dealt with on this generation. That's a real thing I've witnessed. That it's an idea like there's going to be a get back. Not that I did it, but you're still mad at my grandmother, my grandfather, you're still mad at, and there's a coming to terms with the reality of just not allowing how things got to this point on a corrupt level to get to keep moving, and therefore, well, if you know somehow or another whether you were wrong with it personally or not, the idea that you do benefit off of that, and that's no longer the play anymore across the board, then it's like, oh wait. Will there be enough love for me, enough tolerance for me? Will I still be able to survive? Well, can I just be a part of the whole thing and be one of the majority in that sense? All of that is, I think, some of what will come up in a study of this phenomenon.
Sorry, looking at I was just gonna say this, but sorry. Real time here. Just what I've been mentioning since Patty started sharing this video with us. We're having these pauses in various clips. Why non-people of color gaining in their respective lanes is a threat or a perceived threat to the
dying is almost dying, you know, and you realize that, you know, they probably got more days behind them than they have in front of them. So in that case, it's like a care for that person, for that system. All of us have parents, grandparents, great-grandparents that aren't here anymore. I don't care what ethnicity you are. That's just a phenomenon of life.
Alright, Quinn, was that end of the video or is there?
They carry on.
So there's a let's see if I got kicked out of that thing again.
Was it on YouTube?
Yes. Oh, I'm on that stuff. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it'll go right back to it if you.
Teenagers are building businesses with AI, while the only AI you know is ChatGPT. Let's be real. Most
Hello, so I'll switch over to the Gaza thing in a second, but it's okay. I just wanted to touch on that. You said that you support free speech, of course, right? So what I'm confused about is you refuse to debate people that have disagreed with you. I mean, you said that they're racist or they're not. No. If we're gonna do facts, they said they were racist and fascist. Get the facts right before you say it. So it's not the whole entire point of the debate to debate people that you don't agree with. I don't debate people who don't see me as equal. The point will be support democracy, because that would undermine the whole idea of the debate. If you don't support democracy, as our friend here doesn't, and support General Franco, then what is the point of the debate? The First Amendment doesn't mean you have to debate everyone. Somebody comes up to you in the street and starts talking to you, you're not obligated to carry on talking to them. I'm sure you go about your business. Somebody comes up to you in the subway and says next to you and starts ranting in your face, so you're not going to tell them to say, if you're really close to anyone here has hygiene standard, as do you. There are people you wouldn't debate, I'm sure, as well. Okay. So, can you please describe why you think Trump is supporting ethnic cleansing of Gaza just because he wants to take over the land there? How does it ethnic killing, not just take over the land, kick out all the people? That is the definition of ethnic cleansing. So, is ethnic cleansing killing people? Because it seems like you can ethnic cleanse people without killing. And by the way, they have been killed. More than 50,000 people in Gaza have been killed by the Israelis, or by people like Bezalel Smotrich, who said recently, the finance minister of Israel, we are going to Gaza to conquer, cleanse, and remain. We're going to annihilate the place. We're going to disassemble Gaza, he said. We're going to leave it behind as piles of rubble. That's the guy Trump's funding, supporting. That's the guy praising Trump. So he has Trey and Smotrich on ethnic cleansing in Gaza. I cannot deny that thousands of people are dying in Gaza. But you need to realize why are they dying? Is it possibly that they're attacking another country? No, just because Israel is killing more Gazans than Gazans are killing Israel doesn't mean Gaza is righteous and Israel is evil. Israel is ethnic cleansing. You said don't have to be killed. I said they are being killed. And the criteria of what's happening is if Donald Trump says these people have to leave and never come back, is that not ethnic cleansing? What is your definition of ethnic cleansing? I would think ethnic cleansing is when you're killing off a large part of an ethnic group. That's the genocide. You're confusing your terms. Ethnic cleansing is removing one ethnic group using a deliberate policy by violence or terror inspired means to remove another population, another ethnic group from a certain geographic area. That's the UN definition of ethnic cleansing. That is what he's doing. When he was asked Donald Trump, can they come back? He said, no, they cannot. I've heard all these people talk about genocide today. You guys are nationalists. How would you feel if somebody came, the president of France came and told you to leave your land and not come back? Would you not feel you're being ethnically cleansed from your home? From America? Yeah. Well, because my ancestors were settlers here, not immigrants. They actually Palestinians are not immigrants in Gaza. They are not indigenous people to the land. Did Israel just give Gaza land like a few decades ago? No. I'm pretty sure Israel used to have that land. Pretty sure it did. Then I think it withdrew in 2005 from the land, but controlled the air to them in 2009. They don't give it to them. They control the air, the sea space, the borders, the population registry. They controlled what went in and out. It was a prison, an open-air prison. That's not given. Don't forget the border with Egypt and then the Mediterranean Sea. And the Israelis and Egyptians worked together because Donald Trump and Joe Biden are funded by Muslim. Yes, they're funded by the United States. Did you know that Muslim countries do bad things too? Well, I know that they do bad things. That's not an agreement.
All right, pause. You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Welcome back. Senior Menti. Alright, so I agree that Trump wants to do a cleansing, but not an ethnic one. Because that area requires a lot of cleansing. Because when you have a population that was taught from early childhood age to hate Jews, Christians, and pagans, you need some serious re-education.
Number one, that's not true. Number two, that's not what he's proposing.
Well, I mean, most Palestinians, by polling number, do support Hamas.
They support resisting Israel.
Well, I mean, the thing is, what did they do in the first place during this, what you call open air prison?
Great question. What did they do to being occupied?
Well, here's the thing, because the Islamic Republic in Iran is using them as a tool.
What is Iran supposed to do with this?
As a tool for their Islamic expansion.
When did the Islamic Republic of Iran, you're Iranian,
Yes, I am.
When was the Islamic Republic of Iran founded?
In 1979.
When was Gaza occupied by Israel?
67, yeah.
So, can we do the maths together? 12 years before the Islamic Republic of Iran existed, Israel was oppressing, occupying, and dispossessing the people of Gaza. So your argument makes sense.
Were there any terrorist organizations at the time?
The PLO was considered a terrorist organization by the entire Western world.
Alright, so what's Hamas there?
Hamas did not exist till 1980.
Exactly. My point is, after the Islamic Republic came, it became chaotic because the Islamic Republic started to use the so-called innocent Palestinians for their own ends.
So-called innocent Palestinians, the Palestinians are innocent.
Not all of them. Because
what about the 17,000 children who were killed?
They're doing the same.
17,000 children were killed, but they're not innocent.
Were they not innocent? Who's responsible for that?
Israel.
No, Hamas is responsible. Hamas is responsible for hiding in hospitals and making tunnels under.
So when the children are shot in the head by Israeli snipers not responsible for that.
Look,
It's a simple question.
Here's the problem.
Israeli snipers shoot Palestinian children in Gaza in the head, as eyewitness testimony and doctor's testimony proves. That's not the fault of the Israeli snipers.
This is the problem, because when you have a problem,
I'll ask you a third time. When Israeli snipers shoot Palestinian children in the head, is that not the fault of Israeli snipers?
Let me finish.
No, you can answer the question fourth time. Israeli snipers
We'll get to the
shoot Palestinian children in the head.
Get to your
We're running out of time. I need to know what you think about innocent children. What you said was pretty outrageous. You said Palestinians for the fifth time when Palestinian children are shot in the head by Israeli snipers. Was that not the fault of Israel?
What did the children do?
Why did they tell me that the children deserve to be shot in the head?
The problem is,
millions of people are watching you say.
they start brainwashing children. They start brainwashing children at a very young age.
You support sniping children in Gaza.
Look,
Do other people here support sniping children in Gaza? Is that a conservative position now?
but what if they're very suicide busts?
They weren't.
But what if they are?
They're not though. What if they are? I have friends who went on doctors, went to American doctors. They came back and said we got multiple children.
What if they're hell-bent on killing you and your family?
A 10-year-old child, an 8-year-old child, a 6-year-old child.
Because like I said,
Sitting on
they're brainwashed
television, millions of people are going to see your neighbors and friends. You support the killing of
millions
children.
of people don't know what's going on.
Even your fellow right-wingers are saying, don't go this far. Genocide, sure, but don't spread
Millions of people don't understand the brainwashing that is going on in the Islamic Republic and in Palestine to create a state
in Iran so much that you're supporting the killing of Palestinian children who never harmed you or any other Israeli. That's insane. And the fact that you support Trump's ethnic cleansing now doesn't
I
surprise me.
didn't say ethnic cleansing. I said cleansing of the land.
Alright,
Because it's cleansing from all some of the stuff.
You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Wow, he didn't even want to shake his hand. Wow. I mean, man, he was disgusted.
If you see his face.
If you were saying it's okay to kill children in their heads at 6, 7, 8, 10 years old, like snipering them, like I would be disgusted too. I was rather technical. You know what I mean?
And for those that are new to join, I put the link in the chat so you guys can, watch on your own or like fast forward to where Quinn is at and just watch in the background. But yeah, he it's like he was being even remotely civil and halfway shaking his hand as he left the table.
Oh my God, he's visibly, it's beyond disgusting. Like the man got up to shake his hand. He didn't even look in his direction.
Maybe he didn't look at the other guy's direction. Can we understand why?
Oh,
Based on the topic that was
why?
Are you kidding me? Okay.
I don't know, obviously it was a young guy. I think I want to say he's Israeli. I don't know what his actually. I don't know.
He was from Iran.
He's from Iran.
It was just that piece of the debate, right?
That's really strange.
It wasn't the whole debate. Just for those that don't know, the whole debate wasn't just that last guy. Just that right.
No, it wasn't. You're right. It was two different people. But the last guy.
Okay.
Yeah, but like, remember we were talking about the immigrants, right? Who come here and justify white supremacy, just like the other guy who was from Persia. Was he Persian? I think. Also an immigrant. This guy's also an immigrant from Iran. And he totally supports white supremacy. Like he's sitting with them. And the last time he came up to debate, I actually asked him, are you okay with some of those people that you're saying that they're wanting to keep me out of this country? And he refused to answer that question. That is the most mind-boggling thing for me, is how somebody from Iran would sit there and be in line with white supremacists in the United States. It's so crazy.
Is it crazy? Is it crazy because the parties have realigned? The parties are no longer racially aligned, and as I pointed out, there's plenty of white leftists who hate the white race and call for white genocide. So I'm asking you, if there are white people that openly call for white genocide and say they hate their own white skin, why does it surprise you that there's some non-white people that feel the same?
Wait, just to be clear. Because I'm literally confused. You say that there are white liberals who hate their own race of people. That's your contention.
Yeah, Quinn, if you bother to read the room, Quinn, I'm being respectful. Quinn, I've never once interrupted you, so don't interrupt me. Quinn, don't interrupt.
Was he interrupting you?
Yes, he was.
I actually want to know the same answer because I'm wondering, I hate a lot of white people, but I don't want genocide to all of white people. I hate some of a lot of white people's security conflicts that they have. So what is your definition of a white people wanting a genocide on their own white people?
Okay, well, if I'm not interrupted, I actually just posted in the room chat a Clubhouse white leftist. Openly, he got a job teaching at a university, and he teaches his white students that there is a necessity for white genocide. That is to say, this white professor says because he is liberal, because he is leftist, because he is progressive, and because he's on Clubhouse, he says there should be death camps where white people are around. Okay.
Yeah. Well, where is that? I don't see the link number on it.
It's in the, well, respectfully, I'm about to land my plane. It's in the room chat.
Go ahead and delete it now, before you say anything else.
You don't want that in your room chat?
No, I don't. I'm not putting people profiling here.
What does that have to do with us, though? Like, a person saying that, what does that have to do with us or the other white people?
Delete it now, stupid.
Absolutely.
Is it just whataboutism? I don't understand. Like, why are you trying to flip? There's a white Republicans and a white guy.
We can have the argument about whatever, but what he's not gonna do is put people's profile in here for us to be trying to, for him to talk. What is this crap at?
Well, unemotionally, we can look at what Greg is proposing and the extreme of that, and then jump into the conclusion that now everybody that has a problem with white supremacist crazy systems of things does not have to be in the boat of now whoever that is saying, okay, white genocide. It's back to this the nuance necessary moving forward is planning to understand some are gonna feel like it's a straight genocide because when you put fairness and no longer white supremacist systems in place, and that dies a natural death when everybody can just vote when they really want, the masses of people. And everybody doesn't have to join in with those that might feel like, oh my God, it's a genocide now, opposed to those that might be out there trying to kill some people.
Yeah, I think it's a ploy of overcorrection to, like, get you to, like, I just don't, like, buy into that. Like, so a lot of people say a lot of things like that doesn't mean like that to me. When people do that, it's like to get you to say, to overreact or overcorrect and in that direction to line you up with what they're trying to do. So, I don't care.
But is that again, it's not something that is like
there's always crazy people out there, but I guess I'm looking, is that kind of me movement?
Well, the question
I
is,
don't see that. I don't see that, number one. If there's some crazy people who feel that way, I guess it's their right to feel that way. They have First Amendment, as long as they're actually not threatening anybody. But that's being fuel the public, right? That's not being made of you.
well, respectfully to the moderators,
What we're talking about is the being you.
Did you delete it or
hearing
yes, I deleted the clubhouse person. So the moderators asked, I'm being very brief here, the moderators asked, why are there non-white people who are calling for pain for non-white people? Why are they not loyal
I
to
never
their race?
asked
Why are
that. I never asked that.
No one said that. No one said that.
No,
Nobody said that.
again, that's always the framing. So what the question I would ask you is, how does one, if that one person is representative of what you're talking about, how does one person's perspective become representative of the whole?
Well, there's proof that it represents the whole because there were a series, I'll answer you very briefly, Quinn. There were a series of surveys of tens of thousands of people where they asked people of all races, how do you feel about your own race? So tens of thousands of people of each race in America were asked, how do you feel? Now what's interesting is every single race felt good about their own race.
Like saying that stuff in the link.
No, I will, but no,
I feel like you're going to be getting this information.
well, actually,
I will sit and look at the link.
moderator,
Let him,
you're not a
just let him finish.
You're not a moderator, okay? So I posted 4 links to college professors, white college professors, saying there should be a genocide of whites. Now, the link I'm about to post is a survey of tens of thousands of people of all races, and people of all races in America like their own race. There's only one exception. White liberals hate the white race, and in 4 surveys, the average white liberal said they hate white people. Now, I am done speaking. I'll just post it in the room chat. You can read for yourself.
Trust me, there's black people that hate being black. Trust me, there's some Chinese folks that don't like me. If a white person points out some wrongs that they know that people have done, I think that's what's going on. Some white folks probably have said, you know what, we white folks have really done some jacked up shit around this planet. If they're saying that, I'm not going to put them in the vote now, white genocide. Now, some other folks might, what they try to do with that data, that empirical data, by the way, some jacked up shit that been done. I don't know white people in the room saying basic white people, so I don't know that that's now you want to genocide. That's the fear part.
Like I said, that I'm sick and tired of racist white people. Like I said, I think they are immoral. I think those people do a lot of damage to society. I think people, but that's not voting for genocide.
That's like saying,
That's like saying I think it's wrong that person wants to murder or is murdering, and then everybody's like, well, he's white, so you're against white people. You want all white people to what?
It's like saying, well, Hitler, yeah, I agree, Hitler did some jacked up shit, you know, but there's some things when America was founded, you know, how that was done was wrong. And, you know, you can have that nuanced conversation. You can't say, you know, without having that apartheid thing, as a species of people on this planet, that's really not a cool way to operate. But if someone else over here, oh, see, you know, man, black folks are probably the hardest on black people ever. And I know when it's really hard on black people. That's believe it or not, like to recognize, hold up, man, you're going off the rails. That's pull you back in. If you think that genocide, then, I mean, you're thinking, oh, you're trying to attack me? No, just stop running around stealing shit. And I know you want to do whatever you want at 5 or 6 or 10 or any age, but damn it, no, that's not how we do it here. So at that point, it feels like a dictator is telling you, no, damn it, you're going to wash your hands before we eat. I don't want to, it doesn't matter. That's not a big class right there. But then I think as a planet, it's saying there is a thing going on, like, oh, that's just not cool. Even though you think it's cool to run through and take over countries and shit, that's not cool. Not in Africa, in Australia, not in Europe. It's just not a cool way to be. And there's definitely an agreed understanding, like the time for that is up. And if somebody reads it like, oh shit, they're coming after us, I don't know what to tell you, man. If nobody's gonna go into agreement with you, you just keep on doing foul shit, whoever you are. Micro level, macro level, there's a thing about do the right thing. And just taking over because it's not doing it.
sorry, the link that is flipped over is either quorum, threads. I just don't understand.
There's a peer reviewed, respectfully, Katrina, there's a peer reviewed study in the.
It's actually not peer reviewed.
There is a peer reviewed study in
That's
the.
why I was having an issue when somebody is talking and saying that there is factual evidence that there is factual evidence. That's why I say put it in the chat so that we can go through it together and do something about it. Because everything that
There's negative consequences.
this is not like real research.
They don't.
I'm sorry, I can go and go ask people questionnaires to go on the street.
You're bringing up a
Say
great point,
that
right?
that's racist.
How is it that we got to the state of affairs where the majority,
To the actual.
I mean, y'all also need children too.
When y'all get an article, it explicitly says it's not peer reviewed.
I would never do that. I don't believe in that. I was just reading, and I'm reading some novel, and the guy mentioned his aunt who had beaten him for wasting a piece of string. This is a British novel post World War II, spy novel. Actually, it's the spy who came in from the cold. It's a really, really good novel. But he mentioned that his aunt hit him for wasting string. Imagine, that poverty.
Yeah, exactly. They were that broke. Everything mattered. Hell yeah. I'd beat that ass too if I was that broke. But I noticed that back then for that time they used fear to make things happen a lot. They hit you to make you submit. They tell you that this God is real and judging you and gonna send you to hell if you don't submit and do right. Like everything was so fear driven. And even today, like my parents and my grandparents and all of that generation that's older than 55, like they're so fearful. Not all of them, but a big portion of them. They're just so fearful. I don't know.
You're projecting on them, Barbie.
Me?
You.
How am I projecting, Congressman?
You're saying that baby boomers are fearful, but the truth is you're fearful.
I don't fear homosexuals and marijuana like they do.
Oh, well, that's not the type of fear I'm thinking about.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Like making a child submit so they beat them. You know what I mean?
But why do you think, young people should be using cannabis? I mean, it's a sacred herb. If you're just going to use it to look at TikTok videos and not even go to the gym and just waste all your time consuming propaganda, I mean, it's not beneficial for young people.
What, marijuana?
Yeah.
Well, I never said that young people should smoke marijuana.
Well, you said that's what the baby boomers are fearful of for these younger people. Are you not following your own conversation?
I never said that. That's not at all what I said.
So what is it then you think baby boomers fear?
Did anybody else in this room hear me say that?
I claimed that you were projecting onto baby boomers your own fear.
Yeah, well, I just told you that's not what I just said. So maybe pay attention.
It is what you said.
That's not what I said. Well, how about you have a seat in the audience, and we'll have you back up.
We're not going to be pastors for life.
Facts is two completely different things. So,
is it the more interesting conversation to ask?
All right, take a deep breath, everybody. Just relax. Welcome back to Ultra Diogenes Radio, the #1 clubhouse extremist room. An Ashkenazi-looking Jew with a fat grocery store clerk combined create the Ultra Diogenes Radio.
Hey, does he know that I found my dad and I'm not Jewish?
I don't know.
No, it's about your mama.
No, he doesn't know. I didn't tell him. I wanted to.
He does know. It is about my mom. My mama might have made me Jewish.
I've seen your photo. I've got, how people got Gaydar? I got Ashkenazar.
I do believe he's still.
I mean, what a hypocrite. How does a self-hating Ashkenazi come on here and talk shit about Ashkenazis all day
Well,
long?
today we haven't talked about the Jews, so
Well, now you're talking about
we
it.
are also the nation.
It wasn't me who brought up the Jews, it was you. I was talking about the
It was
Ashkenazis.
you. It
It
was
was
you.
you.
I was talking about Ashkenazis. There's a
But you
difference.
brought up the Jews. You did.
Oh
You
wow,
brought up.
you're saying Ashkenazis are not the Jews?
I'm saying there's a difference.
Now,
They're called
see,
different words.
What?
He's got the Scottish Freemasons thing back there. That's cool.
Yeah, American history. Oh, that's maybe why you look Ashkenazi.
Ashkenazi.
Not right. Jewish.
With all due respect, how dare you? I just
Is
want
there
to.
anyone in the room who doesn't agree that if you perpetuate genital mutilation, you are abusing children?
I just want to quote David Obadiah and say, "How dare you? How dare you?
My ranch is circumcised.
How dare you?"
There you go.
With all due respect, you can't go.
Wait, John Kitover, did you hear that Dungeons found his dad?
Gosh.
How did you find him? Like, were you on Craigslist or something?
Whoa. This is not a gay thing.
Yeah, that's so bad.
Where did you find him, and in what state of disrepair?
First of all, okay, it was Craigslist, but it's a sad story.
What's the sad part of it?
Yeah, it's it's ancestry.com,
You used Ancestry.com,
I did, yeah.
and then you somehow found your absentee father?
Well, it's hard to call him an absentee father when he didn't know that he had created me, right?
You didn't know that he inseminated your mother's uterus with his genetic material?
Well, I mean, if we're going by, did he keep a logbook of all of his, the answer is no.
Interesting. Well, I congratulate you on finding out where you came from.
I gotta take this call. So, see you later. Yeah, see.
Commercial break, guys. Welcome to the new Ultra Derecha, where me and I used to call. That's right.
You're in control of the house now?
No, we created a similar house.
Oh,
And we have over
nicely
1,000
done.
members. Thank you. We have over 1,000 members. If anyone wants advice, if anyone wants to open up rooms, you're welcome to do so.
Oh,
This is the Ultra Derecha.
Princessia must be fucking shaking in her fatties.
Let's go. Am I smart or am I smart?
Oh my god.
Is there another option?
The Bitcoin.
Not for you because you're a bitch. Yeah,
I'm
ahead.
gonna open up a room at 3 o'clock, everybody. I hope you come to it. It's called the Bitcoin Laundromat by Roberto Taylor, the Bitcoin scammer. Plus Princessia Nora Bandura, whose legs are all lasered up and her legs can't be in the sun. So we're gonna do a leg laser sun therapy room for her. And I hope you all come so we can listen to just how schizoid she is and how much hair is falling out of her head. Thank you
How do
very
you
much.
know it's 3 o'clock?
It'll be 3 p.m. CST, where we'll do the ultimate roast of Diego and Princessia Nora, the divorce.
CST.
I heard them break up yesterday.
On Central Time.
Did
Did you call your penis a wrench?
Diego loves to push.
I heard that.
Diego loves to extend all conversations with Princessia till the next day. He is the ultimate fucking beta clinger.
Have you seen Princessia's new PTR?
No, what is it, when she was 22 or 23?
No, it's AI.
Oh, really?
I cannot find it.
Is that actually like a selfie, Abby, that you took? Is it
Which one?
you on the tricycle, on the scoot?
Yes. How did you? Yeah, me and Elle look like each other.
Think about that.
Think about that.
Think about that.
Think that.
How are you?
I want a personalized song. Rico and Congressman, are you gonna meet each other?
No.
Why not?
I mean, if he wants to have a beer like on a Friday, Saturday night, just go to Russian Division or to the Dock restaurant, and I'll meet you there.
Okay, I'm gonna Russian Vision.
Russian Division.
John was like, no.
I mean, I'll meet up with anybody from Clubhouse.
If I was you, I would meet up.
I'll meet up with anybody for a beer.
If I was a man.
You saw it, you ran away.
I'm a woman. I said if I was a man, if you was quiet for a second, you would have heard that.
Wait, you ran away? Was that allowed? Did you run away from Diego?
No, that fat ass didn't even get out of his car to shake my hand. He just sat there like a fatty.
That's coded actually.
He just was lounged back in his car, with his fucking gut hanging out.
You're saying now he didn't get into the car, but before you were saying he had some sort of Nazi boots on.
It's a jalopy, yeah.
This doesn't add up.
It's a joke, dumbass.
I don't think he was wearing boots. I didn't even get to see his shoes.
So what happened? He stuck his head over his window and saw the boots. How about that?
He thinks he's Robert De Niro from Cape Fear, but that's just the way his family lives.
It's like, oh Diego, do you have cocaine on your shoulders? Oh, hold on. That was Andrew.
No, he keeps it sober. He's a fatty.
That's fine.
No, I met him in person. He's not that fun.
Are you kidding me? He was so weak, he couldn't even stand up and shake my hand and say, "Oh hi, my name is Robert. What's your name?" I'm like, he didn't even know how to communicate. He thought he was in Clown House, talking in Clown House when he met me. Like that's how he acted, like we were on cell phones or something, because he's a fatty.
Alright, you don't need to call me fat. I will be going on a diet soon.
Yeah, don't you go to McDonald's? You're disgusting.
I did go to McDonald's. Thanks for telling everybody, Abby. Thank you so fucking much.
Gross. Did you drink like an extra large Diet Coke?
I did not tell him.
I go to McDonald's and you tell everybody.
I did not tell him. He just did it.
No, she was talking about how fat you are and how you're going to McDonald's. How much you let her down.
I will never.
She actually went to McDonald's within 3 hours to keep the trend going because she wanted to be one with you.
Julian, were you there? Yeah, you were there. I didn't say that.
You were there. You heard that.
Where was I?
Did I tell?
You heard Abby say that.
Hold on. Did I tell you that you went to McDonald's to defuse threats? I would never say that.
Sweet. Are you guys technically like a functional?
Oh my god.
You guys are like a functional Branduro and Roberto Taylor.
They copied us for the last.
But
time.
how are you guys like friendly to each other? Because they like hate each other.
What do you mean they hate each other?
He roasts her, she roasts him, she starts crying, then he tries to be nice. It's like a sick, disgusting relationship. Yeah, it's a total toxic relationship. When you hear her,
That Rico can meet up with.
I don't know. There's not many. Go to the black rooms. Yeah, there's a lot of Chicagoans on this app.
Well, I don't know if Rico wants to meet a black person.
Oh, that's racist.
You'd meet up with Jazzy, I'm sure, right, Rico?
No, I had that opportunity.
Oh God.
Would it be funny if Rick showed up with Jazzy next to him?
Yeah, I guess.
Rick showed up with Jazzy. Yeah, Rick. How would Rick get going?
I would get her a shot of Malort. Rico, this is all you got to tell the girls in Chicago is that you work for Dr. Malort and the Malort family, and it would be a great honor to the Malort family if you were to do a shot of Malort with me.
Jokes on you, Congress. Actually, people use Rico's last name in Chicago.
Mr. White?
Why? Did you vote for Trump, Rico?
kids in school.
Establishing, destroying cryptocurrency by making it a part of the fiat system. And you know how much easier it is to stop pretending that cash is an essential part of the money system? I mean, cash limits central banks. You know, in August Carsten's, the thing was ahead of us. You don't though. You don't actually like free distributed money because you continue to support Bitcoin, irrespective of everything that I've told you, which is undeniably true about its centralization and the way that it is going to be utilized by the government to ensure a complete lack of anonymity and spending.
I think what's going on right now is also people are buying up all the Bitcoin because two things are happening. The fiat system thinks they can co-opt Bitcoin.
Let me ask you a question.
Bitcoin thinks it's a non-against system and they're kind of merging with each other.
Is that the first thing you said, like white nationalists, like white people who are indigenous to this country?
Well, the introduction here is that at the end of this, he's going to, so the last 10 minutes of this, he's going to debate. He's going to choose someone to debate. He chose, I don't think it's the first guy, but he chose someone to come up and do August open debate for 10 minutes. That's what it says. You all can't see that in the writing, but that's what it says in the writing that he's going to choose to do.
It's so the liberals are forced to vote for pro-war people. If you're replacing my country, what do you want to do? I'm doing your replacement bullshit. Yeah, okay, buddy. Oh, well, there's 3 people so far. Let's keep counting. We should be nicer to you, otherwise you'll deport us. What a great argument. This is the free speech debate here. It's not your country, my friend. It's our country, whether you like it or not.
Or it's a debate for a claim of their choosing.
I thought Kai was smiling up. I felt like it was good faith. I appreciate it, man. He seemed to be in good faith. He seemed kind of...
Too many subscriptions? You need rocket money.
Smart. And, you know, he's one of the few people who doesn't want to deport me. Or maybe not. We're going to find out. My claim is we should get rid of birthright citizenship. I don't think you want to get rid of birthright citizenship, but here's how, by the way, because you know it's in the Constitution. I'm so glad you brought this up. Yes. Because it was one of my... The 14th. I mentioned it to a bunch of your friends, and nobody wanted to engage in the 14th. Yeah. And let's talk about the 14th Amendment, which says that if you're born here, you're a citizen of the United States. Yes. And I chose this because it's an extension of the original debate and the immigration debate. I think birthright citizenship, first of all, when it was originally argued, you know, among the people who were actually voting on the clause, right? It was argued that the birthright citizenship was not automatically extended to everybody who was just born here, and we have a long history of that as well. For example, with the Native Americans, who had particular laws that applied solely to them. What I think we're seeing in this country is not everybody is so similarly under the jurisdiction thereof of the United States, right? And by allowing for birthright citizenship and not interpreting the Constitution as we're legally allowed to and restrict, you know, the automatic citizenship of anybody who's born here, we actually remove the issue, for example, of family separation, because there is no incentive of a family to come over to this country illegally and then have a child, which is contributing to the awful situation we have in America of breaking up families. This is not something that I imagine you or I agree with. The issue is birthright citizenship has incentivized that. So, even if I were to concede that in some cases birthright citizenship has incentivized that, you know, I don't like the phrase anchor babies, but I'm not naive enough to pretend that there are not immigrants who come here and time the pregnancy in order to get... Of course, you and I can agree on that. Yeah. But that doesn't mean you then rip up a constitutional principle that goes back centuries. It goes back before the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment came about, I think, in 1868, if memory serves me correctly. But the principle underlying it is actually from another country, the UK, ancient English common law. Right? So this was always the case. The 14th Amendment, as you know, because you seem well read, came along and codified what was already a principle in American and English law. That if you're born in the country, you are a citizen. Now, you mentioned the point about jurisdiction. There is that little bit in there where it says subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That in the debate, if you go back and read the debate that the senators had at the time, they were very explicit that was to do with foreign ministers and foreign ambassadors, diplomats living in embassies. Their kids should be citizens. Obviously, they're here on their own. You know, the Argentine embassy in DC is Argentine soil. So we accept all that.
Absolutely.
But when they were asked about Chinese immigrants, Senator Trumbull, who was, I think, the chair of the Judiciary Committee back in the 1860s during this debate, he said at the time, Chinese immigrants' children, they are citizens. In fact, 1898, as you well know, we get Wong Kim Ark, Supreme Court case, Wong Kim Ark versus the United States. And the Supreme Court says, yes, even the child of undocumented Chinese immigrants is an American citizen. So this is a principle going back centuries. So while I can agree with you that there are cases that abuse the 14th Amendment, that there are issues of family separation, I'm not going to rip up a constitutional principle that goes back centuries and is backed by a 127-year-old Supreme Court precedent because Donald Trump is looking for ways to cut the number of brown and black people in the United States.
If you don't mind me interrupting, this is where I think it's important as well to go back to what we talked about with the Constitution. When we're analyzing, and admittedly, I'm not as interested in the legal argument. There's obviously many ways to interpret the Constitution, but I don't think, especially among conservatives, that it is positive to use the Constitution to dismantle it. When we analyze the original context, like you were saying, in the late 19th century, our immigration law was absolutely different, including, in respect with the Irish and Chinese immigrants that were coming over. It was absolutely different. James,
we had open borders, my friend. Well, some people in this room would hate it, but we had open borders for half American history.
Well, I don't think that's very true.
It's 100% true.
Well, hold on. If you're comparing the open borders, which I don't concede to, but if you're comparing the open borders prior to like 1910 and prior to the Hart-Celler Act, and you look at the amount of immigration and who was coming over,
this deflection amount is irrelevant. We did have
it is absolutely relevant. Why? Because the Constitution, like the founding fathers,
your argument is, we had open borders with immigrants.
I was about to answer. It's important to analyze the context wherein these laws and parts of the Constitution arise. The original founding fathers said the Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people and is wholly inadequate to the government of any other, which means the people that wrote this document understood that it would not be able to properly...
secular people. Let's just be clear.
Oh, no, that's not true. They were deists.
A lot of them were secular.
The majority were deists.
They were secular. Secular is like an atheist. You know what I mean?
I understand that, but deist doesn't mean secular or atheist. It means they believe in a God, but not a God that's going to say anything about
I said deist or theist. I said they're secular.
Okay, but secular.
You separate church and state.
Okay, well, let's talk. We could even talk about that. That's a perfect example.
You can run out of your own time making your own wish.
I understand, but the separation of church and state is now completely differently understood than originally proposed. Thomas Jefferson, who talks about the wall of separation, which doesn't even exist in the Constitution, understood it as a
Supreme Court precedent, as you well know.
Yeah, sure, but the precedent of the last 100 years, where the country has been completely different from its founding, should not overrule the original intent of the people who wrote the document that you and I are both citing. Okay. Which means,
but I'm not locked into what the people who wrote it. We've had amendments to the Constitution. You know that, right?
I understand that. Okay. And this is our fundamental disagreement. Is that I don't believe
you think you could read the minds of people in the 1770s.
That's not true.
And I'm stuck.
I just believe this country ought to be more like the country we originally had, and I don't think
that's your opinion. You're entitled to.
I understand that,
but on a factual basis.
Well, let me try to see what you believe. Okay. If we are voting on these constitutional amendments, if we are interpreting them, and our interpretation becomes absolutely, let's say, a 180 from what the original intent of the authors of that document is, are you in favor of that?
I guess it depends on the issue.
Okay, I would say no matter what.
So for example, the Second Amendment, which we kind of danced around, is not being comments, but come up here and there. You know the debate about the Second Amendment is the fundamental debate is one side says it's unlimited, and the other side says no, what they meant was the militias. They didn't, and they had muskets. They didn't mean AR-15s, right? So we can have that endless debate, which I really don't care for about that. But to come back to your point about the constitutional principles, the 14th Amendment comes along in the 1860s. It's pretty old, it's not as old as America, but it comes along, and it's been around for 150 years. So if you want to get on this,
it was around before 150 million Americans.
And I'm saying it was around before the United States was even created. It's part of ancient English common law. If you're born in a place, you're a citizen of that place. And it's either a child of a foreign diplomat or an Native American reservation.
English common law did not exist simultaneously as millions of people coming across the border in here.
Just to get the principle, your argument is all numbers change everything. Because we've got so many more people.
Not solely, but absolutely.
Okay.
The demographics of your immigration absolutely change.
Can I ask you a question? If you got rid of the 14th Amendment, what would be in its place?
I think a citizenship test would be fantastic. I think we could administer it in high school.
To everyone? Just the immigrants?
No, everyone.
And then if you fail it, you denaturalize white American.
You get a government job.
Like that, dude.
I think there's plenty of benefits that the government offers people that you should not be able to receive.
I'll tell you this, right? This might sound bad, and I think that people care from me anyway. So let me say something you might not like.
Nobody would pass it.
If you have a high school immigration citizenship test for everyone,
possible. But what I think it would do is it would give everybody a larger sense of the importance of citizenship. So you were saying no one born in this country is a citizen. No one. Automatically, no. Automatically. Oh, wow. I think we could extend that. People who have heritage in the country until they pass the test. Undocumented, I suppose, yeah. They're not able to receive government benefits. They're not able to receive government benefits. They're not able to apply for these jobs. Okay, well, hold on. We're talking here about the way that we would implement it. Well, that's a pretty important. If you're trying to get rid of the 14 trillion, you ask about the practicalities of it. And we're not trying to do it right now. And I'm not going to be able to explain it to you in 10 minutes. But what I can explain to you is that right now in this country, we have a crisis of people not understanding. Hold on. We're not understanding what citizenship is. The way that you've referred to citizenship makes everybody who hasn't come to the United States an undocumented American citizen until the time they come over here. That's how a lot of countries are. You know that birthright citizenship is operated by multiple democracies around the world. Trump lies and says, well, the only country that does it, he lies. That's not true. Multiple countries. Do you think it has to be that way? Do you think everybody in the world is an undocumented American? Hold on. We're undocumented Canadian. We're undocumented Brit, right? Yeah, undocumented here. Well, I'm an American, so I say America. But yeah, but I'm saying, right, the word simple as you immigrate. We have free movement. I support free movement of people around the world. But you believe they're all like you Kim Jong-un, you think people should only stay in one country and never leave and be blocked from leaving a country? I think there's a very illiberal, conservative position. I think there's a big libertarian. There's big room to move between being Kim Jong-un and saying that hold on, if you accept, I get one side, I want to get the other. There's a big room to move between being Kim Jong-un and saying that everybody in the world is an American, they're just not on our soil yet. I think that's a ridiculous statement, right? Because everyone in the world is not heading to the United States. Yes, yeah, but right now, but other people coming in, dropping off. But the idea that you are supporting is that the moment you come to the soil and then you're born here, you become an American. And I'm not saying the moment I come to the soil you become an American. I didn't. I had to do the test. Go ahead. I had to do the naturalization process, which is guaranteed by the 14th Amendment. And the 14th Amendment also said if you're born here, then you automatically get it. And I'm not saying the problem we have here, I'm going to die off. The problem we have is we don't appreciate citizenship. The problem is that when you talk about immigration like we did before, when we talked about everything before, what were we talking about? We were talking about products. We weren't talking about practices or perceptions, which is really what immigration is about. And I agree with you. We don't in this country value citizenship enough. I agree. I think we should encourage people to have more civics lessons in schools, understand American history and Constitution much more. Here's what the irony is. I'm sitting in a room today where I met a bunch of people claiming to be Native Americans who hate everything America stood for centuries. I think they stand much closer to the America that we originally had. And I don't think they disagree with their had any clue what that was like. But you've agreed to dismantling that America is illegal. You're the person who came here and made your argument. I'm a taking away an amendment of the Constitution. I didn't. I said keep the Second Amendment. I'm an originalist. I think we should interpret it the way it was probably originally interpreted.
All right, guys, that's time.
I thought it would be an interesting exercise in trying to understand what genuine far-right conservative folks think, and it was kind of disturbing to see that they think what I thought they think, and they were happy to say it out loud. I am disappointed that I had to sit across from people who believe in white genocide, who believe I'm not a citizen. Multiple people here said I should be deported. One of them was even the child of immigrants, which I found bizarre.
Obviously, we're way outclassed. Like, we're not professional debaters. I don't think anyone in this room was. Maybe one or two people. And clearly, Manny, he does this for a living, right? He's a journalist, so he's really good at what he does. And was pretty good at, taking cheap shots, trying to, derail people from their arguments, trying to, pick me against, some of the people that wouldn't like people of my color in the United States, which is irrelevant.
I think one person said if he walked up, he'll be the first to go, which is ominous and racist.
I think that was disheartening and particularly discouraging because it just felt like it was fitting into a stereotype that we're trying to fight against. So just like we actually have arguments, we can provide good reason, and that writer just pushes that far away.
I am, I guess, a far-right Republican, but as I learned today, not as far as I thought I was. Someone gets up and they're just like, yeah, I just want to have, autocracy forever and Christian nationalism, or just being like, yeah, I'm racist. And to me, that's very foreign of a concept. While I didn't, disagree with most of the people in the circle, it did bother me at times, to see them say mean things. There's not really a reason to do that. But it also upset me when Manny said, I'm not willing to debate with those people. Free speech doesn't mean you need to give credibility or oxygen or platform to people who don't agree with human equality. I hear Manny's point about not giving them a platform, but the thing is, if you stop giving them a platform, they don't just go away and change their mind. And then you tell the rest of society, don't exist in things like that. And that's not true.
I do like to debate people, even if I disagree with. I try and avoid bad faith folks. I think some of the folks today were bad faith. You know, I'm anti-conservative, right? I don't support conservative views on taxation. I don't support conservative views on immigration. But people here today were way beyond conservatives. This is open authoritarianism. And this is what is being normalized and mainstreamed in our country by people in power, by the media, by people who don't know any better.
These are the 5 places I put my money into.
That's the end.
Can I give a gold star to the class for getting through all 1 hour and 40 minutes? That Patty started to what?
No, I agree. We need participation awards.
I don't know that I'll ever be the same.
Thanks for that, Glenn. Really appreciate it. Good listening. I'm only watching clips of this, so I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't know whether to say you're welcome or I'm sorry.
No, you're welcome.
Yes.
It's really hard to listen to conversations with people who are staunchly racist and anti-American, I will say it, xenophobic, misogynist, and stand 10 toes down on it. They're morally bankrupt. I know they're out there because I listen to them on this app. So it's interesting to see the face. I've seen some of these videos, so I know what they look like. A lot of them look the same, by the way. So it's not really surprising that this happens and that they're out there. But it's weird to give them any kind of, for me to give them any kind of credibility whatsoever. I know they're out there. I know they're staunchly immoral. But, whatever, it's interesting.
Y'all ready to start calling people down yet, or y'all still doing decorum? So that was down.
Oh, I do. I stayed muted. Just, yeah, I've said it at the beginning of this video hours ago, and when we've had breaks. That's why I just stay muted. I mean, I cannot have a quote unquote healthy conversation with somebody who the objective is my demise, for people who may not look like them or share their skin tone, who don't see me as an equal, who sees me, or those who I champion for, who sees them, say, getting ahead in their life as a threat to their existence. And, we see it on, you heard Sam speak, we hear it on this app constantly. And I said it before, I'll pause, but the notion that when the call is out, send out, hey, ping your MAGA friends. I have none, because to me that's an oxymoron that I do not even remotely swim in. There are some people that lack some serious intelligence. Dumb, stupid, downright scary. And when I'm looking at this, another thing that popped up, these cats, they're college students. I'm in my 50s. And the thought that one of these mofos out here sooner or later will try to weasel their way into government and potentially be somewhere in a state of government, whether it be local, or state or federal. Oof. And they, like people they already are in government. Yeah, but I guess I'm being just like.
Hey, Brian, speaking of government, Paul registered a program for a master's degree. There's a pilot program going on right now. 50 people. We're doing 25 veterans and 25 basically federal employees who got fucked by Trump. And the degree's gonna be policy degree, so if y'all interested, let me know. It's $100,000 fellowship for the year that they.
I have a question, Haitian. So, what about the people who got fucked by Trump? What? You have to work for the government?
No, so
not the rest of us?
Well, I don't know. That's up to you. But if you want to do
That's the whole.
hey, it's a free degree, so.
Yeah, so I'm talking about who can apply to do this program.
Federal,
I'm trying to see.
yeah, federal employees and military.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yes.
So the rest of us that got fucked with this getting fucked by Trump, we just out here. We
Well,
just out here.
according to Trump and his MAG is like MAG, y'all not getting fucked because us federal employees, we were scumbags and didn't do any work. So
Oh, my bad. I'm mistaken.
But back to the dumb thing, I just feel like it's important that you stop pretending like these people not knowing or not understanding. That's a thing of the past. They get it, they're with it, and they actually want to push it further. So like, I just really think that naming that is very important because a lot of times I feel like we trying to explain. These people understand exactly what the fuck is going on. They know exactly what they fucking want.
So I agree with you. I agree with you on like when you have these grown ass adults, right? But to the question about the college age students, I have a little more grace for them because they are in the process of learning and figuring out, and there is that period where you know now some of them they'll go out into the world and they will be these people, but some of them given information, given critical engagement, and having them learn the process of how to evaluate and to come to their own decisions, you know, that's I have grace for that process, but I do agree with you that some of these people are just wholesale signs.
but why have grace when high school kids are seeing how fucked up things are?
Right, but
I have grace when these kids, whether they're in college or not, it's not like times before when okay something might happen to an adult and you don't feel the consequences of it. These kids are seeing the consequences of what's happening right in front of them.
right, Haitian, but a lot of times, when a lot of times there it depends on where you come from, right? What your socialization has been. And oftentimes, people who are early voters, very rarely, we see it a little more now than in times past, but very rarely do these people go against what their parents' political philosophy is. So when you talk to them about their politics, like I'm just speaking like college people, and you talk to a lot of them about their political ideas, they're the political ideas of the people around them. So when they become exposed to other people, they can open up. Is what I'm saying. Like there is a possibility for some sort of change or enlightenment or moderation. That's what I'm talking about. Now there are some people who are they're gonna be what they're gonna be. You know what I'm saying? But for me, I give the college age students a little more grace. And full disclosure, that may be a not personal, but that may be like that may be a professional disability. So
Yeah,
I
because
own that part too.
there's a moral thing, even if you're a kid, like you like, it's plenty of people. Even Kellyanne Conway's daughter went the other way. So I feel like you could maybe run up your credit card.
She got a
But hold on, but you could run up a credit card. Maybe you crashed your car, you drive too fast, you curse too much, things like that. But you're deciding, if is it okay if people get, trafficked across the country? Then you have a moral problem. And you I don't really have anything for you. And it's because it's nothing that, you're a bad person. You know what I'm saying? You're morally corrupt. And I just feel like that. At first, maybe I thought okay, maybe they don't get it. They don't get it. But these people understand. They get it. Young, old, and in between. If you still saying go, at this point, then yeah.
Yeah, but don't you guys? I have this. I don't know. It's just a theory. Would you guys agree that people like Trent, who has been doing tons and tons of these one-on-one events in college, particularly giving that space to the white, quote unquote, conservative men, right, and showing the conservative masculinity, a safe place, as he says. I think that contributes a lot to them not learning or changing, because here is somebody who comes in and validates what you're maybe still considering. Maybe it's not 100% ingrained in you, and then they give you that commodity, they give you that group support, and you belong. And then I think at that point it's already completely ingrained in you.
I get it, but I just still feel like reason, like, it's important to, like, I think decent people are reasonable. You know, you can be reasoned with. And a lot of these people, it's one thing to be a troll and to stir the pot. That's one thing. These people are like little, like, terrorists. Like, the stuff that they're saying as jokes, it's not a joke no more. Like, it's not funny.
I agree.
And so, I feel like in a lot, man, you know, in history, we've like probably not seen when people are turning into evil. These people are turning evil, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Those was young. Weren't those young people mostly?
Yeah, they were young people. But let me be very clear.
Hold on, real quick.
Go ahead.
I just want to finish real quick. So I just feel like those people are like these are like crazy situations that they want. They want, like, they're talking about shit that we haven't heard in 200 or 300 years, and we have to be like we can't be like, oh yeah, this is masculine, but this is beyond that shit. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, let me just say this, and I'll be very clear. These people are the enemy. These are the mortal enemies that a lot of us who are decent, moral people, who are humanists, have. These are the fucking enemy. They're not, some wayward teen kind of nonsense way. These people are beyond moral enemies. These are the people who want to see us as second and third class citizens, as locked up, as kicked out of the country. These are the enemy. There's no other way to look at it. It's not just they have, strictly conservative parents. These people have gone way too far, and they are the mortal enemy. They want me dead. They want everybody in this room dead, whether they are white or not, because of their beliefs as well. So let's remember that. These are the fucking mortal enemies of people who think like this. They don't get grace in my...
You might call them filth.
I agree with Scotty. I mean, I think that, after a while, once I determine, right, that somebody or entities are enemies, there's nothing to do but defeat them. And in this case, the defeat should be largely political. In some other cases, very well may be physical. But the point is that we have to just see things for what they are, and you just have to defeat them. It's a battle. It's a real life battle.
Dr. AJ, I could agree with you that some of those people might be very ignorant, or they were raised in that environment, so they don't know any better. And I think it's kind of like if you look at these people as like cult members, right? I personally grew up in a cult, so I know that it is hard to deprogram yourself, and you grew up in these beliefs that it just becomes you as an individual, like it becomes part of you. So it's really hard to kind of just get rid of it on your own, or you can realize that like that's wrong. But I think there's a big difference between having beliefs that like abortion is bad and that there should be less abortion. And that could be your own personal beliefs and quote unquote the environment that you were raised in, compared to, we're going to force women to have children and they're going to be breeding machines. Because some of these guys that spoke, that debated, they are fans of Nick Fuentes. And I just think it's a completely different, it's a completely different level. Like these people have psychological issues. that there's something really they're very sick psychologically. If they think that being like this is like they're I don't know, like they think he's God. It's something else.
Yeah, Katrina, I'll just say first, I don't say the whole thing like quote unquote they don't know any better. There's a lot to be said about that, and I guess my approach to this, as I said, professional disability, is a little different because I think I am fundamentally and primarily always have been. I am a humanist, and so the, and I take the humanist position, right? And it's not that you don't. Let me see how I want to say. Let me go on mute and get my thoughts. Okay, I got it. All right. So I'm not saying that every person who holds these. I don't believe every person who holds these beliefs. Like I don't think like they're like in a cult or whatever. Because I have heard people who are very articulate in their position that people who hold leftist views are in a cult, right? My comment was strictly about engaging with people in the college environment and how many of these people they come with these views and then when they engage they can moderate them. um, that's not to say, people go out here and do conversion because I'm not into conversion. People can have whatever belief. It's just making them understand what the consequences of those beliefs are, and people choose what they choose. I don't demonize people for their views, even though I may find them morally reprehensible or abhorrent. That's just my position. So my comment was strictly in reference to the person who said these people are in colleges and stuff. That's what I was talking about. And I would really appreciate, I'm getting seriously triggered by the Dylan Roof comments because, I lost people in that event. And I don't think that what we're talking about is comparable to that. So my comment is not comparable to that. So,
Well, Dr. H,
referring me to that.
I think I understand what you're saying, and now I get it. Because actually, a lot of like the very poor MAGA conservatives in Texas, right? They say that college makes their kids liberals, and they think the college education is actually full of Democrats who are liberals, and they indoctrinate their kids to be liberal. So yes, and now I could see where you're coming from because a lot of people do once they get out of their environment and they get out in bigger cities and they go to college and they have exposure to a lot of other things. Yes, they absolutely will have a lot of different things that want to change. I see now I understand what you're talking.
It is called liberal arts, so clearly they're teaching liberal studies.
They kind of a point, right? Like I think sometimes there's like an infantilization of the long-standing, right-wing white supremacist faction of the U.S. Like they're right? Like if you lived in a white supremacist enclave, and so did your parents and your parents' parents and your parents' parents, they're right. Absolutely. The vast majority of colleges you go to, like pretty much anything this side of liberty, is going to teach you a different way of approaching the world. And that doesn't mean I'm not trying to cast like or sort of paint such a broad picture that there's no exceptions or exceptions. But there's a lot of parts of this country that were really explicit in what they thought was right. And like, I honestly feel like I was done a great disservice in my education, that there was sort of like this, renaissance that happened in civil rights, the civil rights movement and all the concurrent movements that happened at the same, that same period. And then somehow we like emerged victorious because we sure as shit didn't
And there's lots of people who lived in their same town, which didn't change a whole lot. That was totally homogenous, both, in terms of how they worshipped, in terms of, who was there demographically. And in a lot of ways, what I think is happening right now is they've always understood the battle, right? Like some of the terms that other people have been using, they've understood in reverse, and that hasn't particularly changed. Like if anything, what's happened for them is that it's gotten worse for them. And while I think it's a misunderstanding of misunderstanding the world, misunderstanding the economics, misunderstanding of how the world is changing, I think what has happened is that their sort of their explanation of the world is such that like this is a moment they have to fight back because they've lost so tremendously. There's been such a loss of dignity. They've fallen so far that we have to, get our country back and make America great again, and so on and so forth. And this is the through line through so much of this right-wing rhetoric right now. And I think that'll, one thing that's fairly consistent in this room and many of other spaces that I'm in is that there's some sense of progress within some kind of shared context, and I just don't think that they ever shared that context. I think they've only understood that sort of approach from afar. And I think it's important if you're going to understand these people that's where they're coming from.
So Aaron, let me ask you a question. Do you think that is the reason why Charlie Kirk and a lot of these others, like Nick Holmes and all these like young white men, particularly target young white men in colleges? And I think would you agree that they're actually targeting it on purpose because they realize that college allows them to kind of see things differently?
It's identitarian politics, just like any other identitarian politics. It's the same. They're looking out for their people.
I'm asking, do you agree that I think it's happening right now heavily a lot more? Where especially with the line and everything else, like you were saying, people move more, right?
What I'm saying is that it never changed. That you can draw a straight line through all kinds of historical efforts of this type. And it never stopped. It just like changed who the people were. Like, Charlie Kirk. You can draw a straight line from like, I don't know, like John Birch to Charlie Kirk. Like, I don't think that there's that. I mean, there's like an intellectualism or maybe a form of intellectualism with John Birch is a little bit different, but like they're all coming from the same place. So yeah, they're going after them just like they always have. I just don't believe that it's new. I think there's just like a mythology that was created where, like lots of people rightfully, make fun of or deride the sort of, Barack Obama won, and now we've transcended race nonsense. I think that there's a mythology that lots of people who live in cities, who live pretty cosmopolitan lives, who are used to having food from all around the world be part of their diet, and are used to people speaking other languages and engaging with other cultures in a whole variety of ways. Those of us who live that way are actually the weirdos who have changed the most. Because that wasn't normal. Like, that wasn't even normal in the places where we lived not that long ago. And meanwhile, particularly the people who have been living in like other places that haven't changed as much, they're still doing the same shit they've always done.
No, I get it. I guess my question was not that this is something new. Charlie Kirk being frightened and boys and everything else. My question would be, I feel, and if you agree with me or not, that they have found that with social media and everything else, they actually found a way to be more successful at it, especially creating that environment for those young men where they feel like they belong and they're heard and everything else, and that I feel like this is very effective maybe compared to the past. That's what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is, well, the only thing that I disagree with is that it's new. Like, I don't think there's a whole lot of difference between this moment and say like Rush Limbaugh in the late 80s, where he had, they had a theory of the case that like right-wing radio was a good idea, and it was well funded, and it started to work, and Rush had built, a lot of power by the late 80s. I just think this is kind of a different medium, but like the same playbook. I mean, it's got its particular differences because social media is different than radio, but in terms of its sort of institutional role, and see the exact same patterns play out.
But
Yeah, I'm not gonna go in a circle. I wasn't saying that it's new. I was asking, do you guys feel that they found a way to target better and be more
It's
successful?
new media. It's not that difficult to understand. It's new media. All of these ways to get into people's brains, whether it's YouTube, whether it's social media, TikTok, whatever. This is nothing new. What's been going on, but the way we are exposed to it and kids are vulnerable to it, that is what has multiplied greatly. That's it.
But exploring the psychology of this and trying to understand these people, I just think I don't think it's fruitful, and I think we do understand. But I just want to know, are people on this side or any type of disenfranchised people given this same grace when they do the slightest? These people are are saying wow shit, and we're trying to break down their psychology. Why I get it for Dr. AG because of her. It's like when a animal conservationist goes and sees like a dog fighting ring. It's like, oh my god, I have to save them. But truthfully, they would maul you, ma'am, if they could. That's literally, and they're too far gone. So I get it, but for the rest of us normies, like we need to understand, like these are the people that are going to continue with doing like school shootings, and because they're telling us. And I don't want us to get down the road 2 years and be like, oh my god, and they told us. They do this all the time. They tell us what's coming, and then when it comes, we surprise. But they're telling us now. I'm just letting y'all know they're telling us. These are young kids with this stuff, and we're trying to break down their psychology instead of acting.
Yeah.
I just noticed that this popular thing with this particular I found a whole new social media where I haven't never seen this before. That there is a lot of attention and it pulls in a lot of young men about like masculinity, the gender roles, there are so many right wing social media accounts, and I mean it's just I didn't realize how much it was out there to kind of like I guess well maybe I didn't know this and I'm just realizing this and everybody else did know. But this effort of a young white man to be conservative and where's masculinity and all this other stuff, it sounds like it's just all over.
Yeah, Katrina, I will say, I will say that while I do see the through line, I think it's right now it's an interesting mix of that kind of incel culture. I do think that that's like a added layer, and it's clearly a response, to women's empowerment. We could probably date this stuff. I mean, we already know Trump was enacted. While he was always a racist, right? He became hyper vigilant with the candidacy and the presidency of Barack Obama, right? So maybe that's part of the difference is that like Trump always had his through line, but it does seem like the efforts have been like steadily increased. I was thinking also just like about pop culture and the role of hip hop, right? Since the 70s, even though there's a through line of racism, in this country, I think the more visible presence of people of color, of culture, presence on college campuses. I could see like an increased focus on these people, and naturally, any media, new media, of course, is going to exacerbate that. So it is an interesting combination that you have here, because that whole incel culture, that's generally new, ish, in terms of being a part of social media. And yes, it is at least 10 years old, Chris. I remember the incel culture, um, even on Twitter. That's part of the reason why there was a whole campaign to get Tommy Sotomayor off, got his account canceled, and he is by far not the only person. He's really just the one puppet. But, as a black man promoting all this hatred against black women came together and got his ass taken off the internet. So, what can I tell you about that? Even though he's back, but he doesn't have anywhere near
I'm very pleased to meet you. How do you do? You remember Dr. Goddess when they were having like this type of problems, and like young blacks and other type of people. The language was they're super predators and they need to be put to heel. But when now we hear like these people like making same like I wasn't shocked, but the fact that they're young and they saying this out loud on YouTube and nobody is like nervous is it's really telling to me.
Yeah. I mean, if we probably talked to our older parents and grandparents, they were used to that language, but there was like a level of reprieve, right? I mean, it's always been there, but it just ebbs and flows in terms of being a full part of the mainstream. And I do think, I mean, we already saw it. I mean, even in Trump's first presidency, hate crimes, they more than spiked. I mean, they really kind of skyrocketed under his presidency, right? So, and we know, like even black people, we were making videos like, all right, don't let Trump get your ass beat, right? Like, these are some different times. So, there has been this reinvigoration of the same old tropes.
I've been listening to this shit for years, honestly. In the early 2000s, I was in a relationship for 5 years, an interesting, addictive, dysfunctional relationship with a man who was, before MAGA, he was MAGA. And I can tell you that two single things that I can point out. One was it was about classism. He was raised in he was born into a trailer. He was in a wonderful family, but he was very, very aware of not being, upper middle class. His dad worked at a big automotive place, but he was not the person who owned the company. He wasn't the person who was selling cars. He was the guy who was fixing the cars. There was always this classism thing going on. But the other bigger piece is that he was completely tuned into right-wing radio. For hours and hours and hours, this guy would listen to right-wing radio, and this is where so much of this stuff began. This is not new, what I'm hearing.
Yeah, that happened in my family. My family was poor and very liberal, Democrat, the white part of my family, and a bunch of them moved to North Dakota because the cost of living is lower there, and now they're all like right-wing gun nuts because their only source of information is like One America and Fox News and that kind of stuff.
And when was Fox News created? I forget the year.
2000.
Yeah, I mean,
That's when they switched their campaign. The Republicans have always had like a strong on the grounds because they had Rush Limbaugh, and that was really not. There was no Democratic equivalent. So I remember a lot of people that I knew that were older that would just listen to him because they wanted to hear political radio. They didn't necessarily agree with him, but he was one of the pioneers. But in 2000 when they got Fox, I mean they just kind of up there they gay.
should also add that the guy I'm talking about was a bit of a survivalist. He was also, more importantly, a Vietnam vet, and he had major trauma over having. He grew up watching John Wayne, and both of his parents were military, and he came back from Vietnam, and he was so enraged that he was treated the way he was, and that the country was suddenly, throwing eggs at him when he was getting off the ship or whatever. So there was that trauma was another ingredient, another piece of his psychology.
I do have to agree that people, when
Oh, my bad. It was 1996. I'm sorry. Go ahead. 2000.
can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I just wanted to correct that.
Oh no, I think there we go. It's not frozen. My screen was frozen. I do agree that if you take somebody out of the environment, put them in a completely different environment, and they live there for a very, very long time, only exposed to certain things. My father-in-law, who is like a New Yorker, always was very, I wouldn't say liberal, but I can't even, I don't know, I guess just being decent and human and having morals and how it's liberal, that's what it sounds to me by how MAGA reacts. Moved to Texas like 30 years ago, and now she's like, oh, when I saw this in Fox News, when I saw this in Fox News, when I saw this in Fox News, and it's like, well, why are you even sitting and watching Fox News? But I could see how that could definitely affect somebody. He's also old. He's getting, I think the age is also a big thing too. But I don't know. We moved from New York to Texas only because of financial, it's financially it was better for us here. I just don't see how I could ever change my views. And I fight these people every single day in my community, in my environments, and it's like I see them. I just don't understand. No matter how long I live here, I've been here already for almost 8 years. How can I don't know. I don't understand how I can change my views. But some people do, and maybe they weren't 100%, confident in their views. But I don't know. I really see the big difference growing up in Democratic states and living in Democratic states most of my life, and then moving to Texas. I guess I'm more exposed to that open discrimination and open racism, and I didn't see it that way before in other states or other places that I've lived. So for me, it is very shocking to just have people just so wide open, and so racist and white supremacists and Nazis too. There's actual Nazis, and it seems like it's okay. It's great. Yeah, and I think it's important to note that groups like the KKK and thankfully Eagle Hawk is typing in the chat about the Conservative Citizens Council, the CCC. The KKK is always present in America, but in terms of its popularity and like success, it ebbs and flows because like the group or a set of groups that get defeated, and then it goes back down to like low numbers, no money, no real like effectiveness, and then we see like another ebb of it. So we're in that era. That's why we saw those young people. I mean, I hate to laugh, but it is. It's like they're just so stupid. It's funny, marching with tiki torches, saying, Jews will not replace us in a college town, right? So it's just, I think
both arguments are correct, that it has always been a long-standing tradition in this country, and at the same time, there are different pockets of like extreme popularity, and we are in that time right now. And I'll just repeat that, I'm not trying to convince anybody. Even if there's like young people that are in college, or I do operate differently, when I'm educating officially, but if they're just young people and they're just sort of out here or whatever, you can maybe grow or gain forgiveness later. But the fact of the matter is, you have to be defeated, period. Like, I don't care about you or your feelings, in that regard. Like, you can go cry, once we have set the society, straight as it should be, so I like that. And yeah, for the record, I try to make myself clear when I'm speaking, but I said that the KKK is never defeated. They're always there, but there is an ebb and a flow. So case in point, one of the eras in which they were defeated is when the head of the KKK, who at this time, like the headquarters, or at least the head was based in Indiana. He ended up like raping his wife on like across the country on either one or like several different trains. And the KKK's ideology is that they're doing all of this to protect the white woman. So when that case came to the fore, it was a major blow to the KKK. And his condemnation and just the whole exposure of it, that caused the group to go down, in terms of membership. People just got demoralized from what he did. So the KKK continues to exist, but it does go through an ebb and flow period. And I do think that right now, people don't think, people feel empowered. They don't feel like they need to wear hoods. They can just be conservatives, which is not to say that all conservatives are members of the KKK. I'm not saying that either. But, just read Eagle's comments in the chat. I think he does a good job.
Dr. Geis, I will agree with you, because there's just like Aryan Brotherhood. I'm sure you remember the Texas ones. There are some really like Christian nationalists, and there's so many other groups, and I think the KKK, as far as I remember, the stats of KKK haven't really grown, but it got this new image, right, by Groypers and Proud Boys and the Aryan Brotherhood, and if you look at the statistics of those groups, like I remember there was an article in Texas Tribune that those groups have like tripled its membership, and since the first Donald Trump's presidency, particularly in Texas, like the far right is like breeding in Texas pretty bad.
I'm sorry, I might have been covering my mic. What's the event that you referred to?
Yeah, I just saying that in Texas, and since I was looking at recently, I read an article on Texas Tribune, and there were basically showing statistics of the far right groups that kind of pretty much the same as KKK. Their beliefs are but they basically rebranded themselves, right, as like militia and Christians and the Aryan Brotherhood is like grown, and all of these groups have actually grown 3x since the first presidency of Trump in Texas. Like it's a breeding ground for these far right fascists, Nazis in Texas.
Oh, okay, yeah, I definitely believe that.
No, if I may, let's not get confused here. Yes, there are people with the tiki torches say Jews will not replace us. Yes, there's more KKK members and other white nationalist groups and all of that that are very explicit, and we can see them. And they march and they say those things. But let's not get it twisted. There are people hiding in plain sight who are in government at the highest levels, whether it's Pete Hegseth, whether it's Trump, whether it's Mike Johnson, who espouse these views, but are smart enough to be able to hide them or code them in ways that their racist followers will pick up on them and endorse and support them. But they know that they can't get shit done unless they do hide them and they do, cover them up with other words. But it's in the bills that they put in. It is in some of the coded rhetoric, and the people that support him do know this. So this exists full throttle in American government as we speak, and has for decades, and it will continue to go on and on and on. And we have to defeat them with what we're doing, with the power of the people, with being able to get out there, show the right way of doing things, and have moral clarity about making sure that we are for all humans and for the marginalized people. And this is the way we have to do it. But these people, Mike Johnson in particular, there's no doubt in my mind that he's a white nationalist. There's no doubt. He hides behind his staunch Christianity, but it's garbage. So many of them hide behind some kind of fundamentalist Christianity, but we know what they're doing.
Well, look at Clarence Thomas and that other SCOTUS guy with the upside down flag. I mean, there's two of us.
Yeah, Alito.
Yeah, Alito and Clarence Thomas. I mean, what else do you need to know?
If there could be, silent or private votes on things like, hey, should we kick out all immigrants or black people, give them, go back to laws like Dred Scott, or, overturn, or go back to separate but equal, things like that. They would absolutely do it. If there was a, silent or private vote on it, they would do it. No doubt in my mind.
Yeah, that's an interesting challenge, Scotty. I mean, I agree with you in terms of what would pass, which ultimately is more important, and what we would lose is the accountability. But I think that the former is really more critical in terms of salvaging and turning all of this around.
And I'm not sure, that it's going to be turned around. I mean, I'm hopeful, but, and I'll definitely, I'll do my part. But I'm not sure, honestly. Hate to be, a little negative about it, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, we'll have our answers. We'll see come midterms.
But we shall. I think that the despair can also actually be a catalyst. I mean, action is the antidote to despair. So I think you can be not optimistic. What the hell is there to be optimistic about? But also be committed.
guys, does anybody else want to say anything about this topic? All right. So I just want to stress that, we, the Democrats, at least the new ones anyway, did and do have a plan. And, that's why we were pushing forward Civil Rights Act, women's empowerment, disability rights, affordable health care, and things like that. I think that Project 2025 has gotten people twisted to think that Democrats don't have anything. And that's just not true. I mean, the Heritage Foundation was created to completely dismantle civil rights, and specifically the Civil Rights Acts. They've been very upset about it. They've been planning this for a long time. So I think that part of what we see right now, because the code word with these CCC conservative members is always about quote unquote taxes, right? The hypocritical behavior that we see where you claim that you care about fiscal conservatism, and then you you rack up the bill literally in a one big beautiful bill. This is all to reverse the civil rights movement and the women's rights movement and the LGBTQ movement. It's any of this sort of progressive ideas of freedom and human rights. That is what Democrats stand for. To take it all away and to regress the society is what these Republicans stand for. This is a full-on battle. This is a full-on battle. Everybody got to, armor up. Armor up, figuratively speaking. I just like the idea that people are thinking like, oh, Democrats don't have a plan. No, Democrats, not only have they had a plan, they enacted the plan. That's why we have rights. And I don't know. I'm just thinking through some of these things. Going back to states' rights is definitely taking us back. And I just think that the next step, because I just keep thinking about, all the things that Elon Musk and Trump were talking about, like it's going to hurt for a little bit. It's going to be a little painful at first. I think that they're going to, at least they're going to try to go back to states' rights. And then from the state level to engage in further acts of discrimination that won't be based on quote unquote race, but based on the stat that they have. And
I totally agree.
Go ahead. I don't want to monopolize the mic.
I think that this is just my opinion. I think that the Democrats of the days of getting rights is very different from the Democrats now. I think that back then they used to have like a backbone. They don't seem to have that anymore.
Well, what are you basing that on, Michael?
Oh, all kinds of stuff like capitulating before there's even a battle. Back when Republicans wanted to take away healthcare from kids. This is a long time would give up if they didn't. The whole view of like you need 60 votes to pass the Senate, like you need 60 votes to stop discussion. They would never even bring a bill forward if it didn't have 60 votes. And in my opinion, I think that's wrong because they never got the Republicans on the table saying I'm against child care for kids because they never brought the bill forward. They need to, well, I mean, that's their whole, they have a lot of messaging issues, but a lot of times in the fight, they give up before the fight starts.
Yeah, Michael, I mean, I guess we can almost sit here and criticize the Democratic Party, and yes, there has been some things that we all feel that they should have done better. Messaging is one of them. But I actually think it's not them who doesn't have a backbone anymore. Honestly, I think it's the quasi-MAGA Republicans that don't have morals anymore. Because the reason why they were able to pass, if you look at all these bills, right, that gave rights and expanded the rights of people, they were passed with a lot of Republicans. Some were Republicans that are initiated. Wasn't Social Security initiated by a Republican? Like, now it's just, we can't agree that murder is bad. I don't know how much of a backbone you can have when your opponent is saying no murder is good and no murder is bad. Like it's I don't know. I see the big shift in the other side, not this side. I bring this example all the time, and if somebody haven't, if you've never seen it, go to Times on YouTube, B Times, and type in Bush and Reagan Republican debate in Texas, a presidential debate. And I mean, that was 1980. And what they were talking about immigration and the border, I mean, what they said sound like nowadays, the middle ground, independence. That's what they sound. Nowadays, if these MAGA people listen to them, they will say, oh, that's a liberal lefty thing. So I don't know if Democrats changed. Again, looking back, whatever, for a reason. There's things they could have done better. We cannot just keep saying, this side is not doing a good job when the other side is just not calling out the other side, and the issue is with the other side.
I mean, you can have both things be true at the same time.
Yeah, both can be true, but the Democrat bash, no, we're going to focus on Republican cruelty. That's the topic of the day. That's the topic until they change Republican cruelty all the way. What the Democrats aren't doing, yeah, whisper about that, but we talking out loud on megaphones about Republican cruelty.
I know there's some legal people in here, and I have a question, or if anybody could answer. How is it legally that there is this hate group that's called Constitutional Sheriffs and Peace Association, Officer Association. So basically, it's police officers and sheriffs who belong to this hate group, actually. Well, is it legally that they're allowed to stay on their job? Wouldn't that disqualify them?
I mean, the Constitution guarantees freedom of assembly and association, so as long as they're not violating the terms of their jobs, you can't tell people what kind of groups they can belong to, I don't think. I mean, that's unconstitutional. That's their First Amendment.
Oh yeah, Dr. J, I understand if they're doing it on their own time, but they come in uniform and they have like police officers and sheriffs in uniform, so they're acting from their job. They're representing this group, as they're on the job from the viewpoint of, you know what I mean?
No, I'm sorry. Say it one more time. I don't understand.
So like they would have like these assemblies, right, and conferences, and the police officers and peace officers and sheriffs, they you're Christian or whatever, and you go off your own time, right? And do your own thing. But they represent themselves in uniform, and it's only allowed for police officers to come to those conferences. That's what I'm saying. Is that it?
I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know about that. I think that might be a jurisdictional issue, like when they're allowed to wear their uniforms. I mean, if they don't have a rule in their jurisdiction that they can't wear their uniforms outside of work or whatever. I mean, I don't know. I still think that if that's not something that's prescribed by their work, because the uniform belongs sort of to the organization, then I don't see how I don't see how that's against the law. For example, I'm in an organization that has a very distinctive uniform. And we're not allowed to wear the uniform. We're not allowed to wear the organization's emblems, symbology, any of that in certain environments. And that's prescribed by the organization. So when I agreed to be a part of the organization, I accepted that this was a requirement. I can still, do whatever, but not wearing the uniform. So if their jurisdiction doesn't say, as a police officer, you're not allowed to wear your uniform off duty in strip clubs, and they go in their uniform in a strip club, they can't be fired because that's not, you know what I'm saying? So that's the way that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, because you have the right to be a member of any organization you want to be a member of, as long as, it doesn't affect your ability to do your job.
Yeah, I guess maybe, I don't know, this is kind of, it's tricky. There's a lot of nuance in here because one of the things that they believe in is, and it's their main belief in what they want, is that the country is not the state or federal government, and that should control of all land within its borders in the country should be the ultimate law enforcing authority in the U.S. And that just goes completely against your job, isn't it? I mean,
okay, so what I'm gonna say, Trina, is like I'm standing by my previous submission, but it seems like you have an objection to them doing it, and you think that it maybe should be illegal. But I mean, from what you're saying, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if their organization believes that the dollar is God. It doesn't matter because they have the right of freedom of association and assembly. Once that association and assembly becomes detrimental or starts to conflict with how they are performing on their job, right? Then it becomes an issue. But the mere fact that they're a member of this group, I don't think that's grounds for them to be fired if their jurisdiction doesn't have regulations against that. You can have like a moral objection, philosophical objection all day long, but that's what they're doing isn't thus illegal. It just isn't.
Dr. J, I was asking because it was just saying it, yeah, and I was bringing up the other point, like their main belief. That's why I was asking. I understand that it's not illegal, and that's why I said I feel like there's so much nuances in it. I don't know. I just feel like it's definitely immoral when you have a police officer who believes in white supremacy. I don't know. Maybe we should make it illegal in this country.
Yeah, Have you guys checked out that video of the guy in Jacksonville, Florida?
Yes, it's a hot wreck.
Yeah, that was fucking disgusting. And the fact that there was a black officer standing right there, that was even more disgusting. But yeah,
I didn't see that
hopefully we get
part.
some-
Where was the black officer at?
Oh, he was right there with the 2 white officers. I'll put the link up on the top, and you guys can check it out and tell me what you think.
What kind of allowed him to do anything though? Like I know like he can tell me anything.
That's the wrong one. Hold on, that's a Maryland flood. Let me get the right link. Hold on.
Not you having multiple links.
Oh yeah, because I was just looking at there was a Maryland. I didn't know there was a flood in Maryland. The cars are sinking. That was July 19th. Hold on. Let me get my stuff together. If you guys want to please check out that link and tell me what you guys think. What you ladies think. You know, he's lucky to be alive, but at the end of the day, him getting punched in the face, that whole thing situation, not cool. It's not okay. I hope so too.
No, you got Ben Crump as an attorney.
Jacksonville thing, the incident from the traffic stop, was that like earlier this summer?
I'm not sure when it was, but
No, it just came out. No,
Earlier this,
it just came out yesterday. It just came out yesterday.
yeah, the
Yeah.
video.
The stop was in February, apparently.
Okay, yeah, it's the same one. He has a lawyer. Ben Crump is his lawyer.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I just saw this.
You see the black officer right there?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I read about that earlier in the summer. He got
He's definitely gonna win. She's definitely gonna win his lawsuit. But just in terms of the dynamics of the video, it just seemed like the person, it seemed like he had this interaction with the first set of officers, right? And they're all like, get out the car, get out the car. And then it seemed like the other officer was newer, right? And then he was trying to tell him the story. And then when he asked for a supervisor, I kind of, and then, she's like, yeah, just go ahead and break the window. I chuckled to myself, only because I wonder if they thought that he was, what do you call it? What's a Moor? Because, I'm sure you probably know how the Moors operate. But, I thought it was very interesting. I wasn't sure if the guy that he was speaking to was a supervisor until he asked for a supervisor. And I was like, oh. So it just must have been, an officer that pulled up.
I saw that the guy, because he slapped him, the one who cracked the window. He cracked the window, he smashed the window, reached in and slapped him. And then when they pulled him out of the vehicle, he punched him, because I saw some frozen frames.
Yeah.
What made it really egregious was there was a brother there. They co-signed that.
Yeah, that's what Mel was saying.
Yeah, he should have just punched. He should have been punching a white cop in the fucking face and get suspended and be like, "Fuck that shit. Don't be doing that shit. What the fuck's wrong with you?"
So there's a lawsuit. I don't know. They're probably going to settle it. I think I saw where the case was dropped, was dismissed. The charges against him was dismissed, but I think he has a pending lawsuit. But he did the right thing. He was calm. Like, granted, he didn't come with the car, but I heard him say, "My window doesn't work." And I think he locked the door. And then he asked them, he said, what are you pulling me over for? And they said, because he didn't have any headlights on. And he said, well, there's several other people with the same thing and you're not pulling them over. Plus, it's daylight and it's not raining. So then the guy said, I think he said, you still have to come out or something like that. He said, well, can I get the supervisor? Can you call your supervisor? And then I heard the guy said, okay, something. And then the other guy on the other side of the window where the window, when the cop that he was talking to on the passenger window said, okay, the guy smashed his window, reached in, slapped him, opened the door, pulled him out. And then there's three of them tackled him to the floor, and there is a freeze frame where he punched him, so he was hit twice. And then here's your black cop co-signing that. Ridiculous.
Yeah, he punched him before they took him down. I mean, there was no need to punch him like that. I believe that did they chip his tooth?
Slapped him first in the car. Because I saw the
Yeah, and then
when
he
you
punched
pulled him
them.
out, then they punched him. So you could.
Yeah, and then they punched them to the ground. So does anybody know if did he chip his tooth from the punch or from being slammed to the ground?
I think I read he had a broken nose. But I heard the officer said marijuana in his left pocket. But they didn't know that when they stopped him. But I believe I read where they said the charges were dismissed. There's a pending lawsuit. That for sure I saw. And I thought not this, the last one I'm not really sure, but I thought I saw they said he suffered a broken nose. I'm not sure about that, but I thought I saw that.
Where did you see the charges were dismissed? Where did you see
Somebody asked Squawk. Now, I haven't confirmed it. So somebody asked Squawk. So that's what Squawk said, but I haven't seen any documents or anything, just to be clear.
Which state was this in?
Florida.
Hey,
First I saw Jacksonville.
Yes,
I think Squawk is conflating two different cases because early there was some other stuff about Akron, Ohio. So I think Squawk is merging these two cases. Because first when I saw it was trying to say Jacksonville, which is typical for Florida. And then I saw something where they were attaching Akron, Ohio. So I think they're conflating two different cases.
Yeah, the one I'm reading just says officers in Jacksonville, Florida.
So Squawk is conflating.
Hey, Dr. Bessie, Dr. Goddess, I'm sorry.
Don't even start. I ain't doing nothing to nobody. I ain't doing nothing to nobody.
Teddy, stop.
Patty, why you laughing? I've been good.
You're always good and messy. Yes, you are good and messy.
Listen,
But
y'all you can tell me openly or in the back channel what I have done, because I literally.
No, nothing. No, I'm not saying that you did anything. I'm just saying, you got all the tea. That's what I mean.
Oh, well, yes.
I commented earlier this morning that Patty wanted to save it for Elisa's 3 o'clock one.
Oh yeah, Lisa was supposed to have a 3 o'clock room. Let me find out what's going on. Because we wanted to talk about it, but we can't, because we got to save that for her. Just gave her a quick.
There's a message from the Jacksonville Sheriff Office, and it said, "We are aware of a video circulating on social media showing a traffic stop on February 19th. We've launched an internal investigation into it and circumstances surrounding this incident. We hold our officers to the highest standard and are committed to thoroughly determining exactly what occurred." So the investigation is happening now.
Yeah, I mean, come on, y'all. Like, yeah, you cannot. I mean, Grok is literally Elon's bullshit. Like, you can only take Grok with a grain of salt. Sometimes, they have some accurate information, but like, just take it with a grain of salt.
Well, I mean, also, in fairness to what Grok's trying to do, is it gets information from tweets, right? As well. It doesn't only follow news, it follows tweets. So it takes it time to work out what's real and what's not.
Yeah, I think what happened
is out misinformation.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying in the meantime. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I don't mean to step on you. You can go. I'll go after you.
No, I was just saying in the meantime, Grok does put out misinformation. Like, just like Chat GPT, right? Is like incorrect often. Like all of this AI stuff. Like it's good to engage with, but just understand that like it puts out a lot of inaccurate information. That's all. Go ahead, Lamar.
Yeah, well, that's why you say according to Glock, it's not verified with any other sources. But I think what happened is there's a similar case that happened, very similar in Akron, Ohio, because that was trending with Akron, Ohio. First it was Jacksonville this morning, then they switched the tag to Akron, Ohio. Very, very similar case to that, and I think Glock, what they do, they accumulate all the information that's in the ether from different sources, and I think what happened with that is they conflated it because there's very similar cases. So, R.I.P. Jamal Warner. That's all I gotta say.
I said I was on the phone.
Yeah, the current took him in the ocean in Costa Rica.
That's crazy. I wonder if he was caught in a riptide, because that's what it sounds like.
Jamal,
from Cosby.
Damn, Jamal Warner.
him gone.
Yeah.
So the ocean pulled him in?
Yeah, the current, they said there was an update. It says the ocean, the current in Costa Rica pulled him in.
So when you say he pulled him in, was he out on a boat? Was he out?
No, he was swimming.
It sounds like he got caught up in a riptide.
That's one thing my mom taught me how to swim against the ocean. You're supposed to swim sideways.
It'll still fuck you up if it's strong enough. Like that's why they tell people don't swim in the Mississippi. It's something that are really, really strong and ain't nothing you can do. And
some people be drunk at
they
night.
have like a undercurrent, like you can't see it from the surface. Like once you get in there, it pulls you down.
Even with jet skis, I go sideways. I go against the current or try to go with the current versus going against it. Because when you on jet skis and you pop, and hitting them ripples, man, it's hard to keep steering and control it without losing control. So if you swim in,
There's your echo.
somebody was echoing. It's Mel. But yeah, I don't know. So you said he was out there swimming, and was it like a vacation, or was he out there for work? Anybody know?
I just sent you a screenshot, ma'am, of the update. This non-link. Yeah, read it.
Are you talking about Jamal Warner?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was on vacation with his family in Costa Rica.
Yeah, I just sent you the screenshot. Anything?
So how old was he? What, 50 something?
54.
Damn, that's too soon.
It is.
Okay. All right, I'll be quiet. Lisa's open.
And she's gonna open in about 20 minutes. She just got home, so.
Hey guys, we just got back from the doctor. I'll be open in a minute. Just trying to get out my clothes. Hey everybody. Hey Stage.
Sister Wild.
Sister Love. Everybody. And did you say something about Malcolm died?
Yeah, Malcolm Jamal.
Yeah, him did. The Malcolm Jamal Warner from
Theo.
Wait, that's crazy. Theo
He drowned on vacation.
Yes. It says tragically Warner drowned off the coast of Costa Rica on Sunday, as confirmed by the Costa Rican National Police to ABC News. The police reported that the official's cause of death was exfoliation, and he was caught by a strong current while swimming near Cocos, a beach in Limon, Costa Rica. His body was discovered on Sunday afternoon. Oh my goodness. Warner was formally identified by the National Police. He graced our screens as Theo Huxtable throughout all 8 seasons of The Cosby Show, which aired from 1985 to 1992, earning Emmy nominations for his heartfelt performances.
I can't believe for a few days.
I can't even believe that. And I didn't know he was 54. I don't know. I'm so used to seeing him as a young
person. My mind can't even age him.
He looked good. He aged well. The picture they used in one release was from 2023. He looked really well. He didn't look. I'm 58, so he's in my age range there. He had aged very well.
He always was an adult. I mean, I thought he was wasn't he a teenager?
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I was a little girl when that show came on.
That's what I said. I was a little girl, so he always been an adult since I've been a kid. But he looked really good for his age. 'Cause I thought he was like 60.
60? Oh my God.
I swear.
I am rolling.
For real, I thought he was like 60 years old. I know. Like, you gotta remember did Cosby Show come out in the 80s?
85.
Okay, so my dad was still in college.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? Shit, Kamala Harris was graduating from college, wasn't she?
That's crazy.
So, like, I gotta remember 85. I just came on mother's vagina. I wasn't born yet, but.
You're doing too much.
You freak a little girl. I just came out the pom-pom. I know the first time I seen Cosby Show, I thought he was an adult. That's it.
Well, we aired in 84, so it was a year. Yeah, they aired in 84. They brought him in 85.
So my parents were just humping, trying to figure out if they wanted to.
Yeah. I was in my daddy's nuts. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Now, I was just getting ready to compliment you on using metaphors. I was just getting ready to compliment you.
Oh my. Wow, that's not funny. His girlfriend died too a few years ago. Oh, the girl that was there, that was on the show. What was her name?
Oh, she died because she was sick.
Yeah.
Oh, the little short.
I think she had lupus. That's a cute little
Yeah, she also played on Family Matters.
Yeah. Pretty little girl.
I thought she died a long time ago.
Yeah, she did. She did.
Yeah.
I know, but everybody's posting videos like, oh, now they're in heaven together, and now they're together. They were soulmates.
What about the one where I am being with?
Yes, because they were together. Oh, he was with the transgender too. Don't forget that.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, he was with Cindy Star.
He was Cindy Star, boo.
Yeah, Cindy Star put out a statement too. He was dating a trans. Yes.
Malcolm, or are you talking about the Family Matters?
No.
Jamal.
I'm talking about they could be doing
No, you guys
You guys are mixing. Y'all are mixing
you're
up.
confusing.
Yeah, y'all are mixing
Family
up.
Matters.
Yeah, the Family Matters guys.
These were the tranny, not Jamal.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They all.
Kids. Wasn't he married with children? They look alike.
Yeah, because he did put Papa and husband in his bio. So,
Yeah.
but you know who I feel bad for? Regina. Not, what's her last name? No, that's the jam. They say, don't make me bust out singing, girl.
Okay.
Regina, King. Because they were on the road to marriage.
Oh.
Malcolm Jamal Warner and Regina King.
Y'all need to stop playing with me.
Wait. No, he didn't. I mean, they didn't.
No.
They broke up. I'm just saying, but they were together for a long time, and they were heavily on the road to marriage, and then they broke up, and then apparently he got with somebody else. But I feel bad for her because no matter what, right? Like that was the love of her life.
Wait a minute. Malcolm Jamal Warner died today.
Yes.
What the fuck for? How?
He drowned us.
What? I've been working, and I've been in and out recently. I've been not really.
Yeah, he drowned.
Drowned where?
In Costa Rica.
Oh, shit. What the fuck? It's always something.
Yes,
Yeah. I feel
bad for Regina King. You know her son committed suicide too.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking about. You know, like you never want to forget somebody that you deeply loved. You know, even if it didn't work out.
Damn, they just got on that show.
The Resident.
No, not The Resident. He just got on this new show on Fox. I forgot the name of it. It's like when they find the missing people. I forgot the name of it, but he literally just started last season. Yeah, that's fucked up.
And also he's very talented. Like a lot of people know him as Theo and as an actor, but he was also a poet and a musician.
Mm-hmm. Hey, brother. Yeah. Hey, Disingenuous. Haven't seen you in a while. Hope all is well. Yeah, that's crazy, man. But listen, life is not promised. So the next time y'all want to get the argument on Clubhouse, just remember.
Welcome back, first lady. I knew you were going to say something like that. I knew it.
You know me.
Now we gonna be arguing.
He had one child. How old?
Let's see.
Dr. Goddess, read my
Married, I had a daughter.
Hey, Mush. Oh, he had a little girl.
Yeah, I don't see the age. I know that's right, first. I know that's right. And you look so beautiful. Oh.
Thank you. I just want to focus on the words. That's the words.
Vacation has been good. Well, I mean, I did read the words, but then my eyes scrolled up. Child.
Here, we don't know if somebody tried to jump in to save him, but if they're explaining the character the way it is, then that person might have died them daggone selves. It's not like he couldn't swim. It's just that just are you able to speak to it? I don't know. I've never been in this whatever you're talking about. What's it called?
Yeah, I don't do beaches. I do sand.
Yeah, so they have like these things called it's different types. So just imagine like there's riptides, but just imagine like the water looking calm on top, and then but like under the surface is like a toilet, like how you know when you flush the toilet it swirls around, but it's like strong, very very strong, but you can't see it, so you could just jump in, and as soon as you jump in, it'll suck you in. There's no swimming against that. So it happens to a lot of people. It's very current.
I said it sucks you right under, right?
It's real. Like they have it bad in like parts of the Mississippi River, and it happens a lot near the coast too. So.
Isn't it advisory not to jump in and save somebody because you're pretty much signing your death as well? Because you're
right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I think. But I don't think somebody saying they still would have jumped in and saved him. I don't think that they watched it according to the way I just read that. They said they found the body. So did they watch it go under, or was this something like they knew he went out for a swim and then he didn't show up until they actually found him? Which one is it?
I don't know, but I'm curious too.
Yeah, the story's still unfolding, so.
Yeah, if y'all look up.
His daughter was only 7 years old.
Oh no!
Yeah, they said she was born 2017.
Oh no!
Yeah, he had the baby after him and Regina King broke up. I think he had the baby by like an Asian woman or something like that. She was like Asian.
Oh no! I mean, sorry, but you know.
Little Jack.
Ain't nothing wrong with raising babies.
Ain't nothing
That she had her father, at a late age, and she's losing him at an early age. That's what I'm shocked about. And my heart hurts for that. Oh my God! Like he's 54, so that baby was definitely a blessing to him to have a child who was such a late age, and now she has to live the rest of her life without her dad. That's what I was focusing on. I'm not focusing on her race at all.
I did just because I had an image in my head. I didn't think of a blame.
As what?
What'd you say?
You know what's crazy? I see something else that says,
Oh,
He shared.
There's another. I don't know if he had a second daughter or if they didn't have the year correct, but it says he shared some social media updates where he mentions his daughter, indicating she was 3 years old.
Huh? Who was 3?
So one article is saying that his daughter's 7. The other article is saying that the daughter's 3 years old, according to an update that he posts of the daughter. Saying that she, yeah.
So whether she's 3, whether she's 7, she's still under the age of 18. My.
I love the ocean.
Oh my God.
Me too, but I did get completely knocked over by a wave one time, and I mean, I was playing too much. You're never supposed to turn your back, right? And I turned my back, and I mean, it basically slammed me to the ground, and I got dragged. I ended up with a whole bunch of sand in my swimming suit in the front, all I mean, it like the ocean beat my ass.
I have to say that I've one time went into the river. That's like the rapids where you go on those boats, and it's like really high current. I got swooped up by a current like that when I was little in Russia, but in the Russian way, when I got pulled out, I got beaten for drowning because it was my fault. Oh wow.
And yeah, I just put a People magazine article. It looks like the daughter was 3 years old.
My mama, they drop your ass in the ocean. You gotta learn to swim.
Well, I don't know how to swim. That's why I don't deal with the beach.
Oh, you don't know how to swim now?
Hell no.
What?
Like at all?
Man.
You can't
at all.
No, you can't swim.
No. I don't do beaches. I barely do pools. I just put my foot in. I actually, nope, not interested. I put swimming this as close as driving a vehicle. They not on my bucket list, neither of them. I actually almost drowned when I was 7. We was in a camp, church camp, summer camp, whatever, and I almost drowned. And the person that went to save me, obviously I was already panicking at that time, so I started pushing him down, and now he's drowning at this point because I'm pushing him. It's like we was fighting to get here. And yeah, I don't do well. Only my shower and my tub.
No, that's why our pool is only 5'5".
Yeah.
And 6 feet on the deepest end. I can always stand on my tippy toes, and it's never going over my head.
Yeah, but my kids know how to swim. So. Yeah.
Speaking of accident, there was so this morning I heard on news that was interpreted in a very racist way in a Russian room. But then I went and looked up the news. Did you guys hear the bizarre story of a couple
that went to get an MRI. The wife went to get an MRI in Long Island and Nassau County, and how the husband was brought into the MRI room while the machine was running by the tech, and then he had like these training weights, I guess, training weight chain, and he got pulled in it, and he pretty much died died in the hospital from the result of that. I mean, that's insane. How I don't know. Have you guys heard of that story?
I just finished reading it, Katrina. They said the necklace, the weight training necklace was 20 pounds. He came in to help his wife get off the table, and he walked in the room and it just snatched her into the MRI.
We talked about that in Lisa's room a couple nights ago, like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, okay.
Have there been any updates besides that?
No, you were there, remember? We were talking about it.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is there any updates besides, has they got in contact with anybody from the clinic, the MRI location, like?
No, yeah, the latest update is that the MRI location is completely silenced. They haven't asked the pronouns and stuff like that, and they're completely silenced. So they're completely ghosting everybody. They're not making any statements. But the crazy part is that the guy who's, what are they called, the technician, right? He went and got the husband. The husband didn't come in on his own. She was calling for him, and the guy went and got the husband and brought the husband in the room. Like, how can he do that if he knows that's in danger to him? That's so crazy.
And he had to have seen that necklace. There's no way he didn't see a 20-pound necklace around that man's neck.
Yeah, he did, because the wife was saying that they even spoke about it. Like, he was asking, like, why you have it, and blah, blah, blah. Like, they had a conversation about it before.
Only staff should be back. Technician was a woman, you guys.
Oh,
doesn't matter. Only staff is supposed to be brought back in there. Only staff. And then they're supposed to turn off those magnets when they go to take the person out of the tube, the MRO tube. And best practice is 2 staff members should be working at all times, and they didn't have that. Plus, they brought a person that's not, yeah. Go ahead.
The technician, even though the wife was calling for him, the technician went and got him and brought him in the room. So, this is a lawsuit for sure.
Yeah. The public people are not supposed to be back there, only staff.
Yeah, and with the MRI machine, that the people only, there was a lot of rules around going in there, in those rooms.
Yeah, I can tell you before we send a patient, I know this is outpatient, but before we send a patient down to MRI, you have to fill out an MRI screening form, and we're checking this about 20 different questions on that checklist. Do they have any implants? Do they have AICD? Do they have a pacemaker? Do they have fillings in their teeth? Do they have any type of something that you put in your brain in the head for to turn off seizures? Anything that do you have a breast implant? Anything? Do you have any type of screws in there for joint fusions? Any type of metal in your body, we screen, and you cannot go under. So that tech should be trained and not having anything of metal in there. There's cases where oxygen tank flew across the room. They had it loose and they're not secured to the wall, so they should know that. And this is why only trained staff should be allowed back there. No public personnel. And they should have 2 techs working. It's not mandatory, but best practice is 2 techs. They didn't have that. They're cutting corners with staff, and then they didn't follow their own policies and procedures. They didn't turn the magnet off. Plus, they have somebody back there that's not supposed to be back there. I hope they have malpractice insurance.
Did he die?
Yeah, he had multiple heart attacks.
So y'all know. Well, I moved like.
Yeah, check it
Who
out.
is it? It's one of the mods. But anyway, so y'all know that was one of the scenes in Final Destination movie, the last one. That's so crazy. I can't believe that happened either.
But isn't the tech responsible to turn off the magnet? right? If she was done and she was actually coming, she's I saw the interview that she gave. It was coming, she was coming out, and she was having a hard time getting out from the table. And she asked for help, and she asked for her husband to come and help. The technician should have turned off the magnet and then went to get the husband. So I guess, I mean, I'm speculating, but I guess the technician forgot that he still had the magnet on.
So she may have turned the machine off, but I mean, the magnetism may not have receded fast enough, because it didn't pull him from the moment he walked in the room. It was like when he got a little bit closer, then it just snatched him. So, but he shouldn't have been in the room. Period. Like the technician should have never allowed him in the room. So I don't even know.
I don't know, because I put it in the chat, I went in an MRI with my student before. So they do allow people in there.
Did you have a medal?
I can't remember. They probably asked me about my jewelry, but I don't remember that. I don't remember that specifically, like them saying remove your jewelry or anything. No, but she was in the MRI machine, and and her hands were out of the machine because I was holding her hands out of the machine while she was in there. And it was like maybe she was doing the BRCA run or whatever, the screening, the MRI they do for that. So maybe it has something to do with which the woman was having done by the MRI machine, like how strong it was. I don't know.
Turned off, the magnetic field is still powerful.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, I've been in the room when somebody was getting an MRI before. So they do allow people.
Yeah, they allow people in, but you just not with, you know what I mean? You're supposed to be, you're supposed to be warned, repeatedly, and to take off, any metal. And he was wearing a 20-pound metal chain. Like that that seems like kind of ridiculous, Somebody put because we actually listened to clips and stuff like that, and news reports and watched it together in Lisa's room. But I can't remember which one of y'all put up a picture of a man with a 20-pound necklace.
It was one of the guys that was showing us.
Yeah. I mean, it's like it was huge. It was huge. It's like
it has a big lock on it too. Dr. Goddess.
Yeah, it's almost unbelievable. Like it's almost like, you know what I mean? It's like, is this real? Like why would you not only did he have on metal, he had on like a gigantic.
Okay, so did the necklace weigh 20 pounds?
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
That's crazy.
Or was it a 20-pound weight necklace?
It was
a 20-pound weight necklace.
Yeah,
the necklace itself. Okay, hold on. Let me just.
He used it for his weight training, Dr. H. So it was, it was like his fitness accessory, and it was 20 pounds.
I guarantee you, you're in a lot of MRIs here. They're not supposed to let anybody in the room unless they're clear.
I can't hear you. What you said?
I said I do a ton of MRIs.
I'm sorry, Mel. I'm sorry to get my turn for you guys. I'm trying to get this. What happened, Mel?
No, I was saying, what happened? You gonna open up the room?
Yeah, I was making sure I had a phone call, and now I'm cool. You good?
Yeah.
Alright. Are you guys? I'm so tired. You guys tired?
I think what Dr. AG wanted to ask was the chain weighing 20 pounds, or does it hold 20 pounds?
Weighs 20 pounds.
They have those.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Protocols are you're not supposed to let anyone in the room unless they're screened.
I don't know. I guess
it's supposed to be filled.
I don't know, because I didn't fill out any paperwork. I went with my student. She was going to get the thing. She went in the thing, and she started having like a panic attack. And the person came out the thing and said, "Can you come in here with her?" And I went in and I held her hand while she was doing the thing. I didn't sign no paper, none of that.
No, I didn't say sign.
they didn't follow procedures. You can actually say you have to be pre-screened.
She didn't screen me, clear me, none of that. She came got me from the waiting room.
She took your
I
life
did
in her
have to
hands.
put my purse, like I put my purse in a little like locker thing, but I had on my same cloak, like, so I don't know.
Yeah, so she took your life in her own hands because no one's supposed to be in there unless they're pre-screened. I mean, that's not as easy.
I agree.
I'm a very active, strong magnet.
Yeah, I go all the time with my son. I have to go with him. We have gone to different places. Yeah, we have gone to different places to have his MRI and his CAT scans and everything. And they ask me, do you have like metal plates? Do you have body piercings, like big, large body piercings? Do you have this? Do you have this? And then only when a couple times they did make me like take off some of my jewelry, like the I had a really, really full Pandora bracelet and they were like, take it off. Just to be safe, take it off.
Even if you're in an oxygen, they're not gonna let the tank oxygen come in. It has to be wall oxygen. They will never let oxygen tank in. It has to be adhered, tapped onto the wall, like no metal.
Excuse me 1 second, Patty, do you wanted us to check our messages, the mods?
Oh no, check the block list to make sure you don't have him blocked.
Who?
Moose.
Oh.
Lord, who in the hell done block Moose? Yeah, Moose is nice. Sometimes.
That's me. I don't know why I have it blocked. I don't have anybody blocked except this one guy. I have no idea why I blocked him. Let me come up.
It might have been an accident.
He must have been acting a fool one day. I'll come down.
He's
the only one I have blocked.
Y'all be on that. Y'all be hitting that button accidentally. It's crazy. I don't know. No, my finger slipped in the hole when it blocked you. And yeah.
No, and I always have nobody blocked. Nobody, but I don't know why. He's the only one. So let me step in.
It's okay, LaVon. You just haven't been on here long enough.
There is a way to actually block accidentally because when you report something, you know how you can make a report on a speaker, like they said something, whatever. When you make the report, one of the options at the end is to block him or not block him. And I did that by accident where I would hit like, I thought it was like continue or like finish and I ended up blocking somebody. But
So how many people have you reported from a space? There's Moose, he's here now.
Moose is here.
So all I'm saying is that is a possible case that, if you're removing someone, but that would mean that you had to be in a space.
Often, it's a little fishy to me.
It's just a little train to me.
Reporting, not removing, reporting somebody. When they're like, that's something really, really inappropriate, and you can report that person.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, y'all definitely if I report your ass, I'm blocking.
Yeah, when you report somebody, after that they ask you if you want to block them, and you have to say yes or no.
Yeah, I don't be doing all of that shit. I don't
do that. But if I gotta go to the point that I gotta report you, trust me, I'm gonna block you too. I don't block people. We'll argue today, and I'll still let you in tomorrow. I may not talk to you, but I don't give a fuck.
You might unfriend block. Somebody told me that you have unfriended them.
Oh yes, I did. Yes, I did. Oh my God, he is so petty.
I only ignored him for 6 days.
Let me tell you,
and
he's in his feelings. That back and forth with me and him, he is definitely in his feelings.
It's ridiculous.
Oh my God, I'm not that important, guys. I promise. Me. After I had that back and forth with Anthony, I unfollowed him, and I guess he knows that.
I have him blocked.
I'm like, bro, you be okay?
I blocked unapologetically.
He was probably trying to send me an apology, and his ass noticed that I unfriended him. All right, I got the link from Lisa's room. Hold on.
That is correct. That is correct.
Did y'all see that Royal cruise line that got caught in the middle of the hurricane?
the chat if anybody is interested in looking. It looked like a scene out of the Titanic.
That was what he was trying to do. Oh, First Lady left. I knew that's what he was trying to do. He gonna fucking
When I saw it,
I don't know.
I was very devastated because
Because I don't do that. My friends have
I would go on.
Thank you.
It's Royal Caribbean, right? I was like, damn.
All right, that's the link up on top, guys.
Norwegian cruise line.
Everybody.
But that shit scary as hell. See, that's why now I want to go on the cruise. I just told my cousins.
Hey, everybody, click the link.
I don't want to go.
Click the link. We're closing the room.
That's the only. Oh my god.
Click the link, everybody, to go. We're closing down the room. Can y'all move it? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Y'all move so slow. Brother, click the link. We're leaving. Click the link, guys, if you want to hear our voice for another room. If not, have a good day. F grade, come on. Damn, Drew, click the link. Come on, Michelle. Brother, what happened? Why you came back? All right, I'm closing down. Click the link one more time. Bye-bye.
So the little young, we only got to fuck with you.
That's right.
That's some crazy shit, right?
I heard that the niggas who fuck with white girls is gay. I ain't put that label on y'all.
That's a wild accusation.
I know, right? So why y'all not voting for the sisters though is what I'm asking.
See how uncomfortable they feel? Didn't I just say that? Like, idea for a black person to only be with other black people is crazy. They actually think that nowadays. Like, it's crazy.
I don't want to be with you.
Mace, that's not true because you just said.
A panda, nigga, you always lying.
It's crazy to think that you live in a melting pot that America is with many different races, and you only gonna fuck with one race. Like,
Yes, you're
What's so crazy about that?
Can you imagine thinking that's crazy?
No. I mean, I can't imagine, but it does sound crazy when it comes out of people's mouth.
It's not crazy to be with your own people. That's what people do.
I'm just saying, to only love you, I gotta only fuck with you.
There is a thing called self-preservation. The fact that you are, I know you're not going to see it, but that's an upbringing problem. To only want to be with your own people is not something that is some new concept. Many people practice this. And increasing a little few black people, but white people say it, don't bring no niggas home. Mexicans say you better not bring a nigga home. Fucking Indian, don't bring no nigga home. Everybody wants. Who?
None of the races like us.
Yeah, you're supposed to be with your own people, but see what I mean? What I just told you about over the weekend? You have a growing number of black men that literally used to get strung up by their fucking throat and pinky toe for even glancing in a white woman's direction. And now that they're allowing you to sleep with them because there's too many of the ones that the white men don't want. So they're throwing their trash garbage at your feet and you're happily collecting it. Talking about how could you not? Like, what? That's a mental illness.
No, it's just I'm not stuck in the slavery mindset, like,
you messed up there, Bruce.
I don't know how I messed up. I'm not a slave.
Yes. Yeah, that's some slave talk right there. For you to say that you're stuck in a slavery mindset.
I said I'm not.
To say you're not, you're saying that the slavery mindset is only being together. That's what you're saying is a slavery mindset.
No, I'm just saying, like, you just said all those
saw black people during the history of our slavery, and I'm just saying, like, I don't live in that time. I didn't grow up in that time. I grew up in a time where there was some white folks that fuck with me, there was some black folks that fuck with me. Shit, there was even some East Indians and Asians that fuck with me, because I live in America. I'm an American.
I think that you sound. I think you did. You go to college? Oh, you know what? My bad. This isn't even a fair conversation.
So I gotta go to college.
You don't have to go to college and think like me, but you're fucking stupid. That's what I'm saying. You're fucking stupid.
Come on, Daisy. Come on. Come on, Daisy. We're cooking.
So you know how you
But it's gonna make me crash out because what he's saying is ridiculous. You never hear nobody white talking like this. You would never fucking hear somebody white say that, you should be you should be with niggas. Why don't you go over there and get you a nigga and marry them? Because this is the time we live. Like, stop talking to me crazy. It's irritating. You don't hear fucking Asian people saying this. Oh, you should be. They're coming in here and buying our hardware. They're coming in here and buying our food. You should be with them. No, they sit there in your community. They take all the money and then they go and build their heaven with it. They go and send their kids to Harvard and fucking Columbia. And they tell you if you dream about bringing a nigga up in here, you're done. We're gonna ostracize you. You're not a part of the family anymore. Fucking Indians do the same thing. There are Indian fathers that have literally killed their daughters.
Go ahead, Mace. Get it off your chest, big dog. Cause he gonna
Now, Daisy, you cooking. She's not wrong.
He's cooking. Okay, great. So there's some fellas down below who believe that this title is true. Right? You know, if y'all feel as though the white women treat y'all better, please pull up, because I just do not believe it. But let's go. We in here today. Damn, I wish we was in space and silence or throwing rocks, because
See, Warren, this is what happens when you bring me back into the fold. The GDP is up, baby. I'm sending that.
You can't shoot your loser candidate, Daisy, nigga. She on your ass.
Daisy would never shoot. I would never shoot my loser candidate, Daisy, because she actually has coherent arguments. Most of these women on here don't.
Excuse me.
But that's a different conversation, though.
I think it's the title. I really don't think I don't think it's Mace. I think it's your title. This is one of the clickbait titles on Clubhouse that just draw people to the space. So
that's
all due respect. I think it's
birthday. He asked the question.
Yes, I think it's the title.
I'm trying to have a peace with that.
No, it's my picture. It was my picture. It started because of my picture.
Oh, I missed that part.
We're gonna let it ride out.
Exactly.
But I do think it's the
coherent.
I do think it's the title, and please don't insult my intelligence.
Well, if you're listening to it, I'm not insulting you. I'm telling you the logic. If you need to hear the other half of the conversation, saying it's about something else once you come into a room doesn't mean that that's the truth. And all we're doing is just correcting the direction.
I was in the space before.
So you weren't listening, so you would know that it was about.
And then I left the space because I had a call.
There we go. That's the key. You left the space.
And then also again, your PCR is no different than any other PCR that's been on the space. Like you're not doing anything
Now you're putting on a whole nother narrative.
You're not doing anything that anyone else hasn't done.
But that has nothing to do with your narrative right now. The narrative was that it was about the picture and a specific things about.
Why are you so angry?
It was. Oh, why are you so angry?
Specific
things about the picture.
It's okay, Kate.
It was specific things about the picture.
Mace, how about you PCR unsolicited pictures?
You can't come into a room and start talking about completely different.
You didn't even ask her. You got a lady asking her. You didn't even ask her to take a picture.
It's okay.
How about you PCR, Mace? You're not doing anything. You're a regular person just like everyone else on the internet. PTR.
Listen.
Warren, this is exactly why I'm not getting you a housewarming gift. Look at the shenanigans you have been causing.
Wow, because it's Mace's birthday, I don't get.
Oh, happy birthday, Mace. But you're not.
Happy birthday. Get out of here. Get out of here.
I'm trying to get you guys down in Kitover. Pull up.
Warren, I'm trying to get them focused. This is why I love Daisy's arguments because Daisy has a coherent argument throughout the entire thing that gives gravity to everything that she's talking about and that the other person is talking
I
about.
know, and
She's just not
I know
talking out her ass. She's not just joining rooms and saying weird shit and then leaving and then coming back.
That's not weird. I mean, most people who are on the app most of the day, if they have a career, they're working.
And apparently, I guess you say his name is Praise, however, Price, whatever. My guy, appreciate you pulling up. My fault for the miss. But let these other niggas pull up and defend this case. Y'all down in school, y'all just chilling. Shout out to a 9. We ain't seen your little dirt ass in a long time.
It's your title, boring. It's your
I
title.
know it is. And I want these niggas to defend they white women, bro. It's okay. I love y'all. These niggas don't. So
I love y'all women.
let's make a list and point these niggas out like, nope, they can't come back to the community. They not invited to the cookout.
They can come to the cookout. Let all the disgruntled men come to the cookout. Oh,
hell no.
Nah.
They better raise That's why they can't.
Like niggas just get excommunicated by everything.
Damn right you do, nigga.
I think we should change the subject because now I see Voltron is forming and some of these sisterhood alliances.
No,
and we're not gonna get a coherent conversation at this point.
We are not changing this title.
Well, the funny thing is, the title was mixed up anyway because what we said was, they weren't nice to us black women. Remember we were talking about the access to money piece, and we were saying how nasty they are to us black women because they feel like we don't deserve to be in those money spaces. So that's really what it was about, but it just got mixed up to that title.
My nigga Haas, what's happening with you, brody? I see you right there. Pull up on us. We cool. And I'm calling these niggas out today. They think the white women are better than our sisters. They say they treat them nicer. Yeah.
Nah, they think the black women in my picture are white women. They just all confused.
Who said that, boy?
They said it.
Look, I didn't even comment on his picture.
Hey, this isn't about you. You don't even acknowledge the concept of the first argument that was made. Like you talk about some other shit. Settle down.
But this shit dumb, though, in my opinion. Like, for niggas to say that white women treat them better, it's your own opinion because they might treat you better, but they're against your ass for the long run. I don't know why you niggas be trying to downgrade the black women like they ain't nice and shit like that because the ones you fucked over, the ones that you did something to, ain't nice to your ass. Yeah, I ain't no black woman I ran across in my lifetime. I'm 40 years old. I ran across my lifetime. They ever treated me bad. They ever disrespected me. They didn't tell me good morning. They ever tell me they love me or shit like that. Say you should die. So whatever you niggas got against black women, y'all some piece of pathetic ass motherfuckers to say white women. A motherfucker that their ancestor killed your ancestors. Ate your ancestors. Hung your ancestors. See, y'all niggas is fucked up and cruel. I think Kobe got these niggas in a chokehold and he's already gone. Because white women don't give a fuck about no black man. They don't give a fuck about you at all. They won't even take you home to see their fucking daddy. So what they all you gonna do is fuck your dick or get some pussy. Well, not daddy. Well, let me say not daddy, grandparents. Let me say great-grandparents. Shit like that, because they racist. They great-grandparents racist as fuck. See, they ain't taking you to see them motherfuckers.
I'm interracial.
Don't tell them that hard. Stop.
I'm interracial.
They have never seen that movie. What the fuck that movie called? That black boy went up there to white folks' house. Yeah, that was not Rosewood. It's a movie that came out that the black boy was born. Get Out. You want to think that shit for real? Go tell me. Come down here to Mississippi. I'm gonna take you to a sundown, one of them sundown hippie ass town. Put your name on, drop you off, and let you walk through that bitch by yourself. See if you will come out there. So get you a white girl and walk through that bitch. That bitch gonna set your ass up and get you killed. Like I don't know why y'all trying to downgrade black women. Black women are nice as fuck. Good pussy. They got good head. That motherfucker can treat you good. That motherfucker got your back. They pay your bills. They feed you.
Pay your bills is first off the line.
I'm just being honest though. They you want me to lie to me and tell the truth? Which one you want me to do?
You and Kay are.
I'm just saying.
Y'all about to get this loser candidate. That wasn't even what we were talking about. We never say that we don't like black men. We never say that we like black women.
We're helping the space.
You said that
say that white women treat you better than black women, that's a damn lie. That's crazy. Even that stupid ass shit.
We didn't say that at all. You would change that. You could bring this conversation.
Boring always doing shit like a motherfucker. Damn, boy.
Hey, bro,
This motherfucker.
no, brother, you ain't got shit on my sister, bro. Fuck them.
No, they don't got no. No, motherfucker. White hoe got fat ass booties, nigga. The fuck we talking about?
Hey, now look, we don't fuck with them, but I ain't gonna lie, some of them got
Some of
it's not true.
hey, you talking about a small percentage of white women that got some ass now. A small percentage. You better know if it's fake or not. All black women got the most baddest body in the fucking world that everybody wants.
That's 100%.
The only black women that get BBLs are majority of them bitches are strippers. That's what get BBLs. And it's not black American women. So what the fuck we talking about?
So, did you hear that Priest was the one that said, when I was saying that we are, whatever it is, doesn't matter. When I was saying that we are superior, he said that we're not superior, look at our situation. Then I was trying to tell him that all you have to be is a black person with melanin to be able to look at yourself as superior. He was very uncomfortable with that. He said, no, we're not superior. And then, can you stop interrupting me? And then he's pretending I'm a white woman. Then he said that, then he said, then when I was saying that black people should be together, he said that that's unreasonable. He said that's not true. He said that he's not stuck in a slavery mindset, which means that we only was treated bad in slavery. You understand? He said that he's not stuck in that mindset, and we're in a melting pot of a country, and so therefore it's ridiculous for anybody to think that a black person should be only with another black person. What do you have to say about that?
I don't know why you took that to heart. Bryce, aren't you mixed?
Crazy. Did a whole
Bryce, aren't you mixed? Is your mom white?
Yeah.
Okay, so what, I mean, his value to the conversation is different.
Whose mother is white?
Cause his mama white don't mean he white.
Whose mother is white?
These are clubhouse talking points. Let's be real. Clubhouse talking points, y'all. If y'all go with the clubhouse talking points, whatever your daddy is, you are.
Don't say them now.
Man, that shit crazy. Clubhouse talking points is crazy. Man, clubhouse talking points is insane to me, man. Y'all ain't making up shit on clubhouse. They don't make no fucking logical sense
Can
at all.
I ask a question? Wait a minute. So his mom is white. So let me ask you this, which I did not know. I wouldn't have wasted my breath. I wouldn't have even responded to him. So I'm mad that y'all didn't tell me his mother was white. Okay, I didn't know. I thought I was talking to black people. But let me say this really fast. How come with these mixed people talking about they're white, but they can come around us and say they black? No, they asked me to be in another category. I don't think they're black people.
And there we go.
Yeah, that shit is wild. Because
I don't like it.
the only mixed people I know that say they white are the ones with white fathers. They're the only ones that say they white.
Yeah,
with white fathers.
the one.
And I talked to a lot of them. The ones that from women to men call themselves white because they say they daddy white. That's why they say they white. But when a white woman, all y'all do is carry. All women do is carry eggs. I want y'all to know that shit. Y'all just carry it.
You know, we teach those too.
No, fuck that. Fuck that. That shit that's clubhouse talking points. Okay, that's not a clubhouse talking point. Scientific wise, if a man doesn't ejaculate inside of you, your eggs are going to die. What the fuck are we talking about? Your eggs don't, unless you take them out and freeze them motherfuckers. The fuck we talking about?
There we go.
Yeah, I know. I don't like logical shit.
No, I want to know who pulled the nigga switch. Like, which one of you niggas did it?
Hey, this not a nigga switch. Hey,
Y'all thought I was bad. I had good sense until he came in. Y'all attack him for an hour.
Hey, they can't attack me, man. You know why they can't attack me? But Warren, I already know. I go out there with this bullshit. And I'm gonna fuck with them like they always fuck with everybody else. But I'm telling you point blank sense. These are facts. If you don't like the facts, what I'm saying, then that's just tough luck. Women are carriers, though. Nurturers. Caring. That was the fuck they put on earth to do, caring.
Helpers.
Because God created man first, and women came from man real. How the fuck I know. Yep, I sure do.
I'm on my clubhouse shit today.
Yeah,
Men are the providers.
it's all this shit clubhouse talking points, man.
Come on, go with it. That's right. Men are the providers.
We are the providers.
Amen.
What the fuck we talking about? I mean, but since these clubhouse talking points, then men are not the providers. Since women think they rule over everything, y'all providers. Since y'all just let us stay at home and y'all pay the bills while we just sit around this motherfucker.
No.
Since y'all wanna take it like that, then.
Why would we do that?
Y'all still gonna have the kids, because the man can't have no motherfucking baby. So y'all still gonna have the kids, and y'all can take care of the kid, and then you gonna pay the bills in that motherfucker.
Hey,
Man, that shit crazy.
Hey, Hobbs, like, I don't even think that's just like an internet talking point. Like, only woman you gonna hear say some shit like that is a woman that don't have a man. Right?
That's a fact, bro. That's a fact.
It's just like people only make absolutes. You know what I'm saying? Like when they live in a bubble and shit like that. But so these arguments I be hearing them, and I kind of just be like, I gotta think to myself for a minute. Whenever people start making absolutes about, like, even the title is like a white woman nicer to black men. Like, of course, not every white woman is nice to black men. You know what I'm saying? But
you got some white women out there that is nice though, bro. Like,
Hey, yo.
generally nice.
Hey, y'all tell Haas happy birthday, man. My nigga just came through and told me.
Nigga, shut up. Nigga,
You want nigga boring, bro. Hey, tell send me cash out, man. You know what I'm saying? Shit, help a broke nigga out. You know, all broke niggas, all black men broke, let them tell their club out talking point. All black niggas don't take care of their kids, let them tell it. All black men ain't shit, let them tell it. You know what I'm saying?
nobody is fucking saying that. I spent the
I
first.
said club. I didn't say you. I said clubhouse.
Well,
Talking
on
to K.
Clubhouse.
Talking to K.
This is crazy. Like, they know who's saying it in the room. They ain't dumb. They don't want to come out their fucking mic.
I don't say that about black people.
What's they talking to the house? They're really talking
I think
to.
I could just talk to you on Clubhouse all day. Hello?
But yeah, I like, hey, boy, I seen your name moving up off this motherfucker.
One way or the other.
Oh yeah.
I've been getting my reparations for the past hour with Mace.
For real?
That's right.
I told you I was gonna get it one way or the other.
yeah, I got my reparations.
Head black, head back in blood.
You got a reparation. Wow.
I got mine too. Man, y'all better get y'all reparations.
I claim all my identities so I can get all the funding. Thank you.
Damn, let's talk about that. Traitor.
Boy, you
I'm not going to share my
Yeah,
secrets.
brother, what's happening with you? What up, though, Haas?
I got can you hear me now, boy?
Yeah, bro, we heard you the first time. What's happening?
I think it's something going on in his phone or something.
Hey, bro, I need that shit though, bro. I was just bullshit with that. I like that one. If you don't wake up in the morning, goddamn, so can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can
So
hear
if
you,
you don't
bro.
wake up in the morning, alright, so if you don't wake up in the morning and to the man tell yourself that, man, look, I'm a badass nigga, man. I'm look good as a motherfucker. Fuck this shit. I ain't mean bad though, like in a woman way. You know what I'm saying? That's what they'll say you gay when you say shit like that. But it's cool though. But if you tell yourself you handsome, that you gonna be a better person than you was the day before, hey man, hey, do this shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Focus on yourself, stop focusing on these women. Women gonna be women. They are the ones who's let me see what the word is that shit is. This shit is they are emotional creatures. That's what they are. They are emotional. So that's the ones for the emotional. But okay, we'll keep on saying hard.
This makes. What if you're an ugly man? Are you still supposed to sit in the mirror and say this up?
Ugly man or in style.
You're a handsome man.
You want to say?
I didn't ask you that.
What'd you say?
I heard you say it.
Yes.
And I just want everybody to know I give this equally. So if the man is ugly, he shouldn't be in the mirror saying he's a handsome man.
She is
He should be. Why? That's a lie.
Okay, so
why should he be feeding himself affirmational lies?
So he can. Why? So I'm gonna ask you this then. I'm gonna give you a scenario right here. Why can't a man do that, but a fat woman can tell her that but a fat girl can be fat as a motherfucker, but her best friend says she a bad bitch?
Because women are the same. No. Stop.
reason
that you just outlined, that they are emotional. So they are allowed to tell themselves bold-faced lies. I attack them all day on here for lying to themselves. I'm just asking you, if you're saying that men are supposed to be rational and all these other things, then they definitely should not be in the mirror calling themselves handsome. Listen, they definitely should not be in the mirror lying to themselves further if they are in reality and know that they are ugly men.
I agree with that, man. I agree with that. I'm just bullshit with
Man, look at the logic of men. Look how fast
I agree with that.
solutions
I
have been.
just want you to say what what you said.
Had that been a woman, she would have argued me down to the ground, and 30 other women would have jumped me.
Damn, what women you be around that do that to you like that, man?
I'm putting that on my ladies right there.
Are you on the chat right now? Come on, stop.
Man,
We all in the chat. What you talking about?
Listen, the chat is the chat, man. People gonna do shit in the chat. Y'all gotta stop looking at the chat, reading that shit again.
Posh, this was an exercise. You passed the exam. We appreciate your service, bro.
There's no such thing as an ugly rich man.
What the fuck?
That's true too. That's true too.
In the chat, who said that?
That's true.
Rich man.
There's no such thing.
Yes, it is.
No, there's no such thing. There's no such thing.
Because he got money.
Because his resources and highest commodity that he's earned has made him attracted to the women who want that type of. Exactly.
Money, man. Money make them beautiful. That's crazy.
Because men have to create their beauty. Men have to create their beauty. Women just have it.
And just the majority of men who have money are women beaters, are women cheaters.
Oh, so you're going somewhere else now. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's a goddamn lie.
That's
Now you're going crazy. Now you're going crazy.
Man, y'all do making shit up.
Where did you get from?
I ain't making shit up. So
Somebody else finish.
So the men have money.
Where did you get it that they are majority beating on their women because they have money? Where did you get that? Where?
I said, well,
What domestic violence threshold survey confirms that men who have money beat their women? Where?
Talk about dating. Hey, look, man.
But then I would say that they have access to women, so they might cheat.
God damn. What did they just do to catch that? Beat the shit out of that motherfucker, did it?
That's one guy.
Did they beat her ass? No. Hell, just look at it. I'm not yelling at all. I'm talking.
This is live.
You can't say that the majority of men who have money. You can't say the majority of men who have money are beating their women because you saw one video of it happen. There are way more domestic violence situations with poor men. What are you talking about?
Actually, there are way more domestic violence situations with women against other women.
You see,
that's not the point.
Hey, Maze, hold on, Maze. You see how the shit where Maze? The shit she said about a nigga with money is not ugly. That was a dumbass motherfucker suggestion. So I just made a dumbass joke with her too. The whole time.
Daisy was telling the truth. She's telling the truth.
That shit is not true, bro.
That shit is true.
I know an ugly ass nigga right now, ugly as a motherfucker.
You're so like I don't even know what's happening. I was actually being facetious.
Right, exactly.
What I was trying to say is a man who is ugly can be calling himself handsome or whatever because the bottom line is he could still have access to women because he has resources. So it doesn't matter how he looks at that point.
And women, we know that. You cooking.
But a fat, ugly, I'm sorry, a fat, unattractive woman is nothing she can fucking do. Nothing.
Exactly.
Can y'all have more rooms like this? This helps during the weekend.
Boring just has to Boring just gotta welcome me back into the fold and bring me on as a resident.
So you're the topic. To keep it going.
Bam, I got this started like an hour ago, bro. I'll be cooking when I'm here. Let's go. Boring. Stop it. I'm the content.
You're the content.
Boring. What was the morning crew doing when I walked in here 2 hours ago?
We was doing exactly what's happening right now.
Y'all niggas who
It was quiet.
exactly.
That's why I left.
crazy.
Hey, Mace, don't tell me you actually think he was excommunicated.
What you mean?
He was. He had white women in his PTR.
Nigga.
But he's still here.
Oh, I'll never be excommunicated. They love me too much. I'm too factual to like.
He's so bold. He put the white women back up in his PTR.
They still white folks.
There's white girls in your PTR.
See how you pander? See how you
Yeah. What's wrong with pandering, sir?
That's right, he takes care of us. So Mace, you're more like red pill?
I don't even know what red pill is.
I don't know either, I just learned that.
Hey, I'm gonna get this loser cannon. No, we getting the loser cannon out now. This shit is crazy. K been 0 for 5 since she's been in here on points.
Oh no.
What's going on, K?
He definitely is red pill.
She just
Yeah, he listened to red pill probably.
That's gross.
Yeah, that's great. I'm just gonna let y'all put on that. Go ahead, do it.
What is your favorite red pill talking point?
What you recommended me, the Paul Pierce show or whatever the fuck that podcast is? And I couldn't stand it for more than a minute.
That's not a red pill. How is that a red pill?
Very red.
What are y'all talking about?
That's why we're asking you. What's your favorite?
Y'all don't even know what y'all saying. Y'all using terms that y'all don't even know the term of. And then you're talking about Paul Pierce related to. Man, Akasa, you still trying to get it back in, but I see what's going on. All right, so if you watch that podcast, you will see how disrespectful she was being to him in the front end of that entire dialogue. So then what got clipped and what got popular is when he turned the tables on her and went and defeated her own logic. That's what went popular.
That's not what.
But you didn't watch it in its entirety, so you don't get the full context.
I refuse to because I don't want my brain.
I don't like the way he talks. I don't like what he said.
The talking point was he asked why this lady was single. She told him. He then goes on this accusatory rant like, "Oh, I know why you single because you just want to have sex." And I'm sitting there like, this ain't no fucking waste of time. I didn't know anything about this podcast. So that was my introduction to the Paul Pierce show or whatever he got.
Why are we calling it red pill?
He talking about what you gotta listen to the whole fucking shit. Why the hell? I already heard stupid shit. Why do I want to sit there for?
It sound like it.
First of all, Paul Pierce is an ignorant fuck, but she needed an ignorant fuck to make that.
No.
He did it. It was a master class because of the way he did it.
Ignorant fuck. And
he sat a doctor on a stage and
another podcast.
Akasa. That ignorant fuck spoke so plainly and so clearly to a woman with a doctorate
Didn't you tell
that it dismantled her entire argument.
Didn't you tell me he got kicked off of another podcast?
And I also just said he's an ignorant fuck.
It's yes or no. Didn't you tell me he got kicked off?
I personally didn't tell you that. No.
Yes, you did.
I know his podcast.
You told me he got kicked off of another podcast.
Now you just
He's only praising him because he was able to talk down to educate black women.
Here we go.
Right.
Ultron misforms.
That's not gospel.
I told you he loved white women.
Wow. Akasa, yo.
This
Oh my God.
It's not okay, sir. We praise the sisters over here.
I fuck with you, Akasa. You're doing a number right
Just
now.
wanted to see a black woman get teared down. Tis.
It's okay, bro.
Crazy.
It's not okay. Stop telling him that. It's not okay. What's wrong with
I tried to warn you,
You
but
ain't gonna be a shot.
what happened with the
Wow, now you trying to say my sister's getting niggas set up. Is that what you
Daisy,
think?
don't let Akasa tell you what happened. Just go watch the video. You'll see how it played out.
I'm trying to find it, but it's only showing me the full.
Don't let the sisterhood narrative manipulate you into your context.
Make sure you got Tylenol next to you, just in case you get a headache from the dumb shit.
That's crazy.
Who can get them shit y'all got going on in here?
It's real.
Oh shit! Here we go.
ass every day of the week. So
I know, right? These niggas up here talking
I
about
really
this
didn't come in here. I really didn't come in here to beat none of them up. They are
man.
I did.
Yeah, they typically look beaten all the time, so I didn't come here to do that. But sounds interesting. We got white Frank going on.
This one.
They up there protecting these
No, it's
white
gonna be
women.
three more coming in too. They
They protect these white women like it's going out of style.
Zell finna get her power back. Zell finna charge up. Rose in the house. She finna bring some energy over to what's that? Net finna pull up in here. She's finna fly through with her cape on. This finna be over. This finna be real fun. The Avengers have won, guys.
I'll have to do this more often. This
I'm only
is
protecting the
hilarious.
woman that fuck with me.
Hey.
So you say all the white women really
Whimsical superhero life is for men. You don't gotta
let me ask you this question.
We not in fairy tale land like y'all.
Bro, look at don't tap my image and open it up. But are those black women or white women on that picture? Are they white women? Just answer that. Are they white?
They look miscegenated at the very least.
My God. But they're not white women, yeah?
Same thing.
Like plain white. I don't know. It's a small picture. They could be. The picture is really small and distant, so are their asses. So they might be white.
Bro, make a choice. Make a decision. When you're looking at that picture, are you in your head, with the absence of anybody else in this room, saying that those are white women or not?
You're saying without me making the picture bigger.
Without making the picture bigger, are those women white or not?
They're not black.
And do you have a picture without their head?
Are they white or not?
I can't really see their skin tone from this. I'm opening the picture.
That's a good answer. I can't even.
First time.
Bro, that's a good answer. I can't even really see their skin tone.
It looks like a white or Latin girl in a black girl.
No. Your answer was accurate. You can't see their skin tone. These people in here, including the Pandora-in-Chief himself, Boring, said that those women were white women.
Headshot.
I shall eat, that's a white woman laying right there. None of my sisters got no ass like that, sir. That's a white girl ass. Stop playing with us.
Maze,
Black women like that.
Maze, man. You getting them triggered a lot. But is anybody on this stage fucking you or giving you pussy?
Miss, can I ask you a coherent question? Can we introduce Price to Hannah Cobb?
Wait a minute, who the hell is that? Wait a minute, hell no, I'm trying to boom the room. Y'all got me fucked up.
How you doing?
See, I told you Zell's gonna get her power back.
I'm doing alright, Zell. Today is better. 2 mornings ago I was in an ambulance, but today is better. I'm able to hold food down. Yeah, that's all. That's what I can say. I had a really bad headache this morning, but other than that, it seems like. Yeah, I'm walking. I got to. I live alone, so at the times that nobody is here, I gotta do whatever for me. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I'm walking. I was walking in the hospital though. I was walking. The day after the procedure.
I'm so glad. I'm really happy.
Yeah, I'm a soldier. That's why I don't let these niggas cake. I will forever be stronger than these niggas. that's why they don't faze me. Forever and always, I'ma make sure I get up and do. And yeah, that's that. So I appreciate you asking, because it definitely is a big procedure. It's traumatizing as fuck. Heavy on all 4 letters. But I'm doing all right. I'm gonna be okay. I'm going to work Friday because I'm on this bread. Yeah. I'm not even gonna tell them that I just had the procedure because I don't want them to say no. I'm going to get that $90 an hour. I'm going to get that.
Ooh. You was in the military, bro?
No.
Well, I'm just glad that you're still on this side of the Georgia.
Absolutely. I don't know if I told you my phrase, but prior to the procedure was, I'll see y'all on the other side of the blade. So I'm on the other side of the blade, and I'm still here.
Glad to hear that you're doing well. That's amazing. Thanks for sharing.
Thank you. No problem. I'm a survivor. I'm not gonna give up. I gotta keep moving to spike niggas. Like, if for nothing else, if for nothing else, I gotta keep breathing to spike niggas, cause they want me dead, yo. They do. Cause I be tampering with their ego and pride.
Don't do that.
They want me to.
Man.
Yeah, me too. That's one of the things I really love about life.
I love getting on niggas' nerves.
No, I love defining what men say I can or can't do.
I like humbling them.
Right, exactly. So if that gets on men's nerves, they probably should find something else to worry about, because it's just autonomy. It's just the same thing you want from the white man.
What?
Oh my God.
Hey.
My soulmate.
Yeah, mate. Keep fucking them hoes, man. They giving you their attention. They love you. They fuck with you, man. Just fuck with the shawty.
So since the white ladies give him attention, he gotta keep fucking them.
I mean,
did you stop and think and ask like, hey, why you not doing these things for the sisters? Maybe they will show you attention too, sir.
I didn't stop to think that at all. I just think people that fuck.
No, not you. I'm talking about for mates. Why you didn't tell them that?
No, I'm just saying, like, that's how it usually goes anyway.
Boring, don't you think it's strange that there's actually, like, all jokes aside, there is actually a black girl in the picture, and the only one that he can seem to point out to say keep fucking with if they fuck with you is the one who's white or non-black
Easy,
or
that's not even what he said. That's not what he said at all.
What he saying?
He didn't even. Y'all are the only ones that.
He wants you to be with women like his mother.
Side.
He wants you to be with women like his mama.
Y'all are the women are the only ones who have outlined and boring. They're the only ones who have found some woman who has a splash of some other race inside of her on the right side and said that they're both white women.
That's cool, man.
No, she's not. I didn't say that the other one with the dress on is black, but the other one is white.
They're not white.
I didn't point out nothing about no white woman.
What you said?
The only white woman I've met here was at a club. Like
you said, the one.
She's like.
I said, well, with the
Miss, the one with the underwear on. Is she black and white?
No, she's not white. She has no white in her.
What is her race?
I don't know, like black and something else. It's not white.
Okay, do you feel better if we call her Mexican?
I feel better if y'all just stop assuming that these women are white.
You should just do it.
Everyone keep bringing up the picture with the blue cheeks.
Two hoes on the boat. I don't even know why you upset about anything they saying, bro.
Nobody's
that's your experience in life.
Price. With this again, I need everybody to just understand the hyperbole that's going on here. There's nothing. I, of all people, am not upset about anything that goes on the Shed House. We were having this smart group conversation that happened over an hour ago. If you have not been in here for longer than an hour and a half, you don't know anything about what's going on.
Our intention is to joke with you. Our intention is to push black relationships. Pierce's intention is to push everything else, whatever, doesn't matter. His intention is to push everything else. So that's what's happening right now, okay?
So
So, like, did you come in and they just started talking about the picture? Is that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Boring did it, and Daisy started. Who was these white women in your picture? And then it just reinforced what Boring had initially said. So now it's on this. It went from he hates black women or non-supportive of the black sisterhood, and then her and Price got into it for about 45 minutes on the context of all that shit, and it's been going back and forth. And I've been still just trying to say that these women are not white.
So
and the focus is really on the white vote, if anything.
I probably wouldn't have said anything to you at all about the picture, but it's always funny to me when people put people that they know in their picture, but not themselves. That shit right there, that is hilarious.
Before I put myself up, like.
No, I'm just saying, like, either way, to me, it's hilarious business because, like, I don't know. I just don't know what it's supposed to. I don't know what it's supposed to be doing. Like if I had if I sculpted a beautiful cake, maybe I would put it in my PTR. I don't know. People be putting shit they didn't create in their PTR. That should be interesting to me sometimes.
You don't even know him. He took that picture. I asked him, did you
Akasa still trying to say a crime has been committed.
Ooh, I missed that part. What?
Akasa has a vendetta against me, guys. Full disclosure.
She ain't got nothing against you, bro.
She's trying to get vengeance. She's getting vengeance back from 2 weeks ago. I'm gonna let her cook. Continue.
An hour.
So they're not on the trip.
Wait, so you didn't know them? Were you on the boat?
I know them. They're in the house right now. What are we talking
about? Oh, okay. No, somebody said you didn't know them. I'm like, what?
Yeah, that's what I thought I heard too. So that's why I was asking that same
question.
question.
Making up your own conclusions.
We're trying to get the recap. Come on, you know this is.
You didn't even ask them to take the picture.
A crime has been committed.
They do look like they don't know. The black one definitely don't know.
Oh my God, bro.
Get it back in blood. I am enjoying this.
I probably
What should I see, Max?
I'm not really a material violator, like people's possessions. Like I'm not a car keyer or nothing like that. But if I caught a nigga taking a picture of me laid out in a bathing suit and I did not give him permission, I probably would knock his phone in the Pacific.
Should be in the Pacific.
Right, it's so rude.
And we would carry on.
Fuck with you, bro.
Yeah, man, fuck with the black women that fuck with you, bro. Leave them white women alone.
Jesus.
Mix, do you want to have mixed kids?
I want to have Daisy's kids.
Ooh, okay. This is a good one. Oh, I like that.
I told y'all niggas angry, bro, but y'all always trying to call me.
Daisy, will you accept? Do you like Mace?
Yes, I think Mace is very smart. I like our back and forth and his acknowledgement of my brilliance. I was a little concerned earlier, but I think we can work this out. I think he has no issues thinking of himself as a black man as being superior. I think he understands who he is, and he's not going to be afraid of being better than other people, which is something I strive for. And so, yeah, I think maybe, let's
So
talk
you
about
think his
it.
self-concept can change, about who and what he thinks about himself?
Say that again.
Hey, what? That didn't even make sense. What you just
His
asked.
self-concept can change.
No,
His personal narrative about who he is, his automatic narrative.
Oh, that's already pretty good. I think he's comfortable with that and asserting himself as being superior to others.
Don't say that out loud. Women don't like that in here.
Mace, I really don't care. I'm trying to help you, fool.
Clearly, I don't need any help.
I think you do.
Go ahead.
All right, perfect. So maybe we might have a little love connection here.
You've been watching too much of that island show.
Well, you know what? I actually didn't hear about that until I got onto Clubhouse, because actually, you know, I don't have to watch any of those shows. I'm not looking for anyone on Clubhouse or don't have those problems. I've always been selected. So I learned about all that, like, silly stuff here on Clubhouse. Red Pill, Pookies, Ray Rays, Pop the Balloon, all of this. 50-50, you know, people living in the ghetto, all that kind of stuff. I learned that here on Clubhouse, so thanks.
Who pays for dinner?
Your phone.
Hey, you want me to throw away my phone?
Can't have you around these types of environments unsupervised.
Wait, one thing we have to do, Mason, just see my PTR, I think you missed it. We have to decide who do you like best out of this PTR before we can make any final decisions or determinations.
Is this the brown paper bag test?
No, this was several women popped up. Hold on, let me find it. 1 second. You have to pick one. Hold on, I got it. 1 second.
I'm trying to tell you what you want to hear.
It'll be quick. You looking? 1, 2, 3. Who do you pick out of here?
2.
Okay, you pass.
So, we about to tell you what you want to hear.
I think most people think that white women walk around looking like 1 and 3. That's funny to me.
They're very unattractive. I'm trying to tell you. Like, I don't know why these goofy men be going around trying to act like the average white woman walking around is beautiful. No, they're not. And they're fucking nasty.
They're not. But the average, well, most women are mediocre and average, though. We be trying to tell y'all that.
No, I don't necessarily disagree. I just mean in my everyday life, I see more attractive black women than I see attractive white women. But that's whether I'm walking around the street going to work, or that's if I'm down at the happy hour. There's definitely more. I do see some attractive white women, typically out, like at night and stuff like that, and that's probably because, you know, maybe they fix themselves up or something to go out. But just on the general day-to-day, even at my gym, I definitely see more attractive black women than I do white women. And the white women are very jealous. They're very nasty. They see an attractive black woman and they get fucking pissed. And don't let you be in a place, like I said, where there's resources. They're fucking nasty. They really think that black men belong to them. Well, they were 40% of the slave owners. So I understand where that mentality comes from. But this whole idea that they're just like nice and they really like you, it's bullshit. Oh, and also in the locker room, fucking bodies look gross. I'm looking at like, what the fuck are these men talking about? They're not even built good. Yeah, I'm okay with them dating someone. I mean, I don't care. Like, someone making it. They're nice and too young. You know, yeah, they can have. But some of them seem happier with white women, and I feel that, you know, go with what makes you happy.
Hey, price of base, do the white women make y'all happier?
I ain't never been with no white woman.
Bro, you showed up defending them like you have been, bro.
I was defending them.
How was your shit?
I don't defend no hoes, man. They got equal rights. They can defend themselves.
Man, trying to do some laundry, my boy. We'll leave it here.
I'll come back later. I gotta eat and watch The Housewives.
It's a whole lot of people in here. I would tell y'all turn y'all pink ticket in, but y'all niggas like the white girl, so yeah. I'm glad y'all here. I appreciate y'all. God damn it, man.
Damn, white women are okay, man. They're not demons.
They ain't no devil, sir. You need to stay away from them.
They may be colonized.
That's the little nasty girls. You really need to stay away from them.
I swear, bro. The absolutes. They tell you everything.
I have at least one little white woman on your roster.
You're goddamn lying.
Little Italian descent, little 5'2", 5'3", brunette, you know what I'm saying? Hazel eyes.
Well, why do you need that for, Mace? What does that do? They don't improve your quality of life, sir.
There's no woman that improves the quality of my life. I improve the quality of my life. A woman accompanies me in that process.
I know a nigga that got a white wife. She met him when he was down bad. Now he does he's a photographer at weddings and shit. He does videos at weddings. And he goes and travels all over the shit. And he's even told me it's thanks to her networking skills that he got there.
And that's great. That worked for him. The only woman who's improved the quality of my life is my mom. That's about it. Everybody else assists. They join the ride.
This situation
and the ship that's going in one direction anyway.
I'm on the same boat as you though. Like I ain't no woman ever really improved my life like that.
Okay, are y'all expecting like a girlfriend?
No, hold on. No, hold on.
I was speaking first, ladies first. I was speaking first. The question was, do you expect your girlfriend or your partner to improve your life? Someone that you're not married to.
So, Priest, to answer your question, to continue our conversation, that doesn't necessarily mean that I haven't met women who have been valuable in my life. That just means that, if I can't, I'm not leaning to a woman to improve anything in my life, because most women don't necessarily want that much weight of a burden to have to do that for any man, right? So I tend to that there've been a lot of women that have supplemented my life in great ways, but not that improvement part is on me, dude. Completely on me.
Gotcha. I ain't gonna say I don't look for it. It just depends on the type of woman. You know what I'm saying? But it's one of the things to where, if she's able to do that shit, it's in her heart. If she really fuck with me like that, then hey, we don't go somewhere. But if she don't, then usually they don't fuck with me to that extent. They ain't improving my life. It's usually up to me. And I don't really expect them to improve my life. But if they come to me talking about something, I want to be a wife, and I want to have a family, and I want a man that's gonna do these things for me. You know what I'm saying, in my life, I'm gonna be like, oh, okay, so let me come up with some shit that you can do for me. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how I'm gonna think about it. Other than give me pussy. And that's what I mean when I say, I look for it just depending on the situation. Like the type of woman she is. But usually the woman that's asking for a lot, they ain't willing to give a lot.
how it goes. My ladies always asking y'all for like, y'all break y'all neck for them white girls. Boy, y'all are something else.
I never broke my neck for a white girl.
Has anyone noticed how we haven't heard a thing about the CEO who got caught on Coldplay cam? Have y'all noticed how we literally haven't heard anything about the woman who was cheating on her husband and what's been going on with them?
I didn't even know
Look at that. Who cares? Look at that.
Who cares? Like, that's their personal business. Let them figure it out.
But the man the CEO has been literally paraded around the entire world as the cheating husband. But nobody talks about the cheating wife.
Was she cheating?
That's right.
What cheating husband?
She has a husband at home. She was cheating on her husband too.
I didn't hear about either one of them, so okay.
Yeah, I was just know about the CEO thing because they make fun of him, but
that's the point. That's the point I'm making. That's the point.
So the wife is a cheater too?
Yes, the wife has a husband at home. We haven't heard a fucking drop about it. We haven't seen accountability on that end. He's the one that's been.
Oh, you're talking about the woman that he cheated.
That he was holding. The one he was holding. They're both married.
Oh, well, I don't know. I mean,
that's my point.
What news source are you?
You want me to cry about it? Like
looking at?
That is also my point.
Depends on the news source.
Okay, that is also my point.
I got you.
If you understand what I'm cooking here, that's the civilization, that's the culture that we're living in today.
I mean, it depends on what lens you're looking through.
I'm looking through all of them. We literally are just pinpointing all of the lenses. Either they don't care, don't know, or you're trying to cite the source that says that it's not, that whether it's true or not. When clearly, the one thing we do know is that the man has been paraded around and his life has been kind of rocked and embarrassed. That woman has slid into the crevices of mystery, and nobody has addressed any of her accountability at all.
Can that be an assumption?
No, it's not an assumption because we haven't heard anything about it. We've heard because
anyone else?
What is the glaring media source that's talking?
I'm speaking in English.
Who are you hearing about in this Coldplay camera situation? The husband or the other wife that was cheating on her husband?
It depends on the news source that you.
The majority of the news sources that have come out have been talking about the man and what he's lost and what he was a husband. He had this. They know his name, where he lives, how many kids he's got, his earnings. Like they literally have a Coldplay cam being played around the world, and he's resigned from his job. He's got a divorce. He's got a divorce period appearing now. We haven't heard anything about that woman who he was embracing, and the fact that she had a whole family, too, and we don't even damn near know her name.
Maybe she was scared to lose her job.
It is a publicly
You
traded company.
mean accountability? Imagine.
I feel like she was under duress.
Oh, here we go. The sisterhood is forming. Go ahead.
I'm already in a sorority, so I have my sisterhood, but again, the news media that you follow, and then also you want to consider too, if that company is publicly traded, all of that information is available. So you have all of the information about each,
She also works with the same company that is publicly traded.
Yeah.
We have her name. We don't have, and we have not heard anything.
But Mace, how do you know that?
A C-suite CEO got his head blown off in the middle of Times Square, and we heard all about it.
What news sources?
We knew everything about his family and everything, all of his private life.
She was in an open relationship.
All right, guys.
What news sources do you consume regularly?
Yeah.
Bye.
Well, Voltron is here.
Bye. Have a good day.
Remember, mates, fuck with those who fuck with you.
See your people. See your people.
I see him. Trust me, I see him.
No, I just think he has a hard time responding to the questions. He doesn't like to be questioned. That's clearly a personality trait. And clearly that's something that he might have to work through.
Like I said, bro.
Shout out to Megan Rose. We see you. Please go turn your pink ticket in.
And she left out the room for your ass.
And she came back. She tried, that's how you turn the pink ticket in. Boring.
I know, but she didn't do it, sir.
She just left again. And she came back. See?
I'm telling
It's
you.
weird, boring. You gotta stop this pandering, man. You're going crazy with it now. You know that's how you turn the pink ticket in.
I know.
Not too much on porn. You know you pander to.
Okay.
Because he was trying to
He
I don't
didn't
understand it. This nigga Harry was just doing it.
He's hilarious. Alright, are y'all gonna do this tomorrow? Same time?
Hell no. What the fuck? Hell no. We do not rock like that on here. Stop playing.
It was hilarious. I thank y'all for the entertainment.
It was hilarious. I might have got never divorced, fucking around with y'all. Had to save my relationship.
Never divorced. I'm just over here trying to find water shoes in my size. Put some style to them.
Thanks for the conversation, Warren. I think it was you that broke the hill.
I did, bro. Appreciate you pulling up fucking with us today.
So I joined the room and said, I might come through another time.
That's a bad one. We be here cooling. We drink Folgers coffee in the morning. Remember that.
Jesus.
Nah, I don't really drink coffee, but that's cool though if y'all do that. Hey Mace, what I say, bro?
Don't take that nigga advice, Mace. What's wrong with you, sir?
You want to remind him to love you.
He's acting like I don't. Never mind. I think he just met me, so I can understand. Go ahead, bro.
What you was gonna say, Akasa?
I said he want to remind him to love white women so bad.
He does. Hey, Akasa, pull up on Wiggy and tell him I'm sorry. I love you. I'll be home tonight.
You gotta apologize. First of all,
nigga, what?
What I think you should do is make a video of you on bended knee with "There You Go"
shaming ritual
in the background with flowers around you, and put one rose in your mouth too, and then beg her to come back.
That's easy.
Shaming.
Why is that shaming? It's a great apology.
That's easy to do. Don't listen to Mace.
Mace, maybe the next time you do that, you'll have better luck.
But don't do it to a white woman though, Mace. You gotta do it to a black woman.
Yeah, don't bow down to a black woman or to a white woman. Only to black.
White woman gotta do that.
Not about bowing down. Come on, Akasa.
She also said bend the knee, and you said yeah, I do that.
I did say bend the knee.
Hey,
that's why I was objecting on your behalf, brother. And you was like, no, I'm good with it.
That was for my wife, you know. I can do that for her, but you can't do that to no random sir.
Here you are.
D-Love, what's happening with you? So, Rob, what's happening? Pull up on us. We cool? She involved. I sent the invite for you, Brody. They go D.
What's good, son?
No, shit, cool. Like we always do. You missed it. We was having steaks and salads earlier.
Oh, damn.
Should have been what's quicker than that.
Entire black man
So what did you guys say now? Yeah.
Oh God.
You know we said yeah. What?
What do you mean? Oh my God, me? What y'all was talking about? You never know how these conversations will go in the end.
We were talking about Mace bowing down to black women instead of white women.
Jesus.
You said it. What you say? You said it again, girl?
I said we were talking about Mace bowing down to black women instead of white women.
Oh, okay. What did he say now?
He said he'll think about it.
I just, but like I said, I do think there's some black providers out there. I dealt with some in that, you know, when we go on a date, like he wants to pay, like he does not even want me to pay at all. Like he wants to pay for the date. So, you know, I've been out with guys like that would never want me to like touch my purse, especially like on the first date. There's some men out there like that would rather pay and help their women out, you know.
What are y'all providing? Are y'all talking about financially, you know? Like, go into depth what y'all providing. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, men say I'm a provider financially, but can't provide emotional, you know, stability to women. I can pay for a lot of shit, but she not in the safe space. I can pay for her hair and nails, but I be beating her ass every Thursday. What are y'all providing?
Crazy, because I'm not talking about that.
I don't know. I kind of would like to know what they provide, like what they do that women don't do. So you can't say finances when the woman is working. So it has to be something above and beyond whatever you're not getting, whatever you're giving something that she's not giving to you.
Are y'all providing a safe space to be emotionally into? Are y'all providing a shoulder to lean on? Are you taking some responsibility off her shoulder? Are you, you know, leaning the hand in the house when she's tired? What are y'all providing that she can't do herself?
Can I say something? I think there's two types of people in the world, you know? Like, it may be people that do exactly what you say, they just not shit, they really don't care for people's feelings, they just there just to be there. And there's also people that may be a little bit more, you know, human-like and actually care. So that's why I'm trying to align with the ones that actually care. Because I know they out there, you know, not every person is just fucked up. That's not even possible for every black man to be the same. That's not even possible, you know. Is anybody there?
I'm a black man, but I can't speak on, you know, what a black man provides. Like, I don't want to do that for them. Like, I don't want to speak for them, so I'm waiting on them to answer.
No, Warren, where you at? Why is it so quiet? You know, he's usually sometimes busy.
Yeah, what up? We provide all those things that you said we do, besides the ass beatings. I hate the fact that once we get some money, y'all love to label us as fucking abusive ass niggas, like we just be ping ponging upside y'all fucking heads. And if that's not you and you never say that, please, if it don't apply, then it's fine. But I hate the narrative that y'all put that on us. But yes, we provide all those things you said we do.
is that outside of what women do then? Because I guess don't women do the same things for the men? Or is that a no?
That's a no. We just heard Kate earlier when we was talking about 50-50 and paying a man bills. They said, hell no, we don't do that shit.
Wait a minute, say it again. You said 50-50 is what?
I said earlier, Kay said that, I think it was somebody, I believe it was Mace that said something about, somebody said, not Mace, I ain't gonna put it on him because I could be wrong, but somebody said something about going 50-50 and all that other stuff, paying a man bills, and the woman said, nah, we ain't doing that. So a man would do all those things right there. We be providing, we provide that free time for y'all, when we picking up the kids on the weekends, right? And then for the guys that are there in the house, of course, we taking on our shift when it's our turn, right? We cook, we clean. What else we do? We pay bills. We let you go spend our money, even though we don't want to. Like, we provide a lot of stuff.
I wanted to ask Mr. Mace, if he comes off the mic, but yeah, how am I killing the room? I just came and joined into the conversation. I didn't even know what you guys were talking about. So maybe you can give me some pointers so I won't kill the room next time, you know? Help us out.
It's because he hates black women. You didn't do anything wrong.
Oh, okay. Well, he can talk. I mean, I'm not gonna kick him in the balls to the phone. You know, I'm not gonna, whatever it is that you're scared of, sir, you're not gonna get it from me. So what's the problem? That's so arrogant. That's arrogant and rude.
Quite the one when I got the man. You can't. It's a bad team, in my opinion. Because I'm watching with you and I'm going to get those social media.
Yeah, cut away Big Mac. Chain Goron. I'm going to go teach other talk. A chat can a coach. Walk other talk. Queen chat one yen. Over there, in a ketan of the Duke of Kolnyang, right? You know, the Duke of Makol, right? In a ketan schedule. According to Ping Ping, due to one reason or another. Could I took by Ekada, a chief or took a little tongue about catching about piano loud out there. So, yen num lao a year on the item. Random a little bit good day. And then what you know, yeah, girls, be careful. I'm in the car is good at time. What kind of got the habit? I was worried about a day. So, Kayen, by it out there, I keep other to and ping a good win, can man the eye can mention. Man the eye, I didn't like to the and then I did kill it. Egora, a good child, the Areti Kada, Jamule, a Baja, Manyan, Kujarel, Jiman Kujirai couldn't commit. Kujarel, Jiman Kujamuira commit. So Manyan is one of the location looking when they mention, I pick it up. I think Jan Peko Hato Kugabe Pasqua Betegi, when I think I will get you nickel. I think to program to them and the eye to work to what is the population? Cannot buy it.
Good night and a man, the other man, the regular Academy, the man, came at, but the government, the eye.
Now, the man, I could tell you. Manana and Petco, Kiki, got a jolly rocket, which Madiak in the Glen Oklahoma, going around in the low pan por kan kene pan aben go kon jadi kene pan big man o kilo lu man ya and I told you go my thing jadi kaka lu pan ya kere kan lu ga di ban ba ya kaka lora ne ke ta kene le chata ko ta nasar wala ji jamru po le ake kere ba jimu ne biya wa sa to ban
You remember that conversation we had?
Yes, I remember. You know, walk along in the job. We get one man yet, we had a Juba. Walk in the milk along in the man.
You get an Amoyaga, right?
Yes.
Yes.
When now you're wearing a top, it means you look out for your people. Yeah? You look out for your people in a care court. I check on and give up with the that. I had a jammer, I do the charging. I do the mark on the walk with your way in, or way pill, mark with my life with your way in, or way pill. Here the pin, one Kagaji jam to why get here. Or make him a year later, or not cure, and laying in the Gada, or Kuyamangai, what will teach you one care? How wouldn't teach you one day? Who wouldn't teach you one care? So, yeah.
I got a human, they buried in any platform or any national government or local government, financial legal state. I don't kill it.
You can't buy the Alpi clubhouse. I keep in the joke, Coco joke. Kalu mana ada biar, shower yang kena cium tu sendiri pasar yang cium jual dia, jadi wajar ada pasar yang cium jual dia kan there need of something to be done. Jangan kali kalau kena wheat and all of that. Kalau lah, where you kan, tu nak kan kan, boleh lu kan boleh cium lu pasar yang cium jual dia. You see, so there is need of some work to be done. I don't want to talk about now where you, but we need to work hand in hand. Ada tahan jamun ke mikawari alodoi paraiza pihak musaifa. Jadi I was with them, I stood with them, I support them. Jadi so lagi set ajiguer rumbe ajiguer elu rumbe parje zaman. Jadi so je zaman need to go there to get some work done for rumbe. Jadi although it was brought to my attention, and I'm back up here, I'm going to back up.
I would buy a bad engineer and a job for not all I think because a baby governor, Rumbel Senior, Rumbel Sanwea. You bought me by Rumbel Sanwea. It's a historic. You belong. Now, Kolala baby, I'm your Kamanga big pote. No, you library. You like a gift because repairs and we are good buying one comb and material. 80%, if it's not 90%, okay, I'm not fine.
My campaign manager, I still never did a good thing. The one by ya.
A good wally, Bomo Wally, but it's a good thing.
You see,
the name and the billion, the bird could take you up in your well apart. This is a good panapin. But more good opinion, because any be there going to make you can get leggy. How historic and Rumbegas and where. When you become white in the future, could be pulling now. The name Kakakuchiran will get up, pick a chocolate name. Kalora the cheaper, young Lora, Ranchilla by the local pay, could be Kawan Bokai right. Kunani chop in your word. It's a tap. A good Ramara Poriak. The jacking around your bone. Kaka the thing Paka one of the only ban and everything, the organic politician, the Kim Kanye, Yapo, the thing. A good enemy come in anything in Muchaka Cheroloy. Because Gucci no good thing again, good thing to you and I will put it. Keep working with Paloa. And I did to let people in the within 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years.
kalanga bika dil budutena eke ga one being you other pan kan palong you produce leaders
ma yin bolo me ya ba ya vote in Juba but then war one of the youth leaders of Greater Board a good part of it, but you know what, kilo two, to the kilo over two. You have a good thing at the broad daylight, look at that.
Well, Panama Kurukana, Penyan, which Makuru will learn. And you really are good paying the engine when you're going to pay your command. Because, can the way more because it's been there, they get you a jar material.
Makurukana,
yes. But they keep working with. So I'm going to go pay Chiben Leg up what you've been there. It's an argument. Okay, I'll call the good card because it's the time. And even though a very strategic location, it's in Gangla, from Vegas somewhere. It's been there, but you will walk up. Could be a king beer. They come up from a governor of the Lake State. I check on you, I check on any good theater. Well, you actually got me. The years are rich in a job. In a picture, I don't jump it. I tell you, there and a short phone motor. The DNA teacher been got then. The Hio can you told me the Lake State, for example. Bukake, for example, in Rebecca Sanwea. As a Babel, a good thing for you. What is the benefit of it? Joy here, people who got in with you. It's a greater good. We are walking for the path. The long platform, one of I can jump in. Kaka, I think a duck. Relating with you, I'm going to call in a year. Can a judge out of that? Marcus or district or Abijala is the level of the national government. Understanding that I can't job by a good poor a killer job, don't know a job by the job recounting. Omalandu, young who pay to even my job for Bajala. Bakata, I mean, I like a Yaki job, Ukayaki your job. Quickly you go nation that you call your jam. Jam Arjam, what a new. Kunale bana tamani lolo duja. Achan bi jala nation day. Okay, in the demo kilo king a jolo ngage jam. But say yo ko cho jam it yoga. You know,
they big man anang puani yo kun ga jamatin. Kana bukai market because it's also the needs. And then the Duke of Konyam Kelwelton. But of the day, Kenya and the nation Martin, we are tribal-less. Tribal-less, can it? Book of Kenya, Mark Kitchen. And I cheer a better go with Japan. Because you think that a Euro East or Euro West. In the case, on the Big Mac, you think that on the Rumbek Center. Or any of that. We watch in Mark, we don't have been get up. And I open our coin for Mark. We have got a consistent, it cannot be big. So, can in a good way, how can we come together as a youth of South Sudan? Thank you.
Now, agree, but we have to have a platform, number one. You have a Martin. Kugamuka Yamat Kujamba. Then allow people, because this is our nation, the nation level, we are buried. It's our nature. Run Kujam and Yajambu will can wear Kulum to grow, will can gay. Speak a matter willing at. Could I you be little?
Yeah, we observe we have a problem. And I think national agenda be by Kama Jakalati cut, catching a cat, Alabama. Then I get a chalad room credit. And she would William Bigger and Ganaban, Bobber Ganyal. Get a day, she can get Africa. But I think the man can a schedule. Galas, we that way. Who can look at that way? Who can she go to a schedule? Well, we don't have a schedule. I will try to neutralize the situation and I could have responded slightly better. In a case, yeah, and anytime I look at the buy, come by, go in a bay. And I cannot to some extent, thank you. Go ahead, Big Mac. No, Jody, you're quite cock.
Platform and suggestion. Then we repeated that and I think collaborated more.
I was just, again, reiterate my opinion with this orange asshat. It's deflection and distraction. I mean, he's like the dumbest and smartest mofo yet. Because when observing his playbook, if you could call it that, if shit gets too close, it's too close to home, it's distraction and deflection. Why the hell are we talking about President Obama? This ain't got jack shit to do with President Obama. It's him. Epstein. If my 2 cents or 1.5 cents worth of opinion meant anything to the media, whether it's the popular media or these YouTube media people or whatever, this is a gift. And I don't say that lightly or, no disrespect to the victims, but the reality that when these cats in MAGA within his party, if you call it that, are looking at him side-eyed and being like, yo, you done cooked this up for the past several years, that this is a big deal, and now it's not. It's distraction and deflection. I'm going to put out this AI thing to distract and hopefully deflect from the fact that my name is all over these Epstein files, paperwork, whatever. I don't know for a fact. I don't. The one thing that I have seen consistently over the years that leads me to a logical conclusion is this is the same so-called adult man who, for years, on video, fawns over having sex with his own fucking daughter. So it's not too much of a stretch of my own imagination to think that, yeah, you got some dirt on in this shit. So instead of admitting, I'm going to distract and deflect with other stuff. That's it.
You're in the matrix. It's maybe working the whole freaking distraction. Oh shit. I said it's that thing.
You're still in the matrix, man.
You're in the matrix.
I'll talk later if I'm in there. No, I was gonna say the sad thing is the distraction might be working because I was listening to I looked at a tweet from Michael Flynn, even though he's a nut job. Last week was big with Trump to bring out the Epstein files that it doesn't look good. This is Michael Flynn that was Trump's boss at 8:35. And today, he's already forgotten about